Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Tempe City Council regular council meeting. Item number 1 is call to order. Council meetings can be watched in real time via Cox Cable Channel 11 and at tempe.gov/tempe11. Members of the public may also attend the meeting virtually through Microsoft Teams. Due to limited seating in the council chambers, overflow space is available in the engineering conference room on the ground level of City Hall. Live streaming and additional seating are provided in that location. Those who have signed up to speak will be called in advance to allow them their time to make their way into the council chambers. If you signed up to speak on item 8C7 regarding city code updates to chapters 5 and 23 related to special events and park use permits, please note that public comment will take place after the staff presentation on that item, which appears later in tonight's agenda. Although just as a note too, since there's so many speakers for that item, I'm going to be moving that item a little further up in the agenda to make sure that you're not here all evening, along with some of the other areas where I know there's some public comment. So if you wish to speak on a matter not listed on tonight's agenda for discussion or legal action, please visit the public speaker sign-in table at the back of the room. Let staff know if you are speaking during public appearances, which is item 6, so your name can be added to the speaker list for that section. It's important to understand that if you speak on an agenda item during public appearances, that will be your only opportunity to speak on that topic. You may not also speak again during the scheduled hearing for that item later in the meeting. If you pre-registered to speak, please check in with staff at the sign-in table to confirm your place in the speaker queue for the item you're addressing. If you have not signed up yet but wish to speak, you may do so by checking in at the sign-in table now or before the item is called. You will also be assigned a speaker number and added to the appropriate list. I will call names when it is time to speak on that item. There are some people who have pre-registered also to speak virtually this evening. They are included in tonight's speaker queue. Speakers are called in the order in which they registered. When I announce a group of speaker numbers, such as speakers number 5 through number 10, those individuals should move towards the front just to make sure that they're ready when they're called. I will call each name in the order listed on the speakers list for that particular item to come to the podium. Lastly, for those who are here regarding the Marshall on Spence project, which is item 8C2 on this evening's agenda, this applicant has submitted a formal request to continue their application to the August 28th, 2025 regular council meeting. Since the public comment portion of that hearing was previously closed, no public testimony will be taken this evening. All right, given all of that, I'll now invite everyone who's able and willing to stand to join me in a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Tonight's agenda has a number of items that the City Council must consider in order to conduct city business. Guidelines for conduct at City Council meetings are on the table near the entrance for those in attendance at tonight's meeting. We will now play a video with the proper protocol for ensuring the appropriate conduct at City Council meetings.
The City of Tempe welcomes public comment at this time. Disruptive behavior will not be allowed. Continued disruptive behavior will lead to removal from the council chambers. We need to be able to hear everyone in the room. Behavior that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of any city council meeting is not helpful and is not permitted. This includes behavior both inside and outside of the council chambers. Should individuals inside the council chambers become disruptive so that city business is not able to be conducted, the mayor will first ask that the individuals allow city business to be completed. There will be time for public comment during the call to the audience portion of the meeting. If no cooperation, the mayor will issue a verbal warning and let them know that the continued disruptive behavior will lead to removal from the council chambers. If there is still no cooperation, the mayor will issue a second verbal warning and let them know that the continued disruptive behavior will lead to removal from the council chambers. If there is no cooperation after asking and 2 verbal warnings, then the mayor will ask security officers to remove only those individuals who are causing the disruption. Security personnel should not engage in any way, but only escort them from the council chambers. If individuals refuse to leave, security personnel shall warn them that they are trespassing and that the next step will be arrest by a Tempe police officer. Tempe officers may have to arrest if individuals refuse to leave. Charges for trespass and disorderly conduct may apply, as well as other charges. Should anyone be asked to be removed, the mayor will recess the meeting.
Okay, we will now play a video conveying the City of Tempe's native land acknowledgement statement.
We wish to acknowledge that Tempe is the homeland of the native people who have inhabited this landscape since time immemorial. These ancestral lands of the O'odham, known as Pima, Peeposh, known as the Maricopa, and their ancestors extend far beyond our city. This land continues to be spiritually connected to the O'odham of the Salt River Pima, Maricopa Indian Community, and Gila River Indian Community. We accept the responsibility of stewarding those places and solemnly pledge to consider this commitment in every action.
All right. Next up, item number 4, meeting minutes. Tonight I will be assisted by Councilmember Amberg. Councilmember Amberg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve the City Council meeting minutes in items 4A1 through 4A4.
It's been moved by Councilmember Amberg and seconded by Councilmember Keating. My screen is frozen, but please vote. And I vote aye. Councilmember Amberg? Is your vote's not registering?
Oh.
I vote aye as well, and that item carries 7-0. Let's see, let's try to get my computer back up and running here. There we go. Perfect. All right, next up, item 4B, acceptance of board, commission, and committee meeting minutes. Councilmember Amberg.
I move to accept the board, commission, and meeting minutes in items 4B1 through 4B11.
Second. It's been moved by Councilmember Amberg and seconded by Councilmember Adams. Please vote. And that item also passes 7-0. Next up, that brings me to reports and announcements. Let's see, Council, would you like to join me for these down the front? Just a note too, I know that because of the large number of people that not everyone's inside yet, so if for whatever reason we get to a presentation and those folks haven't got in, I can just push it a little bit further back to give them time to get into the meeting. But the first presentation I have this evening for item 5A1 is for Disability Pride Month for the Commission on Disability Concerns. And so this proclamation reads, whereas Disability Pride Month is observed each July to honor the history, achievements, experiences, and struggles of the disability community, and to commemorate the signing of the Americans with Disabilities Act in July of 1990. And whereas the City of Tempe is committed to building a more inclusive, accessible, and equitable community where individuals of all abilities are valued and empowered to participate fully in civic life. And whereas Disability Pride Month is a time to celebrate the diversity and strength of the disability community, recognizing the ongoing work towards equal rights and opportunities, and recommit ourselves to eliminating barriers, both physical and societal, that impact people with disabilities. And whereas Tempe proudly uplifts the voices, leadership, and contributions of individuals with disabilities who help shape our city, enrich our neighborhoods, and move us all forward. Now, therefore, I, Corey Woods, Mayor of the City of Tempe, Arizona, do hereby declare July 2025 as Disability Pride Month in Tempe, Arizona. And if there are members of the commission along with Dr. Humes who would like to join us up front for a photo, please come on up.
Mayor, I'm going to put this here for the next time. I forgot to give that to you.
You go right here. This is where you go. Good to see you. All right. All right. Let's scooch in. Dr. Hughes?
Yeah. That's great. I think you've done this before. All right, big smiles, everyone. 1, 2, 3. We're going to do one more like that. Don't blink. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
All right, next up here, item 5A2, Guadalupe Teen Court Program. Let's see, can everyone associated with item 5A2, Guadalupe Teen Court Program, please come forward as well?
All right, yes.
All right, here we go.
Come on in.
I'll come out front here to read. All right, so this proclamation reads, whereas the Guadalupe Teen Court and the restorative justice advocates have, for the past 10 years, demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the principles of restorative justice, accountability, and youth empowerment. And whereas the teen court model provides a working alternative to the traditional juvenile justice system by allowing young people to take responsibility for their actions, make amends, and re-engage with their communities in positive ways. And whereas through peer-led hearings, mentoring, and community service opportunities, the Guadalupe Teen Court has fostered leadership, empathy, and civic responsibility among hundreds of restorative justice advocates and offenders in Maricopa County. And whereas this program has served as a transformative force in the lives of local youth, reducing recidivism, strengthening community ties, and promoting a culture of fairness, growth, and second chances. And whereas the success of the Guadalupe Teen Court is a testament to the dedication of its founders, coordinators, volunteers, community partners, and restorative justice advocates who have worked together to build a more just and law-abiding community for all. And whereas in its 10 years of operation, the Guadalupe Teen Court has not only upheld the values of justice and accountability, but has also become a model of restorative justice practices for youth-centered judiciary innovation. Now, therefore, I, Corey Woods, Mayor of the City of Tempe, Arizona, do hereby declare June 12th, 2025 as Guadalupe Teen Court Program Day in Tempe, Arizona. Oh, there we go, thank you. And I've got two more here for who are going to claim the other two.
One right there.
Oh, there we go. Anyone else for the third one? All right, Serenity? Yeah. Oh.
There you go.
All right, we have you. There you go. That's pretty good. Let's just kind of compress.
All right.
Good. All right.
Yep.
You can't see me. I can't see you. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Big smiles. One more like that. Don't blink. 1, 2, 3. Gotcha.
You're all right. All right.
No, I have the 5A4, but I don't have the proclamation for that. There's no 5A3, right? Oh, it's the script so far? Okay.
I will tell whoever goes over that staff time to go into the lobby and then go outside to the bathroom.
Okay, we got it on.
Okay.
All right, next up, I'm going to do actually a little bit out of order here, item 5A4, which is the Mark Richardson Lifetime of Service Award, which is going to be received by Mark and his wife, Sarah. Are they both here? Ah, there we go. Come on up.
Yes, yes. Yes.
All right, so this proclamation reads, whereas Mark Richardson, founder and executive director of the Arizona Academy for the Performing Arts, has dedicated 25 years of exemplary service to the advancement of the performing arts, fostering artistic growth and educational opportunities for thousands of young people across Arizona. And whereas through his leadership, the Arizona Academy has served over 500 children annually, ages 4 to 21, helping to fill a vital gap in public arts programming and enriching the lives of countless students with a passion for music and performance. And whereas Mark's outstanding contributions to the arts have earned him numerous accolades, including the Drum Corps International Director of the Year Award for Division II in 2006, and the prestigious Dr. Bernard Baggs Award for Outstanding Leadership in 2016, as well as serving in various leadership roles on national committees for Drum Corps International. And whereas during his career, Mark has directly impacted over 15,000 students and traveled extensively, performing in more than 35 states, reaching audiences of over 100,000 people annually, and creating a lasting legacy of excellence in the performing arts community. And whereas Mark Richardson's unwavering commitment, vision, and dedication to arts education has had a profound impact on the Arizona Academy of the Performing Arts, its students, and the broader community, leaving behind an extraordinary legacy of leadership, inspiration, and artistic achievement. Now, therefore, I, Corey Woods, Mayor of the City of Tempe, Arizona, do hereby declare May 31st, 2025 as Mark Richardson Lifetime of Service Recognition Day in Tempe, Arizona.
Big smiles, everyone. 1, 2, 3. One more like that. I'm not going to say it or anything.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Next, everyone, we go back to item 5A3, which is the Key Club of Tempe Edward Bush Family Scholar. Not here yet? Okay. All right. Well, I guess we're going to wait a little bit. Who's not here? Who's not here?
Yeah, she is. Oh, there she goes, there she goes. All right.
All right, take two. Item 5A3, the Key Club of Tempe Edward Bush Family Scholarship Acknowledgement. The Key Club of Tempe and the Bush Family Foundation understands the importance of investing in our youth's education. The Bush Family Scholarship is a means of paying it forward and investing in our community's future. This year, they have announced 3 exceptional scholars. I'd like to ask each recipient to come to the front as I introduce them, and then we're going to take a photo at the end. So, the first student this evening is Olivia Windsor. Okay, so first of all, Olivia Windsor is a standout leader and scholar, serving as Key Club officer for 4 years, culminating as president in her senior year, all while maintaining a perfect 4.0 GPA. Her impressive resume reflects leadership in civic and nonprofit organizations, and she has also contributed to the Mayor's Youth Advisory Commission as Education Committee Chair. Olivia is headed to Barrett Honors College at Arizona State University, where she plans to pursue a doctorate in physics and ultimately become a researcher in nuclear fusion to provide sustainable energy solutions. Congratulations, Olivia.
And Mayor, she's a Tempe High graduate.
She's a Tempe High graduate. I know Councilmember Hodge was saying that up here, so I'll make sure to point that out yet again. This award also, I want to make a note too, was also sponsored by our good folks in the front row here from the Kiwanis Club of Tempe. So also thank you for joining us. Okay, the next person I have here is Rogelio Carbajal. Oh, he's in Boston. Okay, look, we're going to still celebrate him even though he's not here this evening. He's a returning Bush Scholar and will be a sophomore at Boston University in the year 2025-26. He is eager to deepen his studies in physics. Apparently everyone's doing physics this evening, with hopes of gaining research experience. Rogelio also aspires to spend a semester studying abroad at Comillas Pontifical University in Madrid. He shares, the scholarship will allow me to work fewer hours during the semester and enable me to focus on my studies. So congratulations to Rogelio. And the last scholar I have this evening is Benedict McWhirter. He's in Chile. Let's see here. No, not physics. Finally, Benedict McWhirter is a returning Bush Scholar as well and will be a sophomore at the University of Notre Dame. He is pursuing a major in Spanish and minors in sociology and education with a growing passion for teaching. Benedict reflects teaching is not just a profession, it is a calling, one where students truly depend on your guidance and support. By pursuing this path with a Notre Dame education, I can become the best version of myself and make a meaningful difference in the lives of others. Congratulations to Benedict. So I'll say before the photo here, congratulations to all of our scholars. We're proud of all that you've accomplished and look forward to seeing more of the great things you will do in this world. Yeah, can the Kiwanis members come on up here as well for the photo?
I know, we should have wore our badges. We should have wore our badges. Oh, no, remember we take badges.
Tanya's not here.
I know. Come on in.
All righty, everybody ready? Big smiles, look right here, 1, 2, 3. One more like that, and remember, don't blink, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Congratulations.
All right, just a note too, if you are in the back, there are some people who are actually exiting from the presentations. If you're in the back and you want to come up and make your way up and kind of claim some of the open seats, and we'll keep trying to do that through the evening. Next up, I want to go to item 5A5, which is appointments to the Family Justice Commission and Library Advisory Board. I want to congratulate Justine Parnell on her new appointment to the Family Justice Commission and Katie Boglowitz on her new appointment to the Library Advisory Board as outlined in item 7A1 on this evening's agenda. With that said, that's all my announcements this evening. Item 5B, our city manager's reports and announcements. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No announcements this evening.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, that brings me to item number 6, public appearances. But before we get into that, I want to make sure to address campaign-related activity, especially as we are now in the 2026 election season. City council meetings are open to the public and are a vital forum for civic engagement. We welcome all individuals, including candidates, to speak on matters of public concern during the public comment portion of the meeting. However, because this is an official city council meeting that is both televised and live streamed using city resources, we ask all candidates, including any current council members, to refrain from electioneering or campaign-related activity while participating in this meeting. That means no discussing your candidacy, asking for votes or signatures, or displaying campaign materials such as signs, t-shirts, or literature while speaking. Thank you for helping us maintain the integrity and neutrality of our public meetings. Which then brings me once again to item number 6, public appearances. According to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, the City Council may only discuss, respond to, or take action on matters listed elsewhere on this agenda for discussion and legal action. The purpose of the open call to the public is to allow individuals to address the City Council on any issue within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No person shall speak more than once, and there is a limit of 3 minutes per speaker. In the interest of allowing all members of the public to have an opportunity to speak, in the case that there is such a large number of persons intending to speak during the meeting that it may deprive other speakers other members of the public, from the reasonable opportunity to speak, the mayor may limit each speaker to less than 3 minutes. Speakers present at the podium must state their name and city of residence. Members of the public shall refrain from making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks and from becoming boisterous while addressing the city council or while attending the meeting. Speakers will be taken first come, first served in the order in which they signed up to speak. Speakers' visual aids and appearances by phone or recordings are not allowed. The City Council is prohibited by state law from discussing, responding to, or taking action on matters raised during the call to the public, even if asked to do so by a member of the public, so long as the subject discussed by the speaker is not listed as a specific agenda item for council's consideration for discussion and legal action. Individual members of the council may respond to criticism made by speakers, ask staff to review a matter, or request a matter be placed on a future agenda. Once again, this portion of the meeting is reserved for those wishing to speak on matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council that are not listed elsewhere on tonight's agenda for legal action. If you speak now about a topic that appears later on the agenda, that will serve as your opportunity to speak on that item, so you won't be permitted to speak again during the scheduled public hearing. The special events, permits, or ordinance is item 8C7 and will be heard also at that time in the agenda, but as I mentioned earlier, I will be moving that one up, since there's such a large number of people wishing to speak on that item. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and start with folks who are represented here under item number 6, and the first person I have here is Carl Strife. Please come forward, everyone, this evening and state your name and city of residence. Also, just because of the large number of speakers this evening, I'm going to really have to limit this to 3 minutes, so please don't think that I'm being rude. I just got to make sure that we get to everyone who wants to speak this evening. So with that said, Mr. Strife.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, City Manager, Rosa, what's up? Hello, my name is Carl Strife. I live on Fairway Drive in Shalimar. I'm the president of the Shalimar Association and Safe Shalimar campaign. I'm a former Evans Eagle, Meyer Mustang, McCamey Tiger, and McClintock Charger. I was also a Tempe Daily newspaper carrier. My route was in the Hughes Acres neighborhood and Daly Park. It's been slightly over a year since our campaign began heavy engagement with all the stakeholders in an attempt to save this precious community asset and community hub called Shalimar. I hope all of you enjoyed this last year as much as we have. The voters of Tempe expect that the City Council and leadership will do the right thing, and we're looking forward to a resolution soon. Setting Shalimar aside for a minute, I have an idea I wanted to share with you that I believe could help address the housing crisis we hear so much about. It involves taking just a small corner piece of Kiwanis Park and building a 20-story multi-housing tower. The corner I suggest is baseline in ash. The building would be constructed on top of the dog park. Yes, I know dogs will be upset. My 2 dogs, Buddy and Greg, will not be happy, but as a developer told us recently, change is hard and emotional. They'll get through. What do you think? Makes sense? Of course not. Can you imagine the outrage? The dogs of Tempe deserve better. The council would fight tooth and nail and paw to save that dog park. The dogs of Tempe need this open space to bark and wag their tails and sniff and smell and do dog things outdoors with other dogs. This cannot happen. Not in our town, not on our watch. Dog lovers, who are a rabid subset of animal lovers, who are a subset of nature lovers, would picket, protest, and demand the City Council stop this madness. This cannot be allowed to happen to Tempe dogs. The Save Shalimar campaign has heard from many Tempe humans over the past year regarding how the loss of a 60-plus-year-old 44-acre green space would impact their lives. Thousands have signed petitions in opposition to rezoning. This council has heard and continues to hear from hundreds of Tempe citizens. We've all been witnessing the deliberate destruction of an ecosystem that is older than Kiwanis Park. This is occurring because a small group of people want to make a large amount of money at an incredible cost to thousands. This is driven entirely by an entitlement mindset. The owners and developers deserve a rezoning. That may be their desired and selfish outcome, but they are not entitled to it. When you build the 20-story complex on top of that dog park, you can have Shalimar. Because if that happens, a collective madness has set in. We will have truly reached a turning point where apathy has given way to acceptance of wrong. Sell yes, rezone no. We ask the council to please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Diane Melrose.
And she is virtually.
She's virtual. Okay,
Yeah.
wonderful.
So,
Hello?
Yes, hi, Ms. Melrose. Can you please state your name and city of residence?
Okay. Let me get my thing. Okay.
You've got 3 minutes, so.
Okay. My name is Diane Melrose. I live in Tempe. Mayor and council. Right now, there is a decent chunk of Tempe's populace that is scared for their health, their well-being, and their lives. And there have been some council decisions lately that are causing people to question whether you even care about their existence. We already know the President of the United States doesn't give a crap about anyone but himself. We can't change that here in Tempe. But when people feel like their own city government also doesn't give a crap about them, that's really scary. I have enough privilege that your lack of concern doesn't directly affect my life, but for those without privilege, that fear is manifesting as anger. Because anger comes from fear and pain. An example, you recently completed a council subcommittee regarding heat safety for Tempe's public and contracted workforce. This resulted in a draft for a heat safety ordinance for outdoor workers, and that's really great because we all know how deadly summer heat is here in the valley. However, you seem to be ignoring heat safety for some of our less privileged residents, not just the homeless population, but those who don't have a car to take them where they want to go. Public transit stops are woefully inadequate with shade canopy. I know Eric's department is working on that, but can you speed up the timeline? Can you put the same energy and tax dollars into shade canopy as you've put into revitalizing Mill Avenue? Residents shouldn't have to risk heat exhaustion just because they have to take the bus to work. Another example, you have 3 new subcommittees, but none of them have anything to do with troubleshooting the biggest community issue North Tempe has: how to create safe environments for the unhoused population while also accommodating the concerns of neighborhoods. But yes, let's dive deep on revitalizing Tempe Town Lake the way we revitalized Ghost Town Mill Ave. My point with all this is that on the other side of the dais from where you sit, a lot of us have a growing and alarming concern that the City Council doesn't care about the poor folk. Our concerns stem directly from your behavior. Perhaps somewhere deep down you do care, but the overall public perception for North Tempeans is that you don't. Your decisions tonight will tell us who you are as leaders of our community. Are you worthy of our vote next November? March? After all, we are the cave people, and as David Leibowitz told you last year, we will infect the neutral residents. Thank you. Meow.
Thank you. All right, once again, we can't have any clapping. We've really got to get through all this, so please just bear with me here. Next up, we have Michelle Egner. Yes, please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Michelle Egner. I want to thank you for giving me your time and making space for us right now. I reside in Tempe as a homeowner in the Shalimar neighborhood. I work in Tempe at ASU, where I received my degrees in geology. And there's a lot to love about Shalimar. I'm sure you've heard a lot about it. It's a place that's got emotional bonds, and it's a sense of place for the whole community. For me, I love that we have this little ecosystem existing alongside us. I love seeing the red-tailed hawks flying around my neighborhood. I can see their nest from my carport. My partner and I take walks, and we can see foxes, we can hear owls, and we see familiar faces walking around. The other thing that we enjoy are the large old trees of the course. You can see them over the roofs of the houses. I don't play golf, so I haven't seen them like up close, but they still add the soothing awe of having some harmony with nature in the middle of a busy town. There's a mental health benefit for the whole neighborhood from that green space. Not only that, the green space that is Shalimar provides a larger area for water recharge during the times when we actually have rain, which is probably hard to think about right now, but it gets it back into our precious groundwater table. When the storms come, that green space helps mitigate flooding. And when we lose that, it's gone and cannot be replaced. Once it's covered with asphalt and concrete, well, there's no way to get that back. So I ask you to consider voting no when and if the rezoning question comes up. Please prioritize the green space. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker I have this evening is Elaine Joyle. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Elaine Joyle. I'm a botanist and an ethnoecologist who's lived in Tempe since 1989. Last week, I was one of 3 people who represented the Union of Concerned Scientists at the Extreme Weather People's Hearing in Phoenix. I spoke for the trees and other green living things. The Sonoran Desert in which we live is a fragile ecosystem, it being more sensitive than most biomes and many built environments. The combined impacts of rapid population growth, urban heat island effects, and global climate change. The growing evidence of urban heat island effects not only increases heat, but dirtier, unhealthy air and noise has arrived here in Metro Phoenix. Walking in my neighborhood, I'm seeing not only more trees dying, but more structures going up, existing ones being enlarged, trees being removed, often without replacement, and more gravel, pavers, and fake grass going down. What can we do? Middle et al. Found that, quote, an increase in tree canopy cover from the current 10% to a targeted 25% resulted in average daytime cooling benefit of up to 2 degrees centigrade 4 degrees Fahrenheit in residential neighborhoods in Phoenix. Translated, municipalities, including the city of Tempe, if they are to increase their shade tree cover, should be wise to begin by maintaining any and all existing green space. If anything, they must increase it. We're going in the wrong direction. There's an elephant in the room. We're discounting the present value of green open space, and more importantly, its future value in maintaining a livable environment for all. Which brings me to the request by the owners of the 44-acre Shalimar Golf Course to rezone it from agricultural to residential. While it is private property, it is also one of the very few green spaces in Tempe, north of US 60, that we as a community have. That makes it important. The city must not rezone it for residential housing. It's too valuable as open space and will only become more valuable in the future. While thanking the new Heisels for their stewardship of Shalimar for the past 40 years, the city should be clear that the land will not be rezoned. To sell it as residential real estate land to be developed into luxury housing at the expense of green open space? No. Good development, especially in a desert city that purports to focus on developing sustainably, requires that we maintain our green open space, our oasis in the desert. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have this evening is Andre Miller. Is Pastor Miller here in person or in the virtual audience?
I believe he had signed up to speak here.
Well, I can come back then. I'll take a, so let me go to, I believe the next speaker is Steve Norris. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Steve Norris. I live in Tempe on hole number 2 of Shalimar. I'm a real estate, I was a residential real estate appraiser for 27 years prior to retiring recently. I appraised vacant land to multi-million-dollar properties and everything in between all over Maricopa, Pinal counties. I've been called in several times to be an expert witness in court. One assignment was actually a arbitration case between a developer and a builder. I bought my house 27 years ago because of the golf views and privacy it offered. If my house was not on a golf course, I wouldn't have bought it, period. Some of the BB living and cachet representatives are using factoids to mark their product. They're using words like enhanced, non-sustainable, and telling us the redevelopment will increase our property values. Fact is, I can prove that the exact opposite is true. Fact is, I personally stand to lose $135,000 plus or minus if the rezoning happens. Using historical appreciation numbers over the last 27 years, it will take approximately 25 years to recoup my losses, just for my premium views privacy loss alone. I'm being asked to trade 455 yards of greenery views for 35-foot, 2-story homes 30 foot from my property and lose $135,000 of my property value on top of that. That's not a good deal for me or anybody else in the immediate Shalimar area. Other homeowners who live in the townhomes along Country Club Way in Cairo will experience similar losses. The detached homes along the rest of the golf course will experience significantly larger hits as their lots are much larger and have more golf course frontage. The redevelopment is creating and will continue to create real estate chaos for houses on or near the golf course. It will affect other properties at least a half a mile or more away, as Shalimar is the glue that holds the neighborhood together. I have good examples of the real estate chaos if anybody wants to hear about them later. Both examples are properties on the Shalimar Golf Course, which have recently been marketed. I've personally spoke with thousands of people and found out about 10 which would vote for redeveloping Shalimar. The Save Shalimar team has worked extremely hard educating people, and the results are stunning. just take a look at the signed petition page on our website in saveshalimar.com. And I've also made copies I gave to the clerk to look at. I'm only one person, but I speak for thousands that want to stop the potential rezoning of Shalimar and reject the current developmental proposals. Due to large hits on our home equity, significantly higher traffic, and ensuing problems associated, along with many other reasons that I don't have time to list. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, you're welcome to speak with me after the meeting.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yep. The next speaker I have is Matthew Yanez. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Matthew Yanez. I'm a resident of Phoenix. I'm here today to alert your office to inhumane, systematic, and unconstitutional trafficking that victimizes Tempe residents under the false guise of immigration enforcement by ICE and unidentified traffickers. These actions violate Tempe residents of their 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendment rights under the Constitution. While detained, these people are denied food, sleep, and access to medical treatment in violation of international standards of human rights. I'm here today to ask you to stop these illegal actions. Tempe residents who are unlawfully detained or deported need to be returned to their home in Tempe immediately. Wherever Tempe residents are lawfully detained, the offices of the Arizona Attorney General, U.S. senators, and U.S. congresspersons need access to the facilities so that they can provide legally mandated oversight and ensure that no more constitutional violations occur. This is your responsibility as people in this community, and this is your job as members of this office. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, once again, I'm sorry, we cannot have any clapping. We have to get through all this, please. The next speaker I have is J. Mark Randall. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is J. Mark Randall. I live in the city of Tempe. I'm an 80-year native of this city, so I've lived here my entire life. A graduate of Tempe High School and of Arizona State University. I attended the last month 2 meetings that were held in our neighborhood by the developers who are planning to destroy a beautiful 44-acre green area in our neighborhood. The meeting was attended by not only myself, but almost 700 other people, standing room only. And the crowd was almost unanimously against their proposal of building cracker box, I should say, homes that they described as beautiful luxury homes, and they are merely tract style homes on very narrow lots. When we saw their view of their homes, the elevation, 2/3 of the front of the house is a garage. That's not a luxury home. These homes and apartments do not belong in our neighborhood, and we respectfully request that you do not vote for rezoning that beautiful section of land to such a development that will bring greater traffic, higher temperatures, more noise, and more congestion and less safety in our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Paul Kunz. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. If not, please correct me. Oh, look at that. Please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Paul Kunze. I'm a resident of Tempe, a longtime resident, and a resident of Shalimar. I have roots here, And I'm going to give a little history lesson. I was a history teacher for many years. So my grandfather, Cornelius Patrick Cronin, was a member of the Rough Riders. You'll see his name on the Bucky O'Neill Monument in Prescott in the bottom left corner, Sergeant Con P. Cronin. He was also the first secretary of the state legislature and actually penned the state constitution as secretary. If you go to the Capitol Rotunda for Arizona, that document is hanging on the wall in his impeccable script. Later, in 1926, he became the first state librarian. And the family lore is that he took a pile of books and made it into an organized, functioning library. My father was a farmer in Phoenix, and he had a 168-acre farm on today what is Thomas and 24th Avenue. He sold in the mid-50s and became a contractor. He built a number of the entry-level homes in Tempe, starting in 1959 through about 1970. Peterson Park, Palmcroft Manor are a couple that come to mind. Starting in 8th grade, he shanghaied me into working, and so I got my Social Security and worked summers. And that brings me up to 1963. He brought me to, said, "Boy, we're going to Tempe. I'm going to show you the plot where we're building a new house." That's at Shalimar. Construction started in 1964. I worked there and helped build that house with non-skilled labor. I was doing the dirty work, and I feel like I am rooted here. I'm graduated from the first graduating class in McClintock High. I have a degree from ASU and also NAU. I do remember summer of 65 and 66 being in the swimming pool. There was a swimming pool at Shalimar. And if you leaned over the south fence, you would see the crop dusters spraying the crops on the south side of baseline. They'd fly right over us. It was really cool. Although I guess the spray wasn't so good. Let's see. In my senior year, we had a band play at Shalimar Golf Club House for our graduation in McClintock. It was at the Spiders, quite a band. 3 months later, they moved to California and became Alice Cooper. I have roots here, and I'm not moving.
Thank you, appreciate it. The next speaker I have is Sean Rogers. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Sean Rogers, Tempe resident. Honorable Mayor and council members, good evening, and thank you for your time and attention tonight. I stand before you as a deeply concerned resident, urging you to reject the proposed rezoning of the Shalimar Golf Course property. Tonight, as we approach our nation's birthday, I am reminded of the Declaration of Independence, that timeless assertion that government's just powers derive from the consent of the governed, and that whenever a form of government becomes destructive of the ends of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it is the right and duty of the people to oppose it. More than 500 neighbors attended the developers meeting a couple of weeks ago, and we have gathered thousands of signatures for opposition. Our consent is crystal clear. We do not consent to the sacrificing of the irreplaceable green space, wildlife habitat, and community character that Shalimar has nurtured for decades. We do not accept the shoehorning of a dense, predominantly rental development into the heart of our neighborhood at the expense of the families and wildlife who call this place home. The developer claims the proposal is unlikely to be a golf course, but that's not for them to decide alone. The general plan's housing designation does not give carte blanche to dramatically upzone a property meant for 1 home per acre into a 244-unit development, 75% of which would be rentals. This is not working with the community. This is disregarding us entirely. Let us not forget that a government that does not listen to its people risks becoming exactly what our founders warned us against. If we allow this rezoning, we abandon our responsibility to safeguard the natural beauty, open space, and neighborhood fabric that Tempe's families, present and future, depend on for their own pursuit of happiness. On this July 1st, as we honor the principles our country was founded on, I respectfully urge you to exercise your sworn duty to protect the public interest, listen to your constituents, and require any development here to truly fit the neighborhood and not profit margins. The people of Tempe have spoken, and our voices, like our country's founding promise, must not be ignored. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration and for your commitment to defending the people you serve. May we continue to stand together for a Tempe that values its green spaces, its wildlife, and the rights of the people above all else. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Alex Monti. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Alex Monti, a resident of Tempe, actually a 5th-generation resident. My grandmother was born at Good Samaritan Hospital in Phoenix in 1934. My great-great-grandmother moved from Bisbee to Phoenix in the 50s to be with her family after her husband passed. And I grew up listening to my elder stories of World War II, the Great Depression, my grandfather's work at ASU as a professor and overseas with USAID as a veterinarian. They also taught me about the character and history of Tempe as its rapid development changed the landscape of the valley. The heart and soul of Tempe is why I chose to move back after college and raise my kids and buy a home here. All that's changing now. I was left in shock and horrified by recent actions from Tempe Police Department. I hate that our city is becoming a police state. I hate that residents of Tempe are living in a state of fear. The unhoused and immigrant communities, but also peaceful protesters, journalists, and ICE watchdogs are all living in a state of constant vigilance and self-protection. This is not the welcoming and liberal city in which my family raised me. It feels like we're at war, being over-policed, detained, brutalized, and incarcerated at unprecedented rates by our own government. At least within my lifetime, I cannot remember a time when so many people were under attack by state forces, or their housing threatened by skyrocketing rent, or their very existence is now considered illegal. I worry about the rise of fascism. It's no exaggeration to say that our government, federally and locally in Tempe, are creeping faster towards authoritarianism, militarization, racial and ethnic superiority, suppression of opposition, the dismantling of democratic processes, and the dangerous cult of Trump's leadership. These are the telltale signs of the rise of fascism. All these national factors are being replicated at the local level here in Tempe. Our mayor and city council ignore or circumvent democratic processes, like when you guys broke the meeting laws during the Coyote Arena talks, or like now when you're trying to push things through without any public comment. The city manager, Rosa Inchausti, is running Tempe as a police state, increasing surveillance and weaponizing the police force to try to silence opposition. You can see the case Austin versus City of Tempe, Austin Davis versus City of Tempe, and also Rosa Inchausti's operational center that has surveillance all over the city 24/7. Also, federal enforcement and ICE are now conducting raids in Tempe, causing many businesses like the Berta's restaurants, Food City, grocery stores, and Arizona Mills Mall, and whole neighborhoods like Guadalupe to go dark and quiet. This is not the Tempe I grew up in and love. This is not a country in which I feel safe anymore. I beg elected leaders and public employees in Tempe to choose to not go Nazi, as the anti-fascist American journalist Dorothy Thomas warned us in 1941 after meeting Hitler. Her description of a person that's likely to follow...
I'm sorry. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Once again, please, no clapping. Please, please. I'm asking very nicely. Please, we have to get through all this. The next speaker I have is Dr. Dwayne McIntosh. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Dr. Dwayne McIntosh, and my city of residence is Gilbert, but I own a business here in the city of Tempe. And first of all, I'd like to say thank you to all of the council and mayor and vice mayor. The reason that I came to speak today is because, you know, I have a heat relief. We've been doing this for 2 years in the city of Tempe as a community service. And we're not being paid, we're not being compensated, not anything. In fact, we're providing all of that. The problem is that I don't feel like the city is supportive of us enough. We just had today, and it brings tears to my eyes, a young lady who almost died in our back, outside of our back door, right? Swollen feet, and she was afraid to go to the hospital. We had to actually coach her into doing that. By the way, I want to say, Mr. Mayor, thank you for returning my call on Saturday. I know you're a very busy man and a family man, but I want to say that gave me hope. And what I'm asking you all to do is to think about your family that's out there in that heat, sweltering heat, with no water, no place to go, right? And I think that we as human beings, I don't care, I live in Gilbert, but you know what? These are human beings, these are lives. It doesn't matter what city they're in. I think we owe it to them as a community, as human beings, to help them in any way that we can. And I would ask that you look at the resources that are already out there. I don't believe that the city, the resources that are available is really being utilized to the fullest extent to serve those who are not being served. So I'm not here to point fingers. I'm here to plead for help, to help those who are less fortunate. I'm a native of Arizona. I know what it feels like to be unprivileged, unheard. And I'm asking you, let me and let you be the voice of those folks who truly, truly, desperately need us now. I looked at the stats, and I hope you look at them. Look at how many heat-related deaths was in the city of Tempe. Not Maricopa, just look at Tempe, and it's alarming. Even one death is too many. And I would ask and plead with you to look at how can we make it more accessible and get more people involved in getting the help that they truly need. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Nolan Williams. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Nolan Williams. I'm a middle school teacher who lives here in Tempe in Daly Park. I'm up here today because I want to voice my support for the traffic enforcement cameras. When I heard that there were over 2,000 people running red lights, people going dangerously over the speed limit in the first month that it was implemented, I thought that was shockingly much higher than I expected. Traffic enforcement is difficult and dangerous. Having people speed makes our streets unsafe, but having all enforcement be done by police officers who are unfortunately occasionally prone to prejudice or bad days or conflicts with the people that they're policing that may lead to arrests or altercations, or as we've seen too often, deaths. Limiting as much in-person, prejudicial, or discretionary enforcement of traffic is, I think, the highest priority. And so I would ask that the City Council continue to support the traffic cameras that get red lights and dangerous speeders, and to take that money and invest it in better design for our roads, because good design makes people drive slower, and enforcement is only a Band-Aid. I would also like to ask that you oppose the new permitting rule, or at least scale it back so that it's something reasonable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Kelly Choyu. I think I just saw her. Oh, there she is. Yes. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Mayor, Council, City Manager. My name is Kelly Scholler. I am the Vice Chair of the Desert Conservation Commission. Unfortunately, I could not be present for the work study in April. I want to say thank you to Alex Squared, hopefully they're behind me, for the presentation. I just want to share my 2 cents and how other people feel. I believe over 80 of the respondents support mountain biking and the mountain biking jump area. They also support the rock climbing area. It's good for mental health. It's good for physical health. I also know that the A on Hayden Butte was discussed as well. I am in support of removing that. I know it's unpopular. I did graduate from ASU, but I just want to put it out there and let you know how I feel. Second part, Rosa, congratulations on being appointed and your raise that is very well deserved. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Marion Choyu. Is she there? Oh, okay. Thank you. All right, she's withdrawing. It's going to go really quickly back. Madam Clerk, have we found Pastor Andre Miller?
I have not heard anything from staff if he's here.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, just wanted to make sure before I move to the next portion of the meeting. Thank you. All right, let's see, is there anyone else who wishes to speak during public appearances? Once again, if you're speaking on other items, those will be taken later in the meeting, but does anyone else wish to speak during general public appearances? If so, please get my attention now. Oh, yes, please come forward. Yes, yes. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, sir. My name is Alexander. I am in Scottsdale, southern Scottsdale, but my job and, well, but my job and general life brings me into Tempe constantly, also ASU, alumni graduate. I mainly just wanted to voice my worry with the permit restructuring for groups, which is worrisome direction. And secondly, sorry.
No, take your time, we're good.
How do I put this? I love this city. I truly do. I've gone across country in my job. I've been everywhere. I hate everywhere else, and I'm gonna probably die here because I just can't stand anywhere else. I just worry about the general trend I'm seeing in this, well, the whole metropolitan area, but Tempe, I guess specifically. There was ICE raids last month, like 36 people to launch a raid, which I would like to see whether or not that would violate this new statute on groups being over a certain amount. I love this place and I love the people, and I'm just worried in the way things are going. I'm worried things seem to be getting hotter. The government seems to be coming down harder. I was a part of groups in college that they're currently deporting, Palestinian groups specifically, and I'm just afraid the city wouldn't protect me, and I'm afraid that the people at this, well, council wouldn't care if I got black-bagged or my friends got black-bagged. I'm just worried, and I would like not to be anymore about my government and my fellow people and residents. That's all I have to say, sir.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak on item number 6, public appearances? Yes, please. Yes, please come forward and state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Robert Dale. I'm from Phoenix. The concerns I would share with the council today are regarding Ordinance O2025.25, specifically pages 3, 4, 6, 10, 13, 14, and 16. You would declare unlawful any special event conducted without express government permission. You would include among the restricted events entertainment, amusement, festivals, and parades. Those are from pages 3 and 4. But according to page 3, your definition of a parade is separate from these other restrictable parameters. Parades are defined separately from entertainment, festivals, amusements, all that stuff. And it's so loosely worded that it would include a peaceable assembly on a sidewalk. Unlawful, right? And we got the handout, I got the handout that said, oh no, that's not the case, they go through the police like normal. The concern that I'm sharing is the wording of the ordinance itself seems to disagree with the handout that I was given when I walked in to show you these concerns. The wording itself, even though you may not have meant it to be that way, seems like it could be rife for abuse against peaceful, lawful demonstrations of 30 people on a sidewalk. Parades includes public sidewalks. We can't gather on a sidewalk if we're 30 strong without permission. You do not get to act as the arbiters of peaceful assembly. That is the domain of the American public. You do not get to define peaceful assembly as an unlawful by way of condescendingly relabeling common sense as if your constituents are too stupid to identify the cowardice in the language you use. In short, you do not get to curtail my or any of our First Amendment rights. And should this pass, I promise to be the 31st participant of a peaceful, unlawful assembly against it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up, All right. Please, we're going to be here all night, please. I'm just trying to get us through this. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address the council under item number 6? Please get my attention. Yep. Yep. Do you want to come? Yes. Mayor Holman?
You just have to say, state your name and city of residence, sir.
Please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hugh Hallman, the city of Tempe, lifelong resident of North Tempe, and I think you're doing a great job, so thank you. I'll start with that. Are there things you have to deal with on a daily basis, problems to solve? Absolutely. But anybody who equates this city council or the police force with Nazis knows not only not you or our police force, but doesn't know who Nazis are. Having spent much of my life in countries that are part of the former Soviet Union and places that have been occupied by Nazis, I do know who they are. That's the reason I thought I should stand here, because Mayor Woods, Vice Mayor Garland, and members of the Tempe City Council, I do appreciate the chance to address you tonight on a very short little bit. I do know that you're not seeking to stop peaceful protests that are protected by the First Amendment. We do understand what the issues are in our public parks. This evening, I'm here actually to sort of pay homage to a first item, item 8A3, which speaks to a gift by Jerry Brock and the Jerry Brock Foundation. I believe Mr. Brock, an otherwise very humble man who shies away from public speaking, might actually agree to step up here and address you a little later. So I have been asked by him and my family to speak to you on the second item, item 8C7, which is the park issue. Mr. Brock asked me to add, and I'm adding for myself, that we support what you're doing. Those of us who have worked to improve the lives of others sometimes need to do so with the humility to understand that behavior is very hard to change, and bad behavior often is the most difficult to change. As Mr. Brock would tell you, he knows this from personal experience. He drank to excess too often until July 28th, 1978, when he gave up alcohol. 78. I did the math, and your daughter was born a year later. And he knows it because it was just before he was born. Mr. Brock addressed this challenge the hard way, alone. I, on the other hand, while I am not myself an addict for alcohol or drugs, unless you count caffeine, have had family members who have suffered, including committing suicide and on occasion becoming unsheltered. So I've spent nearly 30 years working to build workforce and affordable housing to reduce the likelihood that families will lose their homes from unaffordability. And I've worked in drug and alcohol rehabilitation and avoidance efforts the entire time. And because some people like to take my comments and my work out of context, let me assure you, all of it has been done without compensation.
I'm sorry, that's time.
Absolutely. I will tell you, Mr. Brock's gift this evening is accompanied by a gift for $2 million to go to TCAA
Thank you.
for homelessness.
All right, next up here, is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address the council under item number 6? Please get my attention. All right, seeing none, I'm going to move to the consent agenda here, which is item number 7. Okay, later. Okay, great, thank you. All right, item number 7, consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda will be considered as a group and will be enacted with one motion by the City Council unless an item is removed for separate consideration. Members of the public may remove public hearing items for separate consideration. Public hearing items are designated as public hearing item at the beginning of the item title. Council members may remove any item for separate consideration or to declare a conflict of interest. If a council member would like to declare a conflict at this time, the city clerk will provide the council member with a disclosure form.
I do.
Oh. Okay. Yes, well, Councilmember Hodge?
Yes, I need to pull item 7C10, and that's the IGA with Tempe Union.
7C10, okay. And as a note, I know that item 7C12 is also being removed for separate consideration as well. All right, just a note here too, if you wish to speak on a public hearing item, please visit the public speaker sign-in table at the back of the room. Let staff know which item you would like to speak on so your name can be added to the speaker list and you can receive a speaker number. I will call your name when it is your turn to speak during the public comment portion of that item. This evening, the consent agenda is listed as miscellaneous items 7A1 through 7A13, awards of bids and contracts, items 7B1 through 7B22, and resolutions, items 7C1 through 7C15, with the following exceptions. Item 7B10 must be pulled so I can read a correction into the record related to the fiscal impact section. Item 7C2 is being removed from the consent agenda. It will be considered separately by the City Council immediately after the vote on item 8C1 on the non-consent agenda. And item 7C12, as I noted before, as a public speaker request and will also be pulled for separate consideration by the City Council. Once again, any agenda item designated as public hearing item can be removed by a member of the public for separate consideration. If anyone would like to have a public hearing item removed, please get my attention now. Okay, seeing none, I'll look to the council here. Are there any other items that you'd like to have removed from the consent agenda for separate consideration? All right, seeing none, I will look for a motion to approve the consent agenda as listed with the exceptions of items 7B10.
Second.
7B10, 7C2, 7C10, and 7C12. So once again, with the exception of items 7B10, 7C2, 7C10, and 7C12. Who moved? You moved?
No, he moved that second.
Councilmember Keating moved. Who was the second?
I second.
Oh, seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Okay. Please vote. And that item passes 7-0. All right, next up here, we're going to go with the items that were removed for separate consideration. Let's first go to item 7B10. And that item is to approve one-year contract renewals with ACT Towing Incorporated, DBA All City Towing, Apache Sand Service Center Incorporated, and Professional Towing and Recovery LLC for vehicle towing services utilized by the Police and Public Works Departments. There's been a correction, as I noted, to the fiscal impact section for this item. Funds for the payment of these services will come from the general fund, cost center 3322, which is fleet service maintenance. I will now read the full corrected fiscal impact statement into the record. The total combined city cost for this one-year contract shall not exceed $100,000. Costs associated with police-initiated tows are the responsibility of the vehicle owner and have a combined annual estimated market value of $1,800,000. For costs incurred by the city, sufficient funds have been budgeted in the general fund, cost center 3322, for the anticipated expenditure in the current fiscal year and future fiscal years, contingent upon City Council approval of the city's annual budget. Council, any comments or discussion? Okay, that item's been moved by Councilmember Hodge. Do I have a second? Seconded by Vice Mayor Garland. Please vote. And that item is approved 7-0. All right, next up here, item 7C2. Do I have to now wait, I guess, until we get to the non-consent agenda to approve that? Okay, just wanted to make sure. All right, item 7C10 was removed by Councilmember Hodge. And that item is to adopt a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an intergovernmental agreement between the Tempe Union High School District and the City of Tempe to support an additional 3.5 school-based intervention programming positions funded entirely by the district through an alternative funding source. Yes, Councilmember Hodge?
Yeah, I want to tell the reason why I pulled it is because I am a Tempe Union High School Governing Board member, and that is a conflict of interest for me to vote on it on City Council, and that's why I will be sustaining tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Does anyone have any comments or questions on item 7C10? Okay, it's been moved by Vice Mayor Garland and seconded by Councilmember Adams. Please vote. And that item passes 6-0 with Councilmember Hodge abstaining. Next up, item 7C12. which is to adopt a resolution approving of and authorizing the mayor to execute the First Amendment to the amended and restated agreement between the City of Tempe and the Tempe Coalition for Affordable Housing, revising the relationship, responsibilities, and funding amounts between the city and the coalition for funds related to the city's Hometown for All initiative. I know that first of all, I'll see if there's any comments by city staff. I don't think I see any here, but any comments by council members on item 7C12? Okay, so I do have one public comment here from David Sokolowski. Is he in the queue?
Yes, he is, and I've enabled his mic so he can unmute himself.
Okay, Mr. Sokolowski?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and city for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is David Sokolowski. I live in Tempe. I wanted to know why the city would cap funding to a nonprofit that is dedicated to the creation of affordable housing at a time when we have a severe housing crisis. Half our city is cost burdened by rent, so why would we want a $2 million limit when we need all the help we can get? Is the city planning to cut funding for affordable housing? And is there an explanation from city staff?
Sure, actually, I can answer that question myself, Mr. Sokolowski, appreciate that. The prime reason is because back in January, so a lot of folks remember that there was a bill that was signed into law that basically does not allow the city of Tempe to any longer collect residential rental taxes. So the city of Tempe, as of January 1st of this year, lost $20 to $21 million in annual funding, and therefore all departments had to take an across-the-board cut to ensure that we could still afford to do everything we need to do to pay all of our employees and make sure that no one department took a tremendous hit. So that is the reason for this. At the end of the day, obviously, there's a couple of things. One, the City of Tempe residents, by a nearly 70% vote, approved a $32 million bond question this past November 5th. So we will get $8 million each year for the next 4 years, which will be used to increase the stock of affordable and workforce housing in the community. We also are having some conversations internally as well to see if any of that money can be put into some kind of a permanent endowment to make sure that the money continues to grow, so it isn't just simply spent at one time and is gone, but frankly that money continues to grow in perpetuity, so we always have a consistent revenue stream. But obviously at the point that we find a way to kind of replace some of the revenue, but $20 million is clearly not a drop in the bucket, but when we can find a way to replace a lot of that money, we obviously as a council can come back and talk about how we can actually add some additional money back in. But the main issue is losing that $20 million was a tremendous hit to the city, and all of the departments across the city agreed to give a little bit to ensure that we could actually still fund each and every department and all of the city employees who work here. So that quick thing though, this is also, I want to make sure too, I want to see if there's anyone else in the audience who'd like to address the council on this item. If so, please get my attention. All right, seeing none, is there a motion? Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Keating and seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Please vote. And that item passes 7-0. All right, that brings me then, let me give this one back over here. That brings me to the non-consent agenda, which is item number 8. All items listed on the non-consent agenda will be considered separately. Agenda items scheduled for introduction and first public hearing will be heard but will not be voted upon at this meeting. Agenda items scheduled for second public hearing and final adoption will be voted upon tonight. Council members who may have a conflict of interest may abstain from voting on a matter, and the city clerk will provide the council members with a disclosure form at this time. Once again, as I mentioned, I'm going to move some of these items a little out of order this evening to make sure we can, if we have outside speakers or a lot of members from the public who are actually going to be speaking, I want to make sure that they have an opportunity. So first of all, the first item we're going to be taking this evening is item 8A1. Where did that go? Hold on here, which is to introduce and hold the second and final public hearing to receive public comment on and to approve a resolution to authorize the annual Community Development Block Grant Action Plan for fiscal year 2025-2026 with approval of the funding activities, the consolidated plan for fiscal years 2025 through 2029, and the adoption of the 2025 Citizen Participation Plan, and requests authorization to proceed with all actions necessary or appropriate to implement and administer these plans. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor. I'm Dennis Newber, and I'm the Housing Services Manager of Community Health and Human Services. With me is Jessica Gonzalez, Neighborhood Revitalization Coordinator, and we'll be talking about this proposal before you tonight. Oh, now can you hear me? Okay, yes, thank you very much. On behalf of the Community Health and Services Department, I bring to you tonight a resolution authorizing the city manager to file for funds for the federal government, particularly the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, for community development block grant funds. Every 5 years, we're required to go through a process whereby we take an in-depth look at the state of housing in the community that affects persons principally of low to moderate income. In addition to that, we're required to look at the various funding sources that can be used to help to address the needs of affordable housing under the guise of community development, generally speaking. This resolution tonight basically sets forth what we've done in terms of a review over a period of 1 year, taking a look at housing and community development needs and trying to figure out the best way of how to fund those needs and how to continue the process of developing affordable housing as well as addressing community development needs in the community. There was a discussion just a few moments ago, and I want to point out the foresight of this council in terms of recognition that with regard to what you've been reading about federal funds lately, there's some movement, and the movement that suggested is largely in a negative sort of matter. But the work that you have done collectively over the years, and particularly with the bond, to try to recognize and to try to fund activities that will address affordable housing is very much appreciated, and it will go a long ways towards helping to address the gaps that we think are going to be happening in the next few years. Jessica will be talking specifically about what's in the consolidated plan, the process that we use to come up with what we're recommending, and then we'll both be available for questions afterwards.
Thank you.
Are they loading the PowerPoint?
Oh, we're waiting for the PowerPoint now. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Woods, Vice Mayor, council members, and Ms. Inchausti. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. As demonstrated on the screen, our work is deeply connected to your strategic priorities and associated performance measures. Today, I'll be walking you through 3 important items: our 5-year consolidated plan, this year's annual action plan, and the 2025 citizen participation plan. These are key documents that guide how we use federal funding to support housing services and infrastructure. The public comment period for these plans started on June 7th and will remain open until July 8th. I'll give a brief overview of each of the plans, highlight some of the key priorities, and discuss our public outreach process. Before we get started, I want to share a few takeaways on the consolidated plan process. This plan sets the city's vision for improving quality of life in Tempe, especially around housing and community development. It is a requirement from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and as Dennis stated, every 5 years we're asked to take a big picture look at what our community needs are and then lay out how we propose to meet those needs. This plan also identifies federal funding sources that will make this work possible over the next 5 years. Before we take a deeper dive, I want to give you a quick overview of the 3 federal fund sources that support our housing and community development work here in Tempe. All 3 fund sources are allocated by HUD and are tied to the consolidated plan process. The Community Development Block Grant helps us fund a wide range of community needs to include housing repairs, neighborhood improvements, and services that benefit low to moderate income households. For fiscal year 25-26, we expect to receive just over $1.53 million. That's about $87,000 less than we received last fiscal year. The HOME program focuses specifically on creating affordable housing opportunities. The city is a member of the Maricopa County Consortium, and through that partnership, Tempe expects to receive just over $400,000 for fiscal year 25-26, representing a reduction of approximately $26,000 from last fiscal year. The Emergency Solutions Grant is designed to assist individuals and families quickly regain stability in permanent housing after experiencing a housing crisis. In fiscal year 2020-2021, the city qualified for the ESG formula funding allocation for the first time, receiving just over $150,000 last fiscal year. Tempe did not qualify for this funding source in fiscal year 25-26, leaving a gap in funding to address these very critical needs. So each of these fund sources serve a unique purpose, but they're all critical to helping us meet the goals laid out in our plans. Because of the population size of the city of Tempe, the city is considered an entitlement agency, and that means that we receive community development block grant funds directly from HUD, making the city responsible for investing in areas and services that are strategic and align with our community needs. One very important requirement tied to the administration of these funds is the completion of a 5-year strategic plan, also known as the Consolidated Plan. Through this strategic planning process, we were able to assess citywide needs, specifically the needs of low and moderate income households and neighborhoods, and develop priorities to address those needs. A big part of this process is public involvement, and that's where the Citizen Participation Plan plays a role. The plan explains how Tempe will engage residents, gather feedback, and involve the community in every step from planning to implementation. It also outlines how we'll handle public input if we need to make changes to the consolidated plan or annual action plan in the future. In the past, we have followed Maricopa County's citizen participation framework, but we're now ready to move forward with a Tempe-specific plan, one that reflects our own local needs and voices. Today, we will be asking Council to adopt this new draft so it can guide how we include residents in program design and decision-making moving forward. Our 5-year strategic plan or consolidated plan is carried out through annual action plans. Each year, we break the larger goals into a 1-year roadmap for implementation. The plan we're discussing today, the 25-26 annual action plan, is the first action plan of this new 5-year cycle. As mentioned, the consolidated plan process is tied to a robust public outreach component. So during the planning process, we placed an emphasis on reaching residents with low and moderate incomes. Outreach was targeted and intentional, making sure we included voices that are traditionally underrepresented by soliciting input from over 1,000 Housing Choice Voucher participants through direct email communication. We hosted a series of 4 public meetings to create space for open conversation and community input. We also launched a community-wide survey that was promoted on the Housing Services webpage, social media, and direct outreach through community networks. We received in total 30 thoughtful responses reflecting a range of perspectives and community priorities. And to reach as many residents as possible, we published our community meeting notices in the Arizona Republic and La Voz newspapers. We ran them in both English and Spanish, making sure residents had equal access to the information. We continue to encourage input and feedback relative to these draft plans with the public comment period running through July 8th. Public outreach and city council priorities have guided the development of 5 consolidated plan goals. The housing goal is intended to increase and preserve affordable rental and homeowner housing opportunities for low and moderate income households, my apologies. The public services goal is intended to provide public and community services that support and serve vulnerable residents, to include shelter operations. The economic development goal will promote economic growth by supporting low and moderate income small business owners. I'm sorry, this slide keeps advancing on its own.
It's okay.
I'm not doing it on purpose. The public facilities goal will upgrade or expand public facilities and infrastructure to enhance community accessibility. And lastly, the Community Health and Human Services Department is committed to ensuring the appropriate internal controls and systems exist to effectively administer these critical services. Okay. As previously mentioned, the 25-26 Annual Action Plan is the first action plan of this new 5-year cycle and will support the goals discussed in the previous slide with the activities listed here. I'm sorry. The presentation continues to automatically.
It's a baked-in transition. I think we got the file that so you made.
Okay.
There's nothing I can do about it.
Sorry about that. With the $1.53 million that the city is anticipating to receive in community development block grant funds for this fiscal year, we intend to invest in housing rehabilitation and acquisition services, investing in homeless shelter improvements and shelter operations, investing in economic and workforce development opportunities, and allocating admin funds up to the 20% cap to ensure effective and compliant program administration. Additionally, the city expects to receive just over $400,000 in home funds through the Maricopa County Consortium and will invest those funds in the administration of a tenant-based rental assistance program administered by the Tempe Housing Authority. Next steps in this process include finalizing the public comment period, which ends July 8th, and the submission of the final plans to HUD prior to the August 15th deadline. Through July 8th, additional input is encouraged and can be submitted in writing at cdbgprograms@tempe.gov. I can pause for any questions at this time.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone on council, any comments or questions on this item? Vice Mayor Garland?
So when I was reading through the information, so none of these fundings or funds that we're receiving going to be going toward the refurbishing of the hotel in North Tempe. Is that something different that we're going to do a transitional housing for?
Yes, Vice Mayor, that is something different. CDBG funds will not be used for
Okay,
that.
so it's different funding. Okay, that's why I was just checking. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Any other comments or questions on this item?
Good job. Great job.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. All right, so let's see here. Are there any registered speakers for this item, Madam Clerk?
I've not received any for this particular item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to address the council on this item, on item 8A1? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public testimony portion of the public here. Oh, yes. Yes, on item 8A1, this one? Oh, no, I mean, if you want to come on this item that they're speaking about, you can, yes. Or are you here for item 8C7?
I just had a quick question for
Okay, I don't know if we're allowed to ask questions, Mr. City Attorney?
Mayor, you can entertain public comment from
Public
him.
comment,
He can
okay.
pose the question to
If you like
council,
public-
and you can decide if you want to pass that along to staff or not.
Okay, sure. If you want to come forward, sir, yes, and please just state your name and city of residence if you'd like to ask your question.
Yeah, my name is Stephen Schaefer, PhD, resident of Scottsdale. I was just curious what amount of that 20% towards administrative cost goes towards salaries, and how many people is that divided by?
Thank you. Please, thank you.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, under the Community Development Block Grant Program rules, we are allowed to spend up to 20% of an allocation, including program income, for the purpose of administration. Generally speaking, managing federal programs, most federal programs, I should say, including this one, provide some type of administrative fee. It is clearly not enough to operate the program, but it does offset a great deal of the amount of local tax dollars that are used to fund the program.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much.
You bet.
All right. Council members, any further comments or discussion, or do I have a motion on item 8A1? All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Adams, and I'll say seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Please vote. Oh, there we go. And that item passes 7-0. All right, the next item I'm going to move around this evening is item 8A3, which is to adopt a resolution to accept and disperse a donation from the Jerry Brock Foundation to the City of Tempe for use by the Community Services Department for rehabilitation and improvements to the Tempe Double Butte Cemetery. Council members, any comments or discussion on your end? I just have a quick comment. I just want to note, because I normally don't write things down, but obviously Jerry is an incredible person with an incredible legacy in the city. So just want to note that he is really helping to address the unsheltered population by assisting Tempe Community Action Agency, or TCAA as we call them, with its efforts to build their transitional shelter in Tempe, which is going to contain 68 transitional beds. He's also helping those who from the unsheltered who suffer from drug addiction, alcoholism, mental health, and other crises to get real help. So I'm really excited that he's going to be doing this. And I want to make sure, too, to note that Mr. Brock is making an amazing contribution of $2 million to fund that shelter project. So I wanted to thank Mr. Brock very personally for the work that you're doing here and the funding you're providing to Tempe Community Action Agency, but also for the decades of work and philanthropy that you've contributed to the city of Tempe. So I just wanted to give you a very personal thank you in front of everyone here. Is there anything you would like to say this evening?
Mayor Woods, Vice Mayor Garland, and members of the Tempe City Council. I am pleased to be invited to speak to you for a few moments. I didn't expect for this matter to be placed in the city agenda. I only thought you would make sure the check got cashed. But as you know, the $105,000 gift already provided is just the first part of $1 million gift to the city of Tempe to be used restoring the Double Butte Cemetery. My reason for contributing to my city is that my city and its people have been very good to me. While I did not attend high school, well, I'll start over with that. While I did attend Tempe High School for 3 weeks, I dropped out to return to work in the family business. Then I had a chance to start my own business that has grown in our community. The business grew in part due to the help of my friends in the city who supported me. It didn't matter that I was a high school dropout. What mattered is that while I worked hard, lots of people of Tempe supported me and my family in that effort. That is my reason to give back to its community charities. But the reason I'm providing help to the city of Tempe to restore the Double Butte Cemetery is because it is one of the most important historic sites Tempe has. It is the resting place of our city founders and many others who worked to build a community. It is time that we've reinvested in the most historic place and return it to the dignity of those who rest there.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Councilmember Adams?
Yes, I just want to personally thank Mr. Brock also for his incredible contribution. I mean, it really helps us move in the direction that we're trying to move in this city. And I'm fortunate to have him as a neighbor and a friend. And I just love you, Jerry. Thank you for everything you do for this community. It's not unnoticed. We're a better place in Tempe because of you. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Garland?
I've known about the contributions that you have made in the city of Tempe to many, many, many different organizations that are in Tempe that are helping to make the lives of our residents better. in many different ways. And so I just wanted to also say thank you so much for what you've done. When I go for a walk and I walk by your house, I always smile. And when I drive down the street and I drive by your business, I smile because I know what you've done and what you've done to contribute. And you are such an incredibly humble person that I'm sure this is just killing you to be up here and hear all this because this is not who you are. You are a caring, giving person and you've got an incredible heart. Thank you so much for being a part of Tempe and sharing that heart with Tempe. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Keating?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I thought you summed it up really well when you spoke of Mr. Brock's contribution, as did the Vice Mayor. But I'll just say, I didn't know Jerry Brock during my first campaign for office, and I didn't know him until it was that Christmas after I had taken office, and former Mayor Hallman asked me to come meet Mr. Brock at, I believe it was Ghost Ranch. And, I didn't know what the purpose of the meeting was. I kind of felt like I was being called into the principal's office. It's like, oh man, I must have messed something up here because I didn't even know former Mayor Hallman really well either. So I was definitely nervous walking into that meeting, but the purpose of the meeting was to, so Mr. Brock had asked me what organizations in the city that I felt he should give money to for the holiday season. And I was just blown away by that, and it was a sizable sum of money. So I guess I highlight that story to say this is a huge gift that he is giving the city, and it will do a lot of good with it, and we're very appreciative of it. But this is something that's been going on for years and years and years, and he's been involving city leaders in those decisions over those years. So thank you, Mr. Brock, for, as my colleague said, for your contribution to our great city. And it would be impossible to imagine Tempe without your contribution to it. So thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Hodge?
Well, I'm not going to go behind all that. I'm just going to say I'm just glad that you were a Tempe High Buffalo, even if it was for 3 weeks. Thank you so much for what you do, everything that you do.
Thank you. Councilmember Chin?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Brock, it did not surprise me when you said you were surprised that the item was on the agenda, because for years now, as several of my colleagues have pointed out, you have quietly, and with great strength, helped to solidify and contribute to many of our most vulnerable in our community. And you did it without seeking any spotlight over and over again. And this is just another example of your generosity. And I am so glad it's on the agenda so that I can publicly thank you loudly. We appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else, any further comments or questions? All right, I will look for a motion on item 883. Second. It's been moved by Councilmember Hodge and seconded by Councilmember Adams. Please vote. And that item passes 7-0. Next up here, item 8C1, to hold the second and final public hearing to adopt an ordinance amending the Tempe City Code by adding a new section, Chapter 16A, creating a requirement for a general business license for the city of Tempe. Are there any comments by city staff on item 8C1? Okay, seeing none, I've got speakers here. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Oh, and that's for the next one. Okay, thank you. Just as a note, item 8C7 will be next. Just want to let everyone know in the audience. But I'm going to go ahead and start with the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Once again, in the order in which the cards I received them. The first speaker this evening is Joe Forte. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Woods, council members, and Tempe residents. My name is Joe Forte, a Tempe resident and Tempe-based small business owner. I'm here to urge you to reject the proposed Tempe general business license. I run a home-based business to supplement my income. This license offers no support or enhancement for my business, only unnecessary fees, regulation, and paperwork. Here are 3 reasons why you should vote against this proposal. First, the proposed fees won't cover the city staff needed to manage this program, which will likely lead to fee increases further straining our businesses and city budget. Second, there are little to no benefits for our business and nonprofit community. Third, the city's stated goal of collecting business data can easily be achieved through data brokers or the Arizona Corporation Commission without burdening us. You all claim to support small businesses, but support means more than grabbing a taco at some burros. It means championing policies that make it easier to do business in Tempe. This proposal does the opposite. Mayor Woods, you've spoken out against federal tariffs with Senator Mark Kelly, calling them taxes on businesses and consumers. This license is essentially a local tariff, a tax you can control. Approving it would hurt small business owners in Tempe scraping by to keep their businesses profitable. I believe this issue is part of a larger problem. This proposal, just like the park ordinance we'll hear later, stems completely from city staff, not any council members directly. And when I've reached out, some of you said, I need to see what city staff thinks. With respect, you don't work for city staff. They work for you, and you represent us, the voters, not special interest groups like the Chamber of Commerce. Public input is overwhelmingly against this, 4-1 in written comments and clear opposition from those emailing and here present tonight. Your vote will show whether you stand with small business owners or special interests. Please reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Cindy Tavares. Is Cindy Tavares here? Okay. Then I'm going to move to the next speaker here, Nathan Madden. Is Nathan Madden here?
Mr. Mayor, I received a request that Nathan would like to speak virtually.
Okay.
So I do see them.
Sounds good.
Let me unmute. Okay. Nathan, you may unmute your mic.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Nathan Madden. I am a resident of the city of Buckeye. Mayor Woods, council members, tonight I'm here speaking today representing the many Libertarian Party members residing in your city. The Arizona Libertarian Party strongly opposes the Tempe General Business License Ordinance. This seemingly small fee is likely to increase over time, becoming a growing burden on Tempe's businesses, as has been seen in my neighboring city of Goodyear. In addition, this ordinance creates an unnecessary layer of bureaucracy, punitive late penalties, and a broad new enforcement power structure for the city. All this essentially for a database that duplicates information already available through state registrations and other existing systems. Public input for this ordinance has shown extremely low public support, with only 4 out of 22 respondents in favor. If Tempe truly wants to improve business communication and support, it should explore voluntary programs or partner with organizations like Go Local Arizona, who I believe is present tonight, and not create another mandatory government burden on your local businesses. This ordinance offers vague benefits while imposing clear costs and burdens on Tempe's business community. I strongly urge the council reject this predatory ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Neil Schneider. And I think he's meant to be virtual.
Yes, he is, and he should be able to unmute his mic.
Okay, Mr. Schneider, can you hear me? Mr. Schneider, can you hear me? Okay, I'll try one more time here. Mr. Schneider, can you hear me? If you can, please unmute your microphone. Okay. I will try to come back, but I'm going to go to the next speaker then. I have the Honorable Robert Arredondo Savage and Tom Bingy. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. I am Robin Arredondo Savage, President and CEO of the Tempe Chamber of Commerce. Very nice to be with you here, Mayor Woods, Vice Mayor Garland, Council, and Mrs. Inchausti. Very nice to see you. So I am here on behalf of, like I said, the Tempe Chamber of Commerce, and I first want to say this is something that we've been talking about in the chamber with many of our members for months. I mean, it was one of the first things that I actually had a chance to sit down with Lisette Camacho when I first came on to the Tempe Chamber of Commerce to talk a little bit about the thoughts of what this might look like in the future and how the Tempe Chamber can get involved in the process. So I want to say thank you to Lisette Camacho and her team, to Laura, and also to Jonathan Sheffield, if he's here too, to be able to, he's always had the opportunity to talk with us at our Public Policy Committee meetings, which we have every single month. We have several members on that call and able to talk about some of the different challenges, why would want to support this type of an ordinance in the city of Tempe. So like I had said before, I believe first and foremost, better data provides better support. And we really truly believe that this is a great way that we can create better data so we can understand who is in our community, what our businesses need, where the gaps are, what the trends look like, so we can best address them moving forward. I think we discovered this when I was on the other side of the table, what happens in the middle of an emergency and how we don't have those connections. We weren't able to communicate and be able to provide the right resources in the right places. And I think this will definitely change that process moving forward. I understand there's been some concerns about this being a money grab. I can't imagine that a $25 fee is anything that is considered a money grab, but I would say is any dollars that go above the maintenance of this particular ordinance would go back into the community, would go back into our business community, and I'd love to advocate for it to go back into one of our collaborative programs called Career Ready Tempe, which to me, this program, implementing this business ordinance is a direct reflection on how we can smartly work for the future. And one of the things that we need to continue to do is workforce development. And as you all know, Career Ready Tempe with our collaboration is exactly that. What it does is work for our young youth future workforce, and it partners with our local businesses that are here to be able to lend a hand, to get involved, and be able to give back their skills to our many youth that benefit from the program. To be able to have that direct funding source would be fantastic, and a great way to put our money right back into the community too. So I'd just like to say this tool definitely helps elevate all businesses, from large employers to home-based entrepreneurs. It helps, like I said, identify different gaps, trends, and opportunities in our local community, and it is smart planning for workforce development and entrepreneurship. I know those things that have been on the table for many of us. So it also allows the Tempe Chamber and the City of Tempe to better advocate more effectively for our business community by having better data. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Laura Briscoe. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Laura Briscoe. I'm actually a resident of Scottsdale, but I've been a very proud business owner in Tempe for 21 years. I have been in 3 different locations in Tempe, starting before there was a Tempe marketplace right by there, and have moved over to Mill, and then now I'm in the Maker District, which we love that you gave us a name. For those in the audience also, I am now the chairman of the board of directors for the Tempe Chamber, but I'm here as a business owner. So I went through the ordinance as it's been proposed. I think there is a lot of validity to having something in place like this. We're one of the few cities with the type of growth that we've had that hasn't had a business license, if you will, for the businesses located in Tempe. I do have a couple of questions or things for consideration for as you go through this process. One is in terms of security. There are quite a few home-based businesses that are minority-owned or women-owned that may not want their addresses publicized. So I would suggest that the database that is collected by the city maintains the privacy of the people who are home-based businesses. Secondly, as it pertains to $25 fee, I don't think that is burdensome. Anyone going into business that wants to be quote-unquote verified, $25 is a very low cost of entry. But with that, I did notice that in the ordinance, it does suggest that every location has a fee. I'm not sure that that is equitable or makes sense because it depends on the size of the location. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that goes into that. So that's just something I'd like for consideration. Thirdly, the verification, as I mentioned. As consumer confidence is threatened, in a variety of ways as we are scammed and spammed on a daily basis. I think it would be great if the license were to, if the license were to pass, that there was an opportunity for some type of verification badge to be awarded to each person so that it would be included in their marketing, their place of business, their website, whatever, to encourage consumer confidence. So that is my take and my feedback.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, I found out that Mr. Schneider is now available online. Can you hear me, Mr. Schneider? Okay, Mr. Schneider, can you hear me? Okay, I'm gonna have to keep going forward here. The next speaker I have is Gina Chacon. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, my name is Gina Chacon, and I am a resident of Tempe, and I'm here to speak against the proposed general business license. My husband and I live in Tempe with our kids, and together we do run a small general contracting company out of our office, which is also in Tempe. Our business is our family's livelihood, and it's built on serving this community with honest, affordable work. When we chose to base our company in Tempe, it was because this city was welcoming to small businesses like ours. No general business license meant less red tape, letting us focus on what matters, our clients, our projects, and of course our family. But this proposed license changes that. I see no benefit to it as a business owner. It's just more fees and paperwork piled onto an already heavy load that I myself manage. We operate on tight margins. Every extra cost, whether it's a license fee or time spent on compliance, cuts into our ability to keep our business running and our prices fair. If this license passes, we'll have no choice but to pass those costs on to our customers. These are hardworking Tempe families, many struggling to afford home repairs or renovations as it is. Raising prices hurts them, and it hurts us when they turn elsewhere. I'm asking you to consider small business owners like me, raising our kids here, investing in this community. This license doesn't help us grow or serve Tempe. It only adds burdens that make it harder to survive. Please keep Tempe a place where family businesses like ours can thrive. Vote no on the general business license. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Vincent Chacon. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Vincent Chacon, owner of CMP General Contracting and Complete Maintenance Pros, proudly based in Tempe. I'm here to speak in opposition to proposed general business license. The proposal is not just about a $25 fee. It represents an additional administrative and financial burden placed on small businesses that are already fulfilling numerous obligations. As a business owner, I already contribute significantly to TPT tax, a combined state and county sales tax, annual licensing fees through the Arizona Department of Revenue, and also roughly $400 of payroll taxes, which over annual is $20,000. Introducing another fee and registry without clearly defined benefits or measurable improvements sends the wrong message to small business owners who invested into Tempe's success. Our industry, construction and skilled trades, plays a vital role in maintaining and improving the infrastructure that supports our city. We are builders and problem solvers who keep Tempe functioning and moving forward. If the city is looking to support small businesses, I encourage the council to focus on streamlining permit processes, which we have a lot of issues with here in the city of Tempe. We are already meeting high standards of compliance and contribution. We should not further burden just for doing business. I respectfully urge you to vote no to the proposed general business license. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Daniel McManus. Is Mr. McManus here? Okay, seeing no one, I'm going to move then to Eric Fowler. Is Eric Fowler here? Oh, yes. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Eric Fowler from Chandler. Good evening, Mayor Woods and council members. As the chair of the Maricopa County Libertarian Party, I'm back to oppose this new tax scheme pushed by the Financial Services Director. After reviewing the ordinance text, more than half of it focuses on enforcement mechanism and penalty actions against businesses. This reveals the true intent, creating a punitive revenue stream not supporting public safety. Here's the economic reality. Small businesses are our only job creators. Federal data shows small businesses have created 70% of net new jobs since 2019 and contributed 55% of total net job creation from 2013 to 2023. Over the past 25 years, small businesses generated 12.9 million net new jobs, accounting for 2 out of every 3 jobs added to the economy. You're literally proposing to tax the only sector growing our employment base. The math reveals the program's true purpose. It's not really about revenue, it's about control. $25 a year from the estimated 30,000 businesses equals $750,000, a drop in the bucket for the city budget. But you'll need staff to process those 30,000 applications annually, maintain databases, handle renewals, conduct enforcements, process violations, and manage appeals. This creates a massive bureaucratic apparatus whose primary function will be harassing small businesses. When the administrative machinery costs more than the revenue it generates, you're not running a business program, you're running a punishment system. The extensive enforcement provisions in this ordinance prove that it's not about supporting businesses, it's about creating leverage over them. Phoenix proves the entire apparatus is unnecessary. They maintain excellent public safety without burdening 30,000 businesses with annual paperwork, fees, and compliant threats. This program will consume city resources that could be used for actual public services, all to create a system designed to extract money from and control our job creators. This will drive away exactly the entrepreneurs that we need. When small firms accounted for 28.5% of net job increases in the past recent quarters, every regulatory barrier that we create attacks employment growth. Phoenix focuses on core services rather than harassing job creators. To the council members who recognize the proposal's flaws, your constituents will remember your courage over conformity. This is an opportunity to stand with Tempe's job creators instead of against them. Don't let the Financial Services Department revenue schemes force you into supporting something that will harm the very people that are driving our local economy. I urge you to reject this unnecessary, privacy invasive, punitive, and economically harmful proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Hunter Anderson. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Hunter Anderson. I'm a proud resident of Tempe, Arizona, and I'm here today to express my opposition to the proposed general business license. It is my belief that this body should be focused on finding ways to eliminate taxes, regulations, and fees for the businesses that truly serve as a backbone for our community, instead of adding yet another barrier between them and success. I've heard some of my neighbors here tonight state that it's only $25 a year, and while that may be true, I think it sends a message to the community that our bloated city government knows how to put business owners on a path to success better than they do. Basic economics shows us that the cost of doing business is passed on to the consumers, many of whom are your constituents that are already facing out of control prices as it is. Local business owners that I speak to aren't waiting around for better communication from their city government or more city services or any of the other supposed benefits of this license. They're focused on growing their businesses in the best way that they know how. Like all of you, I want Tempe to be the best place to achieve the American dream. I believe this legislation is a misguided way to achieve that and should be voted against by my elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Kelly Shoyu. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Kelly Scholier. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to express my concern about the proposed general business license and more specifically, how it would apply to nonprofit organizations. At its core, I understand the city's goal, wanting to streamline communications and improve regulatory compliance. I know one of the main points being raised in support of this proposal is that it would make it easier for the city to track who is operating in Tempe. I agree that accountability is important, but I also believe there are other ways to achieve this without adding an unnecessary burden to nonprofits and businesses. The city already has tools at its disposal to communicate with organizations through existing permitting processes, grant records, and state federal databases. A blanket license isn't the only path forward. Many of these organizations operate on small budgets, relying on donations and volunteers. Even a small licensing fee isn't just another box to check, it's a real cost that could have gone towards operations. I also want to point out that these organizations already comply with multi-layers of regulation, from the IRS to the state of Arizona, to targeted city licenses and permits when necessary. Adding a general business license on top of that feels duplicative and burdensome. It risks discouraging grassroots efforts and volunteer-led initiatives that don't have the time or resources to deal with additional red tape. I urge the council to reconsider this proposal, or at the very least, to carve out a clear exemption for 501c3 organizations and other nonprofits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all the speakers I have on that item this evening. Is there anyone else wishing to address the council on the general business license item? Yes, please come forward. State your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi there, my name is Amanda Reef. I am a resident of Tempe, and I'm not actually here today for this, but I'm glad that I happen to be here for this ordinance because I am also a small business owner myself, and I opened my home bakery. I'm a cake decorator, so I opened my home bakery out of my own home in Tempe back in 2022, and let me tell you, it's just me. It is hard to keep up with all of the little registrations and fees and yearly things that come up just to keep my small business running. I'm not an accountant, I'm a creative. That's why I am doing cake decorating and trying to do that. But just having one more little fee to keep track of, it really just makes things so much harder. And let me tell you, when I did my taxes this year, I just about cried. I know it seems that like if you have a small business or any business that you should be able to handle just a $25 fee, but it isn't just really about $25, and it really just is one more little drop in the bucket that I can't do or pay for or provide for myself when I'm already struggling as a small business owner. So I just want to express that concern as someone who's really just trying to do it all on my own, that this would just be a hindrance and another legality and paperwork thing to just keep track of that just makes it harder for small businesses to get going and get their foot off the ground in the first place. So thank you for hearing me. Have a good night.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing? Yes, please come forward. State your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes. Oh, sure.
Hello, Council. Jason Turnquist. I'm a Tempe City resident over southern Tempe, like rural and, what is that? Southern and rural, sorry. So I am up here because I strongly oppose the licensing of any small business. I don't think it's fair. This young lady up here, she had some very good input that I thought was very helpful for you guys. But when I started my business, it was very much a similar situation. I was an ASU student. I had recently graduated. I was living in an apartment in South Tempe, and I started my business with $250. And when you're starting a business, once you've been in business for 15 years, like myself, like it doesn't seem like that big of a deal. But when you're just starting and it's just you, there's so many different things that you're trying to think about, and you're trying to navigate all that. And so I think adding the additional burden of a license, it's really unnecessary. And I see Tempe as kind of like the rising startup capital of the Valley, and I think that's very important. And I think ultimately sending a message that, oh, you have to have this license, which can affect nonprofits, it can solopreneurs, all these different groups, and it really doesn't benefit them at all. Unless there was some kind of marketing component that helps them get business, then maybe there could be some benefit, but it doesn't do any of that. So I know you have a lot of other speakers, so I'm not going to take any more time, but thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, please come forward. State your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Howdy, y'all. I'm really glad I came here tonight because I did not know about this business ordinance, and I'm a small business owner that's based out of Tempe. So this is great because this will affect me. Not that it's all about me, but I strongly oppose this. This is a terrible idea. The real reason you guys have issues communicating with small businesses is because your website is terrible. I have tried to file my TPT taxes on there. It took me 5 hours to figure out how to even do that, how to pay. I know there's videos online. I saw the Facebook posts. They're very hard to find. There is misleading language on all of your FAQ pages about when to pay the TPT renewal license. I was fined a $100 late fee for not filing it because it says you need to file it before January 1st, but it doesn't say it's actually between December 15th and January 1st of the previous year. So I thought I had a full year annual license for the TPT, and I actually didn't. I had to renew it, and I ended up paying a $100 late fee. All this to say, this $25 additional fee to start a small business when I'm already trying to figure out how to do that is very frustrating. It's not helpful. It makes me dislike the city of Tempe. It makes me not want to open a business here. In fact, I am moving my small business to Mesa for many reasons, but I would not want to open a small business here if there's a $25 fee in addition to the $60 TPT license for every single location, including if I do a market in Scottsdale, I have to pay an additional fee to do that, I believe. I don't know. It was hard to figure out. So that is all I wanted to say. Sorry, this is impulsive. I'm glad I came here tonight, though, because I found out about it. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Oh, yes, Ms. Justice? Please come forward and state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Darlene Justice. I live in North Tempe. I did not plan on speaking on this, but I will tell you, Tempe is the friendly business city. We are also the home of ASU. Innovative people come out of ASU and are starting small businesses. I'm concerned the Chamber talked about gathering data. What about having a voluntary program? What will be offered from them having this license? You know, what are they going to get back? What type of help will they get in that? If you're just making a database, I have concerns with that. I do not think it should be mandatory when Tempe is doing so well and small businesses are thriving here. I can see that it's another thing to do, the $25, but when you start getting into these fees, you know, a lot of places don't send you letters anymore that you have to do something by a certain date. They're sending emails, and not everyone gets their email, and all of a sudden you have a big fine on top of that. I don't think Tempe needs to impose that on small businesses. If there are complaints and things like that, hopefully that could go through Chamber of Commerce or to the city if someone's really being bad. Is there going to be watching these businesses that apply? I think Tempe should really think this over again. It's a great place to live and a great place to start out for a lot of young people and older people that need help again. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone? Yes, please come forward. State your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Wright. I live in Tempe. I am co-founder and president of a small nonprofit, Women for Women Tempe, and we provide pads and tampons to women who can't afford them. And I'm telling you, $25 is a lot of money to us. I was just notified that our rental and one of our storage units is going up $30. We're all volunteers, so all of our money goes into just two storage units and everything that we provide for women. And so I'm telling you, I'm opposed to this, just because financially, small nonprofits, $25 is a bunch of money. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience? Yes, please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Stephen Schaefer, PhD, resident of Scottsdale. I would just like to ask the council to consider that you said that it's just $25 to apply for it. $25 seems to be the magic number for a lot of these things. But what is the cost for non-compliance? What kinds of fees and such do you impose? I'm not familiar with it because I wasn't planning on speaking it tonight, but everybody that has spoken about how the $25 is kind of a burden. But what is the cost for if you forget? Thank you.
Thank you. We can definitely bring staff up to answer that. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address the council on this item? If so, please get my attention. All right, seeing none, I'll close the public testimony portion of the public hearing. I know there were a couple of questions here. Can I have a member of staff who might want to join us up here?
I want to ask Eric before you did.
Oh, yes, sure, Councilmember Hodge?
Yes. Eric, can you, it was a question about the nonprofits and the fact of the fees, the business fee. Can you explain that more in depth? Thank you.
Mayor, Councilmember Hodge, there is an exemption under the code section that provides an exemption for religious veteran or civic service organizations that are on 4 or fewer occurrences during a calendar year conduct business in the city for a bona fide nonprofit purpose and maintain an exempt status under 501c3. So that would likely exempt a lot of nonprofits. If there's more than that, it's not for certain. And I'll point out that conducting business means that you're engaging in activity that's subject to transaction privilege tax. For example, the person who mentioned donating things, that wouldn't be something subject to the transaction privilege tax, so that would not be considered conducting business. So,
okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. It's an important clarification. Thank you so much. I guess the question I had was to the last gentleman who spoke regarding the sort of penalties. So what would that look like, whatever, if someone did not comply with the general business license?
Yeah, excuse me. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We currently right now have a 50% license fee penalty built in for any licenses that are not renewed timely. So it would be a $12.50 penalty in addition to the $25 license fee. That's what's in our ordinance.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Anyone else have any other? Yes, Councilmember Adams?
Yes. Is there any way we could have it where, like, the first year of the business, that they don't have to pay it just because they're getting started? And we really want to encourage new businesses to Tempe and let them get their, the feet on the ground and then move forward after that.
We do have a, what we're administratively including is like a sign-up period for free. So the first 5 months of the license beginning August 1st to the end of this calendar year. If a business signs up, there will be no fee at all. If they choose to sign up after the first of the year, then they will be responsible for the $25 fee. But if they sign up within the first 5 months, they essentially get about 17 months for free and no cost.
17 months.
Yeah, they would not have to pay for 2025 or 2026 calendar year if they sign up before December 31st of this calendar year.
Got it. So that's really important for people to know, that there's a delay and that you have time to get on your feet as a new business. Thank you very much for the clarification.
Thank you, Councilmember Adams. Vice Mayor Garland?
So I asked my staff assistant to help me get a draft of the application, because somebody had said, gosh, it's probably gonna take me hours to get this done. It took me less than 5 minutes to do, because I owned a small business in Gilbert at one time, did not make a lot of money, but I owned a small business and I had to fill out that same application for a business license in Gilbert. So my question to you is, when somebody else had mentioned earlier that the businesses, we'll be getting personal information from them. On that application, there's a spot where you can opt out of having your address published, or can you just give me some more information about that so we can share that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we actually have 2 places where businesses can choose to opt out of their information being shared publicly. The first is we had some questions about home-based businesses earlier. The safety and privacy of people's homes and residences is our concern. So specifically, when they answer what type of location they are operating out of, if they select home-based business, they will be able to opt out of sharing their address. That's first. Second, at the very end, businesses will be able to opt out also of any type of business will be able to opt out of sharing any of their information on any public lists or mapping that we do put out.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Anyone else, any further questions? Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, now look to the comments or discussion portion of this. So for me, I'll just say this very quickly. a couple of reasons why I support this policy, and it's two things actually that really kind of moved me over into that column. So one was regarding sometimes I would have questions from people about, as an example, Mill Avenue. And people would say, why is it that we have so many businesses that are basically kind of doing the same thing on Mill? They thought sometimes that things were very, very bar heavy, and at times also, many times they were serving the same kind of food. And I would say, well, one of the challenges is that we don't many times know exactly which businesses are signing up and how many folks are on Mill and what they're doing. I would many times talk to a lot of the property owners who would tell me many of the same things. A lot of the property owners, there are some who actually still do live in the city of Tempe. I know quite a few of them, but I also know quite a few who no longer live in Tempe and live in other parts of the country or frankly even internationally. And one of the things they would say many times is if we actually also knew what markets were not being fulfilled in the city of Tempe, that would greater help us to curate an experience that might bring more people, not only frankly to downtown Mill, but frankly all over the community. So that's one of the big things that I really care about is frankly being able to curate experiences, not just in downtown, but all through our 40+ square miles that everyone frankly could enjoy, and having a general sense as to who's operating in the city of Tempe and what businesses they have and what functions they're providing and services they're providing is incredibly helpful. I know not just simply to the council, but it's frankly helpful to all of our residents that we could provide a wide variety and diversity of options and opportunities within the city. The second thing, though, is something I know that Vice Mayor Garland, and I believe probably someone else on council has worked on, so I apologize if I'm accidentally omitting you. But we had a big discussion over the last 12 to 18 months regarding sober living facilities. And there was a real challenge for quite some time with sober living facilities that were frankly unlicensed and operating in parts of the city, and we had no idea they were operating. We would only know because we began to get calls from neighbors in those areas saying, there's something going on at the house next door or across the street or down the street, and we can't quite figure out what it is, but it seems a little odd. We then began to sort of notice that there were a lot of sober living facilities in the community that were either operating without a license, or we frankly didn't even know that they were there. And when I think about the ability to know about a lot of those, a business such as that one, which many times for people, a lot of them, some of them might be nonprofits, but a lot of them frankly are for-profit entities, to have the ability to know where they are, to make sure that they are properly licensed and regulated, it would be a tremendous tool for the city of Tempe to ensure the sanctity of our neighborhoods, and they're not businesses like those that are operating in an unlicensed capacity and therefore causing the degradation of the neighborhood around it. And so from my perspective, I do see a license such as this one to be very helpful and really addressing that, because once again, we would have a greater ability to know what businesses are here in the city of Tempe and how they're operating and what the services they're providing to our residents or others frankly might be. And so from my perspective, and I also appreciate just really quickly too, the comments regarding the sort of 17 months free when you first start if you sign up within the first 5 months of the program, but also quite candidly the exemption for nonprofits. We do recognize that nonprofits are exactly that. They're operating off of much thinner margins potentially than a small business is actually for profit. And so I appreciate Mr. Anderson answering that, and Councilmember Hodge for asking that question just to provide more clarity for our nonprofits and 501c3s that are in this room or frankly watching this meeting right now. Anyone else? Vice Mayor Garland.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for bringing up the sober living facilities. That wasn't even part of my notes, so I'm glad that you mentioned that. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I will say that, again, I owned a small business, so I understand what it's like to fill out paperwork and to do that annual thing. I will tell you that having my business in the town of Gilbert, when I had it at the time, it feels like 100 million years ago, they did reach out to our businesses. I was in business for probably 3 or 4 months, and they're reaching out to see how I'm doing. How are you doing? Do you need help with this? Have you looked for this paperwork? Have you done this? I appreciated that, and I think that's one of the things that I appreciate and think about with this business license that we're looking at doing, is the opportunity for us to be able to reach out and communicate with the businesses that we have here and do what we can to help support them and to do the best that they can in the community. The other one is I think about is Robin Arredondo Savage was just up here talking about Career Ready. We also have Tempe Works program where we try to help get our unsheltered people working in businesses and help to get them someplace to live and uniforms and get them acclimated, get them a job. It's hard for us to be able to go knock on doors of businesses and say, hey, do you want to participate in this program? I'd love to have this huge list of businesses to be able to send a note out to them and talk to them about these opportunities we have where some of the businesses could take in somebody that's in our Tempe Works program or could take in a student in our Career Ready program. We don't have the opportunity to do that unless we literally go and knock on the doors of these businesses. This will just make things easier. Data tells a story, and the data that I think that we can gather is going to help us tell us this incredible story about these wonderful businesses that we have inside the city of Tempe that we can highlight and really do our best to go out and support as much as we can. I also think it's another way of really being able to streamline our communication that's going to be really helpful. Somebody mentioned Mesa and Scottsdale. Mesa has a $25 business license. Scottsdale has a $50. There's some other cities around us that have $65, $68, $100 business license. We have a $25 business license here that we're looking at doing, and I think it's the right thing for us to do. It's amazing when I had mentioned this to a couple people that business owners this past week, and I said, yeah, our chamber, matter of fact, it was the TV station that asked me, and I said, yeah, our chamber supports it, and like chamber supporting something that the city's doing, that's like not very well heard of or well known around the communities where we work so well together and that they support what we're looking at doing. So I am supportive of moving this forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Hodge.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that I do own a nonprofit business in the city of Phoenix. I own the longest running Head Start, Booker T. Washington in Phoenix. And we don't have that process in Phoenix. I don't think Phoenix has it because it would actually fundamentally help us because we can't figure out where everybody's at. What nonprofits is, Phoenix is a large city to maneuver around, and we don't have that help that Tempe does. That it's kind of like a big hug they put around you, so everybody knows, you can get data points. And the part that had concerned me, which they cleared it up, is the fact that some people do not want their information out there, and they have a way of making sure that their information is covered. They don't have to worry about, you can opt out of having your address being shown, and that's because I think that that part is very important to me because I wouldn't want my information to be shown if I had a small business out there. But I think that no matter what you think, it's a great opportunity for us to know what's our businesses. And it's not just small businesses, it's also in the schools, the education department. We can share this with our schools. Our schools work well hand in hand with businesses, and there's a lot of them. We always ask the same question: where are all the businesses? What are they doing? And we have no idea, but this is a way that we'll be able to find that out. And Vice Mayor said a great thing that, we're very lucky in the city of Tempe that we have such a strong chamber that works well with the city. And that makes our community stronger. So as of that, I will be supporting it too tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Amberg.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Sorry for my voice not feeling too hot today. I will say one of the reasons that I'm supporting this is something for me. I wasn't on council, but going back during COVID, for birthday presents, for Christmas presents, what I did, I went out and bought gift cards to all of the locally owned businesses. But, I'm going to use the young lady that came up and talked about her cake decorating class, decorating business. Like, I had no idea. I would have no idea that you were here. That you would have I would have no, and I don't understand I don't know how other people in the city of Tempe would know that you were here, but if we were to have a database, something like this, we would have a place where we could actually go and say, hey, I want to support Tempe-owned businesses that are here, people that live here. If you Google it, it will say that it's Tempe. You figure out where they are. They're actually in Chandler. They're in Mesa. They're in Phoenix. They're in Scottsdale. They aren't in Tempe. This is going to be a much easier way for us as a community to be able to support our local businesses.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Adams.
I just want to say that I thank the Chamber of Commerce for their support and for doing your homework and bringing this forward for us. Thank you. I'll be supporting this tonight.
Thank you. Anyone else, any further comments or questions? All right, so I will look for a motion on item 8C1.
So moved.
It's been moved by
Second.
Councilmember Adams and seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Please vote. And that item passes 7-0. All right, so with the adoption of item 8C1, we're now going to move to consider item 7C2, which was previously pulled from the consent agenda and is related to the general business license program that was just approved. So item 7C2 is to adopt a resolution amending Tempe City Code Appendix A, Schedule of Fees and Charges by adding fees and charges for the short-term rental license, the tobacco sales license, and the general business license. Any comments or questions from staff? Okay, doesn't look like it. Council members, any comments or discussion? Okay, it's been moved by Vice Mayor Garland, and the second was from Councilmember Adams. Please vote. And that item also passes 7-0. All right, the next item we're going to be taking is item 8C7, which is to hold the second and final public hearing to adopt an ordinance amending the Tempe City Code, Chapter 5, Amusements, Article 1, related to in general by amending Section 5-2, Special Events, and amending Chapter 23, Parks and Recreation, to update rules related to parks and recreation. Before we start the public hearing portion, we're going to bring up staff to give a presentation on this item. I see Sean Wagner, our Deputy Community Services Director for Parks and Recreation, as well as Eric Anderson, our City Attorney. Gentlemen?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start this off if it's okay with you. Just a brief introduction. I'll turn it over to Mr. Wagner to kind of go through the presentation of some of the highlights of the ordinance. I just wanted to give you a little background as to how this came into being. I joined this city about a year ago, a little over than that. One of the things that became apparent is a lot of the ordinances needed some updating. They weren't ready and they weren't conducive to the modern city that Tempe's become with the density and things. So particularly in this case, the special event ordinance. So it was actually my personal request from a legal standpoint that we start an ordinance. This was almost a year ago now that this process kind of started. I asked staff. In response to that, what we did, we formed a group. Mr. Wagner here, his Parks and Rec group, this Community Services group, PD, multiple departments involved. And what we did is we went through and we went through scenarios and we looked at the ordinance and we realized what's working, what's this. And staff did a lot of work in terms of looking at, okay, here's the users of the park, here's the problems we're having, how are we going to solve them, here's the users of the park that we really don't need to have any form of permitting process. So that came about. We started actually drafting this ordinance back in the September timeframe, over 6 months ago. Now, one of the reasons this was kind of an internal process, this again was at legal's request. And one of the reasons for that is because there's a lot of legal issues that surround this. So in order to be able to draft this, we need to be able to have a process where the staff could get, confidential legal guidance as to what worked. And you'll see that from the public comments, a lot of legal concerns, but those have all been part of the process that's gone on through that. So we were working on this effort. Legal all the time was pushing this forward. We came to a point where we're pretty close, and then we had three, let me back up a little bit. So there was a few goals that we had. One was to improve clarity, provide better management tools for the city, but one of the big goals was to avoid unnecessary regulatory burden. That was one of the complaints that was going on in terms of the special events ordinance, that, oh, this is too burdensome, it's not clear what. So those are the things that we wanted to address through this process. And then the other thing that was always in the back of the mind is we wanted to be able to preserve First Amendment free speech issues. So that's where a big of the legal component came in, was the free speech aspects. So to do that effectively from a legal standpoint, we needed to have meetings with staff. Now, I will tell you that, Mayor, that I've read and looked at all of the comments that have come in over the probably close to 20 days or so since the first introduction of this ordinance. Virtually every scenario in there is something in some form or another that had been already discussed through these meetings and contemplated. What are the users of the park? Where are we seeing problems? One of our concerns from a managed standpoint is what the courts often refer to as secondary effects. Somebody has an event, and when that event is over, what are the effects? Is there trash left behind? During the event, is there traffic? Is there parking issues? What are these things? What we also learned, and just from general experience, is that the bigger the number of people, the more likely there is to be secondary effects. It's kind of that group situation that if you don't have somebody that's accountable, a larger the group, the more likely they are to leave, evidence of their presence behind. So we worked on that with the idea of where do we get to a point where what does the city need to be able to manage through a permitting process, and what is, is so small that it's not. So when we came to that, we were close, and then we had a lawsuit filed. So when we had a lawsuit filed, I and staff, we looked at that from a legal standpoint, we evaluated the lawsuit, and I personally asked that this process be expedited. And the reason for that is, the court process in this, the plaintiffs in this case, they asked for a preliminary injunction. So when they do that, it's an expedited court process, and we're in the precarious position of debating over an ordinance that we fully intend or hope to ask this council to change. So at my recommendation, this ordinance is moving forward at this time because of the legal issues that are, in large part because of legal issues. So with that in mind, that's why we're here today. A couple of other things I want to say. What we did, and some of the things you'll see in the proposed ordinance is criteria, and then we asked for this council to give staff the authority to apply those criteria. One of the reasons for that is so that there's some flexibility to fulfill those goals of minimizing the burden and still being able to staff. So, and I want just one thing too, the city manager or designee, that's something you'll see. That's a common drafting technique, and that's not because the city manager's asking us, that's because I'm forcing that on the city manager, because city manager runs the city, and then we add the designee, because you typically don't delegate upwards, you delegate downwards. So where you see city manager or designee in this ordinance, what that means generally is that is going to happen, that city manager is going to delegate somebody to be in charge of that. But just from an authority and management structure, that's how that works. So I just wanted to tell you how we got here today, give you a little explanation on that, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Wagner. I'll stay here if there's any questions, or if I'm happy to entertain any questions there.
I've got a couple of quick things. Just one, Mr. Anderson, you talked about the city manager or her designee portion, and I guess my question then comes down to Mr. Wagner. Who historically has been the person to approve parks permits? If a person is approving a permit for a Ramada because they want to have a birthday party for their 7-year-old, I would assume that's obviously not the city manager who's doing something like that. So is it someone in your division who's actually giving a stamp of approval to that kind of permit of some sort?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for that opportunity to address that. And yes, it's a staff person. We've actually recently opened up the way in which folks can request those types of reservations at any of our community centers. Typically, somebody can walk through the doors as long as it's available and they fill out the appropriate information. We can process that within a couple of days, if not sooner.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. And Mr. Anderson, to the point that you made previously regarding the lawsuit that was filed, to your point that basically before that you've been working on this ordinance internally with staff since about September of 2024, but obviously with sort of the presence of the pending litigation, you had a need to expedite this because at some point we're no longer on the city of Tempe's time, but we're on the court's time. Because I got that sort of feedback from some folks in the community saying, well, typically there are sort of more neighborhood meetings or sort of public inputs, but you're saying because of that situation, and once again, that's not any judgment on people. People are allowed to use the legal system, but because of that, you felt the need to expedite this because once again, we had to be on the court's time.
Mayor, that's exactly correct. We were essentially on the courts, and I mentioned the preliminary injunction process because if you file an ordinary lawsuit in the court, you may not go to actual court with a hearing and stuff for several months, if not years or more. In this context, we had to appear in court for a preliminary injunction hearing within roughly just a little over 30 days from the time that we were filed with a lawsuit. The time we were filed, we were close to a final product. We were still working out some final details and stuff, and ready to kind of bring it forward to the public. At that point in time, with a lawsuit pending, we had to explain to the court that, we have this existing ordinance, but court, there's no sense in you taking up judicial resources to fight about this when we are hoping that the council, and we're going to recommend to council the new ordinance. Of course, the court understands that this council has to approve it, but that's the way we approach it with the court is, look, we're proposing a new ordinance. Let's take a wait and see approach. So.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Mr. Wagner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And good evening, Mayor Woods, Vice Mayor Garland, City Manager in Chowsty, and members of the public. My name is Sean Wagner, and I'm here on behalf of, Eric mentioned, a multi-departmental team that's been working on these ordinance updates for a little over 5-6 months now. Tonight, I'll be providing an overview of the proposed changes to the special events and park use permits, focusing strictly on chapters 5 and 23. In addition to outlining what's changing and why, I'd also like time to address some of the common questions and concerns we've heard from our community. Our goal is to ensure the ordinance is clear, practical, and responsive to our evolving community. These updates are focused on 3 main goals. First, enhancing public safety, making sure events and activities are well coordinated and so that everyone can enjoy the park safely. Second, promoting responsible use of public spaces so that our parks and facilities remain accessible and enjoyable. And third, providing clear guidance, helping people understand when a permit is needed, what the process is involved, and what's expected from both the organizers and the city. These changes are meant to support everyday park users as well as larger community events in a consistent and transparent way. Now that we've talked about the updates, why the updates are happening, let's take a look at where they show up in the city code. First, chapter 5. That's where our special events and their guidance lies. Things like festivals, concerts, extensions of premise, competitive runs, whether on public or private property. This is the ordinance that helps sets the rules for how these events are permitted and what's required to keep them safe and well organized. Chapter 23 is all about parks and recreation. So this is where we talk about the everyday use of parks, remodel reservations, reserving other spaces, and making sure parks stay accessible. A key update in both chapters is the introduction of the 30-person threshold. If you're planning a gathering of 30 or more, you're going to need a permit, but it's either a special event or a park use permit. You don't need both. This helps the city to provide appropriate support, avoid scheduling conflicts, and ensure positive experiences for all park users. We've also heard some concerns that the updates mean that you're going to need a 60-day notice and a $500 fee for a picnic or a small gathering in a park. That's simply not the case. In reality, for most small gatherings like birthday parties, yoga meetups, or a casual community get-togethers, all you need is a park use permit. For example, we have remodel reservations that are available for residents for $25, non-residents for $50, and those can typically be approved within a few days or maybe at most a couple of weeks. The 60-day timeline and higher fee only applies to special events. I'll walk you through some different park use permits later in this presentation, so you'll have a clearer picture of what's needed based on the type of gathering you're going to plan. The idea is to keep things clear and manageable, so the city can help you find the right space, avoid those scheduling conflicts, and make sure the park stays safe and enjoyable. The updates to both chapters are designed to work together, so whether someone is planning a large public event or a neighborhood gathering in a park, the process remains clear and consistent. Let's start with Chapter 5. This section includes some important updates, like adding clearer definitions, for example, setting that 30-person threshold for when a permit is needed, and including accommodations for spontaneous First Amendment events, so those are clearly protected. We've also added more detail around when a permit can be denied and how the organizer can go about appealing that decision if they'd like. On the next slide, I'm going to walk you through some activities that make make up a special event and when a permit is needed, so you can see how this criteria will be applied. And finally, this ordinance now clarifies violations can be civil or criminal, depending on the situation. A civil violation happens when someone doesn't follow a city rule or a regulation. These are typically not crimes, but they can cause problems and impacts in public spaces. Examples, hosting a large gathering in a park without a permit, or not even cleaning up after that gathering. What are we going to do? You're probably going to get a warning, maybe a fine, or simply be asked just to clean up after yourself. What happens? Criminal violations, on the other hand, typically are more serious and usually means someone broke the law, meant to protect the people's safety or the public property. Examples here, damaging park property, threatening others, or refusing to leave when asked by law enforcement, or repeated civil violations. What happens? Well, these violations can potentially lead to arrest, criminal charges, or court appearances. Tempe uses both civil and criminal enforcement tools to keep our parks and public spaces and events safe, welcoming, and well-organized. Most issues are handled as civil violations. We want to give people the opportunity, the chance to fix the problem. If criminal charges are needed, it is a last resort, and it's only when safety is at risk. So as I mentioned, a special event permit. So here's what it is. Generally, if your event is open to the public or publicly promoted, and it includes things like stages, built infrastructure such as tents, amplified sound, alcohol, food trucks, or it changes how the space is typically used, it's going to fall into this category. These types of events are reviewed by multiple departments to make sure they're safe, coordinated, and don't conflict with other things going on in that area. Some examples include public concerts, festivals, competitive runs, and community celebrations with that built infrastructure or the temporary infrastructure I'd mentioned earlier. As for fees, there is a $50 application fee, a $100 daily permit fee, and space rental fees, which vary depending on the size and the location that you want to host your event. If additional city services are needed, like public safety or emergency medical services, the event promoter will be responsible for those fees as well. So this permit really applies to activities and events that require additional city review beyond that of a park use permit, not your average field reservation or Ramada reservation. So chapter 23, let's get into parks and recreation. Just like with special events, these are to make things more clear and consistent. They include that same 30-person threshold that I just mentioned in chapter 5. So if a gathering hits that number, a permit is going to be needed to help in managing that space and avoiding other conflicts in the area. There's also new language about what can and can't happen in parks, like not leaving behind items and setting up for extended periods of time without approval. We've added more structure to when and why a park permit might be denied, and again, how people can appeal that. And finally, we've clarified how education and enforcement work, starting with a conversation or a warning, but with the possibility of a citation if needed. Again, the goal here is to support responsible use, not penalize people who are just trying to enjoy using public spaces. So here are some types of park permits now. Let's dive in here. First, we have the existing designated park use permit. This is the one most people are probably already familiar with. It provides exclusive use of a specific park amenity, like a Ramada, sport field, or even a sand volleyball court. And this is for individuals, groups, and organizations, whether you're a Tempe resident or not. Currently, Tempe has 21 parks with amenities that are designated for reservation. So if you want to make sure you've got that guaranteed space for that party, that game, or that group event, this is your permit. Fees for these reservations typically range $8 up to $50, depending on the amenity, and larger spaces like corporate picnic areas obviously cost a little more. Next, we have a new permit. This is our neighborhood organization park activation permit. Quite a mouthful, I understand, but I couldn't shrink it down even though I tried. This one is new, and it's meant for registered neighborhood associations. It's a great option for things like block parties or other neighborhood gatherings in your local park. Typically, no fees with this type of permit. And finally, we have the limited park use permit. This one is also new, and it allows a Tempe resident to reserve a part of a park or reserve a park which is typically not available for reservation, like a shaded lawn area, an open field, or picnic tables for a gathering. It can also be used by meetup groups, walking, biking clubs, as long as those exclusive use of the trail or the path is not required. Fees for this permit range anywhere from $0 to $25, just depending on the activity. Overall, the goal here is to give people more flexible options whether you're planning a birthday party, a fitness meetup, or a neighborhood celebration. So what I'd like to do is just bring it back to where I started, the reasons for these updates. At the core, it's about enhancing public safety, making sure our parks and public spaces are used responsibly, and giving everyone clearer guidance on when permits are needed and what the process looks like. We're not trying to create more red tape. We're trying to make things easier to understand and more consistent. Whether you're planning a large-scale national event or reserving that ramada for a family gathering. These updates are intended to make the process smoother for everyone, residents, neighborhood groups, event organizers, and staff alike. So that wraps up this presentation. I appreciate you sticking with me through it. We know this brings up a lot of great questions, and we've heard from many people across the community. Those residents, event organizers, neighborhood leaders, and casual park users. The goal with these updates is to be clear, fair, and more manageable for both people planning activities as well as the city teams working to support them. So now I'd love to open it up to questions, hear your thoughts, and talk through anything else you'd like additional information on.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. So a couple of questions. When you talk, Sean, about the larger scale events or special event permits, you're talking about things like the 2 art festivals that we have in downtown that basically close off streets for the better part of 3 or 4 days. I know this because I live in downtown, and one of the streets that I drive on every day is closed for about 4 solid days. And so you're talking about events like that, the 4th of July event that will be at Tempe Diablo Stadium, or a rock and roll marathon or something of that
Jennings
nature.
Festival, Ironman.
And so that's when you require the 60-day advance notice and the $50 application fee, and the fee can get up to $500 perhaps for a permit. But it's only for events of that sort of size and magnitude where people need to close off streets or proof of insurance or things of that nature.
The special event process, you're correct, Mayor, but it also includes extensions of premise requests that will sometimes come from our bars and restaurants when they want to extend out for a tailgate party, onto a side street or something. That also goes through. The fees are not as high. They're not as much, but that does require that multi-departmental coordination. And so that's why that goes through that review.
And just my other question too, so you made a comment, I think at one point about family reunions. I'm going to my family reunion in Virginia this coming July, actually, in a couple of weeks. And so as a note, if I wanted to, let's say, bring 30 to 40 people, the closest park to where I live is J.C. Park over on 5th Street. So if I wanted to bring 30 or 40 people to J.C. Park and I wanted to reserve a ramada for my family if that event was happening here, how much would you charge me for that permit?
For you, Mayor, $25.
Okay.
For anyone else in the room, $25.
So, okay, and once again, $25 for that fee. If I was actually to book that ramada for $25, how long would I have the ramada for, is it an hour or 2 hours? How long do I actually have it?
That's there for your daily. It would be there for the entire day.
So I could frankly have it for the entire hours as long as the park is actually open to the public.
Correct, sir.
Okay, so, and so there's no $50 application fee for that park permit? If for whatever reason, let's say I pay the $25, that's only due upon you actually reserving that space. It's not like an application fee.
No.
You would only charge the $25 if you actually have the space available that day and I actually secure that space.
Yes, sir. And if we didn't, sir, we'd look for an alternate park to help you out with your family reunion.
Okay, so I just wanted to point that out because I just wanted to make sure, because I've also received a lot of questions that I know everyone on council has, as well as staff, to sort of note that. And just the last thing I should note is that applies to any and all groups that would want to rent a ramada in the city of Tempe, correct?
So at those 21 parks where we have those designated ones, any group, resident, non-resident, those are open for general public requests and reservations, provided we've got the space available.
And once again, just the last thing, I'm going to Councilmember Hodge, a $25 ceiling for residents and a $50 ceiling for non-residents.
For the neighborhood.
For the neighborhood park.
Yes, if it's a larger corporate area, it's going to cost more, but we can accommodate upwards of 800 to 1,000 folks in those areas, and that's typically, obviously more. It'd be about $700 in those cases, but you're obviously inviting more folks.
It's a large corporate event. Okay.
Correct.
Sounds good. Mr. Anderson?
So Mayor, as an added bonus, what we're also going to give you under the new ordinance is we're going to give an exemption from the special event permit with your ramada permit. So I just want to point that out, that when you do get a Ramada permit or one of Sean's other park permits, then under the terms of the new ordinance, that would exempt you from the special event ordinance, even if you did technically meet this, so your family gathering of 50 people at the Ramada, the fact that you got the Ramada permit and reserved a Ramada, you don't have to do a special events process in that situation.
And I'm sorry, one last question, I apologize. Regarding the First Amendment. So, I know like probably within the last, I would say 3 or so weeks ago, we had a bunch of protests around the country that were the No Kings protests. Were the people who were organizing those events, were they required to get a permit or were they required to pay any fee to actually do those kinds of events in Tempe?
So no, sir, they were
So,
not. Eric
they
can provide the
weren't,
legal definition, but
so
no,
I'll
sir.
clarify, Mayor, that this ordinance is obviously not effective yet. So,
Right.
So under
But I'm
the
saying-
new
I'm
ordinance.
talking about kind of, past
Right,
being kind of,
right.
indicative of what the future might look like in terms of how we've treated those events up to this point in time.
So one of the key sections, going back to the exemption, is that it's not just a Ramada permit, is if you, the way we structured this was intentionally that if you have a permit from the city for for your activity, be it a Ramada permit or anything, you will be, unless there's a very limited exceptions, you will be exempt from the special events requirement. So in the case of a spontaneous type protest like the one you described, that's just structured so you go to the police department, you notify the community service department, and they can give you oral okay, which we would interpret as a permit from the thing now. So that was the key thing we did. One of the key changes with that was making it clear that these other city permitting processes will take you outside of any of the special event permits. And that was intentional on our part. And I'll add, just to back up to what I talked about earlier, that was why we brought forth the Parks and Rec stuff at the same time, was to this work together so we could minimize that process to address some of those concerns about a burdensome 60-day process or excessive fees. We made it clear that, if you get some of these other permits, you're outside the special events permit. It makes it a lot simpler, so.
And the last thing you said about the police department, and the reason for the contact with the police department, because I know previous organizers have had direct contact to the police department for their events. It's largely to make sure that for the folks that are protesting that day, that they can do so safely, because obviously sometimes when you're advertising a protest, you end up drawing in counter-protesters sometimes who try to antagonize people who are just sort of exercising their freedom of speech. And so it's to ensure not that the police needs to track that group that's protesting, but it's to ensure that they can do so safely.
That's correct, Mayor, as well. The other aspect to keep in mind is, you certainly have the First Amendment protest. You still have to obey traffic laws and things like that. And that allows the police to make sure that everybody's educated about the importance of maintaining the safety of those protests, for the safety of not just the public, but the protesters as well, in terms of traffic management and that kind of issues. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Hodge, then Councilmember Adams.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. So what was asked of me is, say, kids, they go and they decide to all get a basketball game going. Is that a permit that needs to be, if there's 10 on 10 or, whatever they are, there is some basketball meeting at the park of the kids. Is that something they need a special permit for?
Not for 10 on 10. I mean, again, the threshold's 30. So if you're getting something that's going to be over 30, it could be.
Or even if it's, well, my question is, if they're playing basketball, do they need to have a special permit to play basketball? If they're not going to reserve a Ramada, they're at the courts. Is that something? Because I was told they were like, if the kids want to go even to play at the parks, they would have to get a special permit. That's the question I was asked in one of my emails.
So, go ahead. I'll kind of try. Generally, first of all, in that scenario, is a 30-person threshold. So until you get that, now it's also is organized activities. So if it just happens that a group of 10 go to play a game and there's another group of 10 that are on the court next door or whatever, 10 guys show up and we got next, or 10 whatever, those aren't an organized activity. Yes. So really it's addressed to the organized activity. If there's a happenstance that there's more than 30 people, that doesn't automatically make a permitting requirement when it's an organized activity.
Also, if like a lot of people meet for campaign reasons, and they go to the park and they have they do their send-off to go knock doors. Sometimes it's more than 30 people, but they're just standing right there meeting, and then they go off, and then, they meet at a park, and then they give like paperwork, and then they go off. Is that something that needs a permit? And it's usually, they're not eating, it's not a food thing, it's just, okay, let's meet at JC Park to give out the information to go knock doors.
I think that would fall under our meet and go.
That's what I.
The loosely phrased, at this point, I think it was also on the handout, so no. I mean, some notification if you want to give us a heads up that it's going on. So, for example, that heads up allows us to let you know, hey, we've got some construction going on, or there may be some maintenance things going on, or there could be another activity going on, in which you may want to reconsider meeting at a different spot. But no, it's more of a notification so that we can work with you and just let you know about things that are going on.
Okay, and another thing is if they. I know a lot of our bicyclists has been talking about this too. Like we know that they have like the African American bicyclists on Sundays. They meet right at Tempe Town Lake. They meet there and they just ride on. Is that something they need to go and get a permit for?
No, that would be similar to what we had just talked about. If they're not requiring exclusive use of the trail or the pathway or something along those lines. No, again, some notifications so we can coordinate and let you know if, hey, is there an event that weekend at Beach Park that may interrupt the ride so they want to choose a different route? Again, this is about coordination and working together so that we can make sure everybody has a good experience while they're in our parks.
Well, the reason why I'm saying these is because these are things that's been brought to me and attention, because as I think people are giving misinformation about the fact that if you walk into the park and it's more than 20 people, that you have to go get a special permit, which is not true. But that's why I want to make sure that it's out there and, that we're expressing this out.
Appreciate those questions, Councilmember Hodge.
All right, thank you so much.
Councilmember Adams?
Yes, for example, No King's Day at Cole Park that takes place every Saturday, otherwise known as Nancy's Park, that they don't have to get a special permit, but they will just work with the police department just to let them know that that's what's happening. But there'll be no special requirements, special event requirements as far as financial. Correct?
So I'll handle that one, Mayor, Councilmember Adams. That's a tricky one because the exception is for spontaneous. So that's in response to events of the day. So there's a bit of a gray area. What we're doing is treating that the notification to the police department and the community service director is for the spontaneous event. At some point, if they, it's a planned protest where they have the ability to notify Parks and Recreation, get the appropriate permit, at some point they would, the police department would tell them, okay, you're now a planned event, you're no longer spontaneous.
Well, it's been going really well because they've been working with the police department to let them know that those are events. And sometimes there's not more than 30 people there.
Correct. And we've discussed that with Chief McCoy and the police department, and there would be a point where if the police department felt it's no longer spontaneous, they could say, okay, you need to be talking to the community services department about.
But really, it's a freedom of speech, isn't it?
Well, it's a freedom of speech, but the city's allowed to put reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions on that. So,
What was that? I'm sorry. Hold on. What? Hold on.
So I guess I'm a little bit confused, which isn't the first time, just for the record. But like the No King's Day, it's not really a protest. It is a protest, I guess, but it's not like a rowdy protest. Like, everybody goes crazy. It's just marching across a bridge. It's very peaceful. And so I'm concerned about people's First Amendment rights on that, that they would be able to exercise crossing the bridge, having their signs, coming back, it's peaceful, and they're working with the police department, it's working great, and the communication's awesome. Nancy has a personal relationship with the police department, and it's going well. So my concern is I don't think that would be something that would need a special permit.
Well, it wouldn't necessarily a special event permit, that's why we had the exemption. So they're working with the police department, correct? And the police department is saying, yeah, you're good, but they still need to be respectful of traffic and things like that.
And they are. I guess I'm
Correct,
just
so-
saying I don't want to fix something that's not broken.
Right.
And they are responsible with traffic, and it's over a bridge at a park, so there's no traffic really involved.
Right, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? All right, hearing none, I'm going to move forward here to the public comment portion here. And I'm going to go in the items, once again, in the order in which the cards were received this evening. So first of all, I know virtual is David Sokolowski.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
My name is David Sokolowski. I live in Tempe. I'm here to tell you to vote no on the event permit changes so the city can gather community input. When was this presented at a work study session? I know the standard way of operating is for the city staff to get consensus. When was this presented to the Neighborhood Advisory Commission? How many responses did the city get during the online survey? How many people joined the online meeting at noon? What day was the 6 p.m. meeting at the library? How many were there? I can tell you the exact time and location the meetings would have happened, and if the public was included, where is the evidence? This will be the first time any of you will vote on a change that didn't include an explanation of the public process. We need more public meetings because there are too many questions, and the city isn't explaining the changes, or at least you weren't. The press release was after the first public hearing, and none of that information was presented to the community. If you had followed the proper procedure, you wouldn't need to make changes between meetings. Who in the city allowed this change to proceed without public input? If you approve this change now, we have no choice but to hold council members responsible. Many of us feel we can't vote for someone who doesn't value the public process. I know how hard it is to plan for events, especially when you live in a one-bedroom apartment. Most people in the city are having a difficult time paying bills. Do we really have to pay a fee to use a public space? It might not seem like a lot of money to you, but there's no doubt that fees will harm low-income residents. If people wanted to have a peaceful militia meeting, they would have a right. But all people want is to feed the homeless and have yoga in the park. I think this permit will infringe on our rights. Many of the homeless in the city don't have money for a permit. It's not fair to live in a city where there is a fee to organize an event and gather and associate in a public space. If the city were to charge me with a crime for gathering in a public space, my public defender would be free. The city needs to uphold my rights and waive the application and permit fees. Otherwise, I won't have fair and equal access to public spaces to use my rights. I think I deserve answers from the city. Mayor, is the city going to protect our rights and to participate in public spaces?
The answer to that question is yes. I'm sorry, I didn't know if I was supposed to answer. The other quick thing though I want to note just before I go to the next speaker is, and I actually asked staff to pull this, this was actually a resolution 2010.75, which is, I think has been in existence for about probably well over 10 years now. I think I was still on the council when this was approved. So it goes back almost a decade. And I was actually looking through it to see what we previously charged for some of these spaces. And I'm looking here, and so like Clark Park as an example, Picnic Ramada West, $25 per resident. Volleyball Court East, $7 per resident. Daly Park, North Picnic Ramada, $25. South Picnic Ramada, $25, $50 for a non-resident. My point of reading some of this, I wanted to see kind of what historically we've done with relation to a lot of these park spaces of Ramadas. These are actually the same fee charges for these Ramadas that we've been charging for well over 10 years. So even though, as we all know, unfortunately, the cost of sort of everything in this world has increased, the park fees that we're actually charging for these Ramadas what are being proposed are exactly the same as they were well over a decade ago. So we're probably continuing to lose even more money when it comes to cost recovery, but the whole point is trying to keep these things as close to free as possible while still making sure that we can obviously afford to take care of the public spaces and pay the employees who do take care of those public spaces. Next speaker I'm going to go to is Robert Nichols.
Mr. Mayor, they
Yes.
are virtual.
Oh, yes, 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 I'm sorry, I missed that. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Hello. Mayor and City Council members, thank you for your time and attention this evening. My name is Robert Nichols, and my family, friends, colleagues, and comrades all call me Bobby. I've lived in Tempe since I was 6 years old. I graduated from high school in Tempe. I attended Arizona State University for my undergraduate degree. I have spoken on various policy issues with Mayor Woods and Councilmember Keating, and I knocked doors for Mayor Woods' election campaign. Today, I'm speaking in my capacity as a private resident of Tempe, the co-founder and director of Arizona Works Together, and the founder and co-chair of Phoenix TSA's electoral committee. But I should note that, in my professional life, I serve the people of Arizona as a government attorney who represents our state in matters involving the abuse, neglect, and exploitation of children and vulnerable adults. I only mention this because that work is exhausting, and I need all the rest I can get. Unfortunately, I find myself calling into this meeting from vacation at a time when I should be relaxing with family because this special events ordinance is completely unconscionable. This ordinance will, without question and by its actual language, unreasonably and unfairly prohibit Tempe residents from using the public parks that our taxes fund. Any attempts to downplay or deflect from the actual language of this ordinance by implying that unelected officials can subjectively approve or deny limits or limit permits, or talking about the previous laws that would be replaced by this one, is frankly unhelpful. We are being told that these proposed changes are being made for the sake of clarity, but the ordinance is a confusing mess due to the fast tracking and admitted lack of community involvement. So what does this ordinance mean for residents of Tempe? In practice, and based on its actual language, this ordinance creates a tax on our use of parks and creates a new set of excuses for the city to infringe upon First Amendment rights. If you are planning a birthday party, a family reunion, a church picnic, a corporate team building exercise, a walk, a bike ride, a march, or any other event or activity in a Tempe park that could potentially include 30 people or that is open to the public, or that the city manager or designee subjectively dislikes, you will need to pay the city for the pleasure and hope that the city manager or designee grants your request, which they are not required to do, even if you've done everything right under this proposed special events ordinance. The same applies if you are a kid running a group chat with 30 plus classmates for the purpose of playing basketball at the park. As a taxpaying resident of Tempe of 25 years, I'm legitimately stunned that this council is actually considering an ordinance that would require Tempe's businesses, churches, nonprofits, and residents to pay a special tax on top of the taxes we already pay to build and maintain our parks, our streets, and our public properties. I ask that the council vote against this ordinance and instead consider how the city code can be amended such that it no longer infringes upon the First Amendment rights of Tempe residents to care for our less fortunate neighbors. I also ask that this council ignore and push back against every malicious and bad faith attempt to paint our unhoused neighbors as anything less than deserving of dignity and respect. At the last meeting on this issue, I was very disappointed to see so many speakers disparaging our unhoused residents.
Thank you.
Is that the end?
Yes, yes, the timer, so I'm sorry, thank you.
I didn't hear the timer.
No, no worries, no worries. Thank you for your time, appreciate it. The next speaker is Gary Ringler. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Gary Ringler, resident of Tempe. Mr. Mayor, council, staff. I didn't want to be here tonight. Mr. Mayor, a little less than 4 years ago, you were at a memorial service for my late wife, Sue Ringler, and presented her with, or presented a proclamation naming Sue Ringler Day. Just a couple of years ago, I was in front of this council thanking you for establishing a transitional housing thing in my wife's name and honoring her work with the homeless. Many of you are familiar with her work with the homeless. Many of you helped it. The city of Tempe has been, I think, outstanding in its work in trying to coordinate neighborhoods and homelessness. That did not happen with this ordinance. This ordinance is an aberration. It's a back, what do you call it? God, I'm losing my time. Anyway, it's backsliding from the city of Tempe's previous positions. It's not clear. I'm a lawyer. I've been a resident for 40 years. My daughter resides in the Daly Park area. I go to church at Community Christian. We're very familiar with the issues that are going on there. And this ordinance, and because of the speed with which it has had to be done, it just does not comply with the past practices. It's not clear. It vests too much discretion in certain people. You know, I think it's probably not by random means that the slide in the presentation on the action plan kept going back to the homeless slide. You know, it's just woo-woo type of stuff. How does this apply to private property? I mean, I'm really concerned about the being able to regulate what's happening on private property. If we as a church decide to have a rally at the church across from Daly Park, do we have to have a special use permit for that? Can somebody give me an example, a concrete example of when this ordinance would apply to private property?
I would have to ask our city attorney that question, so.
Mayor, yeah, one example that if you look at the ordinance, there are several things that apply only to city property. One example for the special event ordinance would be if there's a deviation of use. For example, if you have a business that has a big parking lot and you decide to have a carnival in that parking lot, you're changing the use from what's set forth in the zoning code. So that would be an example of a private. Another one would be example that Mr. Wagner gave of the bars and the extension of premises that they want, like if an Irish bar was having a St. Patrick's Day event and they wanted to put a big fence around property and extend their premises, that would be an example of a private property event. So,
just one brief comment to that. We're talking about how you intend to apply it versus the language of the ordinance itself. And I think that is a very big problem. This should be tabled. You can handle it in the litigation. You can come to some sort of consent decree like they did with Arpaio and stuff. It does not have to be rushed.
Thank you. All right, the next speaker I have is McGregor Crowley. Yes, please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, hello, Mayor and council members. My name is McGregor Crowley. I'm a resident of Scottsdale, but I've lived in Tempe on and off throughout the years in my time in Arizona, including attending ASU. Worked in the city as well, both as a server and as a research assistant at ASU, though I do not currently work there. But I am involved in community outreach programs with the DSA, mutual aid programs, as well as providing community support to people out in the community here in Tempe. I'm coming in opposition to the, coming in opposition to the proposed ordinance here at gatherings. What I have concerns with is how it will be applied, as the previous speaker mentioned, and it applying to private events as well. Let's say a church wanted to have a car wash. They'd have to plan 2 months in advance for a charity car wash. I don't see anything on the event listing that kind of calls out any charity events as maybe being specially exempted or having lower fees. It does seem a bit of a bite out of charity events and mutual aid and other support generating events that aren't trying to get revenue but trying to help people. They're just kind of eating into that, and we don't have clear guidance on how that's going to be working, and we don't know if it's going to change as the ordinance gets enforced. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Just a note, and once again, we have to please, we have to finish this. Just as a note too, though, on the 60-day, I believe, Mr. I think we've always had that 60-day notice for special events. That's not a new portion of this ordinance. That's already an existing policy, correct?
Mayor, it's actually changed, so we did one thing that, the 60 days is in the current ordinance. We changed it so it made it more flexible, so yeah, 60 days is ideal for staff, but that's not it won't mean an automatic denial. Okay. The way it is, it'll only be denied if you don't give staff enough time to reasonably process the permit. Okay. So again, to Mr. Wagner's presentation, that'll depend largely on what, something like the Innings Festival, the Arts Festival, where you're talking about street closures and traffic control and things like that. That's a much more extensive process. So it's designed to make it so staff only gets what time is reasonably necessary rather than just presumptively 60 days.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker I have is Dave Wells. Please come forward and state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
I get to see my bald spot in there. Okay.
I have the same issue, don't worry.
Okay, pause my time. Okay, I'm Dave Wells. I live in Mesa, although I did live in Tempe for 15 years, and 2 of my kids graduated from Tempe high schools. And I've been an attender and part of the Tempe monthly meeting of the Religious Society of Friends for 27 years. I'm also the co-founder and designer of the New Deal Meal, which was designed to be consistent with the existing special event ordinance as a private event with membership cards that have information on the back, sign-ins. We have about 60 to 80 people each Sunday in Moore Park, and we thoroughly clean up afterwards, including taking garbage bags and so forth away, and use the ramadas for no more than about 3 hours. You should pause the process to open a more inclusive consultative process and not allow this to go forward tonight. It is evident from the presentation there was no consultation with the community in the process of developing this ordinance. And no one has reached out to us since June 5th to provide any clarity about how it might affect us. Now, earlier I also asked Reverend Dr. Tom Martinez of Tempe Interfaith Fellowship to reach out to the city to discuss our use of Moore Park back in September, the same time the city was looking at this proposal before you tonight. Despite those meetings and despite our work to be in compliance, Ron Tapscott of the New Deal Meal was still cited on January 26th for violating the special event ordinance. So why you were sued is the city's fault, not ours. The reason you were asked to expedite this, even though in May, in the interest of justice, the city asked the charges against Ron to be dropped. Now, in your presentation, there was no mention of our weekly picnic for a group that includes people who are unhoused. So what kind of permit are we going to be required to get? Will it cost us $1,000 for the year, or will it be more than that? Moore Park is first come, first serve because it's an underutilized park. We are fully run by volunteers donating our time and food. Will we be able to continue doing our membership meetings each week at Moore Park? We don't have food handler cards for our group. Many of our members are unhoused. There's lots of language in the proposed ordinance designed to potentially close us down, presumably in the name of safety or frequency or the redefinition of public in the ordinance. I know you're familiar with us, so I would like answers to exactly what kind of permit we're going to be receiving or not receiving. Thank you. Anybody have an answer for that for me, please?
Thank you. I could ask Mr. Wagner, based on the number of people that you talked about, Mr. Wells, if you would mind coming forward.
Yeah, so based on the number of people that are attending, which would be well over the 30 threshold, it would be a park use permit of some sort, a limited park use permit. That is kind of where I would see it going. I haven't received an application. Our department hasn't received an application, so it's really difficult for me to determine exactly which permit that would be, but it would be one of those, not a special event permit.
Okay, so not a special event permit. Okay, so the park permit, which normally is about $25.
Yes.
For a Tempe resident.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
$1,000 a year.
Appreciate it. Okay, the next speaker I have is State Senator Lauren Kuby. And who I believe is virtual this evening?
Hello, yes. Thank you so much from Tempe as well. And Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, while I understand the goal of managing parks and public events, this proposal, as drafted, raises red flags under both the U.S. and Arizona constitutions. Reading the actual code changes, what's in the ordinance, my first concern is about the First Amendment, our right to free speech, assembly, and expression. This ordinance will require a permit for any public event with 30+ people, or even a mobile shower trailer on private property. It could include spontaneous gatherings, faith services, food for the poor events. If you don't get that permit, well, you're committing a misdemeanor. That's textbook prior restraint, government blocking free expression before it even happens. Courts have long ruled that time, place, and manner rules must be narrowly tailored and content neutral. This isn't. But it gets worse. The ordinance delegates broad powers to unelected staff to deny, revoke, or restrict permits based on vague terms such as adverse impacts or duplication of services. That's not just unclear, that's a recipe for arbitrary or discriminatory enforcement, and it raises equal protection concerns under the 14th Amendment. Yes, there is a carve-out for spontaneous events, but it still requires, quote, as much notice as reasonably possible, unquote. In practice, that becomes a barrier to protests, especially when timing is urgent, as it is in Trump's America. And if a permit is denied, who is the appeal to? What's the standard of review? Is there independent review? That's a due process problem. Finally, please note that the Arizona Constitution, Article 2, Section 5 notes that the right of the people to peacefully assemble for the common good shall never be abridged. This ordinance, which redefines our public spaces, is a constitutional minefield. Please don't rush this through. Engage with our neighborhoods like the city has done on far less controversial topics, and help ensure that this new policy protects the rights of all Tempe residents to gather, speak, worship, and participate in civic life and charitable endeavors freely without fear of running afoul of murky and confusing rules. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you. All right, next up, I have Paul Joseph Sacco. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Your Honor, City Council, my name is Paul Sacco. I'm also known as the Gatorade guy up on top of the hill. I'm a Tempe resident and a Tempe business owner and Arizona native. I believe I have a little bit more of an upbeat message, but first I want to make it clear that Austin Davis and Ron Troscott were both prosecuted under the special use event portion of the ordinance. So when the city says, no, that's not going to apply to you anymore, it's a little hard to trust, because that's the ordinance that was used to charge him 30 times. I'm talking about Austin Davis, but let's go beyond that. You know, I think this is a really bad amendment. I believe the ordinance is unconstitutional, even with the 30 people on it, and I think that there will be lawsuits. I know there'll be a referendum effort. Potentially, there'll even be a recall effort. Those will be well organized, and they'll be expensive, but they'll be adequately funded. But all of that sort of misses the point here. The real point is, look behind me. All of these people, and it's a small army, they want to help the homeless. I would ask you, and I actually brought an olive branch. I would ask you to vote this down. Don't go down that road. Join with us, help us, send city staff out, send well-qualified people to talk with the people we're servicing about getting into placement. Can you imagine, like, if you even came out, can you imagine what that would do to one of our participants, to have a city council member sit down and talk with them as though what they had to say was important and there was some care and concern? What would it tell the group that helps these people? Please come on out. That's the invitation. The people behind me are the people who feed and care.
Can we please stop clapping so he can finish, please?
These people are the people that care for these people all the time. And I'm not talking just once in a while. It's every day out there. It's every week. It doesn't matter how hot it is. It doesn't matter what the weather is. They're going to be there day in, day out. They make it happen. When they speak to the unhoused, they are heard. And they're heard because they're trusted. This is a gigantic resource for the city as far as getting people into services. Shouldn't we be on the same side? Shouldn't we be working together? Shouldn't we all just kind of drop the attitude and get to work? We need to talk, we need to compromise, and we need to cooperate. And jamming down this amendment that is obviously aimed at this group is poison.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is, all right, people, please, could we just, I've said it 15 times, could we just stop the clapping and the cheering? We've got a lot of speakers, so we've got to get through this. I'm assuming we all want to go to bed at some point, so. All right. Next up is Finn Howe. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Mayor Corey Woods, members of the Tempe City Council. My name is Finn Howe, and I'm a resident of Tempe. I just got my bachelor's in computer science from Arizona State University this spring. And I actually think this is a real opportunity. I agree with the city attorney when he said that we can re-look at some of these, and we can, I think, reconsider what the purpose of the permit system is in the first place. And I think to start, we can use as our North Star the Constitution of the United States, and specifically the First Amendment, which says, Congress shall make no law abridging the right of people peacefully to assemble. Now, for the past year at ASU, I've been the president of AMP, Art, Music, Poetry, where we bring local bands from across Arizona to do concerts at ASU and places off campus. And one thing we're trying to plan for November is a concert at a city park in City of Phoenix. And for the past month or two, the organization's had a very hard time actually reaching someone to get a permit for this event. Of course, it's something planning long in advance, but even though we're going through official channels, we have to run around and try and find someone who can take care of this permit. And one thing that this, what it says on the agenda is that this has no fiscal impact. And what that tells me is that this staffer who currently does all the permits is also now going to have all of these new permits from this system all going to them, which will then put a huge amount of pressure on them, plenty of, whether it's emails or letters trying to reserve this. They're now going to be inundated with them, and it's going to take longer and for anyone to get a response and make it harder for everyone to plan things at the city parks. And so I also want to address this other thing from the ordinance announcement that says spontaneous First Amendment protests and demonstrations, events that are based on current events of the day should coordinate with Tempe police as they always have. And I think everyone in this room can tell you that protesters and the police have not always worked together, and we see that in the news every day. I'm sure you can remember in 2020 with the Black Lives Matter protests, oftentimes came into conflict with the police. And to expect them to always go through the police, I think we can all say it here, and perhaps we support the police on this city council, but the reality is that there's going to be groups who do not support the police and would wish not to work with them for a permit. So when they show up to a park and the police are telling them that you can't be here, what it's going to lead is actually a reduction in safety, because now you're forcing the police to get in the way of protesters who want to protest.
I'm sorry, that's time. So
yeah, and I'll just leave with one quote from Aaron Schwartz.
I can't. We've got to keep going. I'm sorry. We've got a lot of other speakers. So.
Please oppose.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Rajat Arora. Please come forward. State your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, city councilors, mayor, vice mayor, and city officials. Good evening to you all, and good evening to all the community leaders and organizers who are here in solidarity to object to this ordinance. My name is Rajat Arora. I'm a member of Phoenix Metro DSA, a former and future ASU student, and I live in Phoenix. I have spent the better part of a decade living in Tempe, dining in Tempe, shopping in Tempe, and doing recreation in the city of Tempe. And more recently, I've had a chance to talk to renters and residents in the city of Tempe as part of Protect Tempe Tenants. I speak to you as a concerned citizen and an organizer. In a time when we see greater and larger threats from the federal government, I'm frankly disappointed that the city is choosing to fracture the one thing that we should be relying on, and that's our communities. We should be relying on one another, protecting each other, defending one another. But instead, the concerning nature surrounding this ordinance and the language of the ordinance itself seems to be stripping power from the people into the hands of the city. I fell in love with the city for how many parks were accessible to the public, the excellent condition they were in, and how the residents and the people of Tempe kept them clean. Using the city library or the Escalante Community Center to play pickup basketball was always great, and it's always great to connect to fellow Tempe residents, even though they scored a lot on me. But seeing as how this ordinance places severe restrictions on the ability for events to be organized in our parks is heartbreaking. This is not a clarity of how parks will be applied. It is a clear expansion of when a permit is required. The clarifications you gave are not written in the language of the ordinance. It's a promise with how you say you will utilize this broad expansion of power. While we have assurances that the city promises not to go after recreation, I don't see that reflected in the language of the ordinance and the language that was claimed to be meticulously crafted. This ordinance contains several points that expand the power of the city to shut down events for arbitrary reasons, such as to maintain the health, safety, and welfare of the space and its surrounding area. We've seen historically how this language is applied and how it's used to restrict attempts to do charity for the most vulnerable in our society. We know the largest driver of people experiencing houselessness is the cost of housing, the price of rent, but rather than address the root cause of this cost of living crisis that we're living in, this ordinance decides to target the activity, such as leaving items intended for distribution or donation in the city grounds that are left unattended. The language would give the city explicit power to shut an event down that leaves, for example, a water station that is left for the most vulnerable. We know as Arizonans, access to that water means saving lives. Please do the right thing for your city, for your neighborhoods, your Tempe community. Vote no on this ordinance.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Elvis Tasca. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Mayor Woods, Vice Mayor Garland, and the rest of the City Council, my name is John Elvis Tasca. I live here in Tempe. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you and speak on this matter. I want to begin by acknowledging the pressure you are all under. I believe that some of you don't want to vote for this, but feel boxed in. That makes this even more important to ask. In a time when rights are being eroded at breakneck speed, is this something that we can table? Will Tempe crumble if we take a small step back, assemble a coalition for a deeper dive, and maybe to listen a little bit more widely? Because tonight I come not just as a resident, but as a witness to a shift away from liberty, away from community, and away from the values that have long defined the Tempe that I know. We have before us a set of proposals that read like policy, but move a lot like punishment. Rules that claim to protect the public, but in truth, make the simple act of gathering threatening. If I want to gather in a park with 29 of my friends to hand out pizza, protest, ride our bikes, or do some yoga, we need a permit. The Tempe I know doesn't always have time to file a permit, but it does show up for community. It's what makes our town special. I urge you, please do not make it harder for Tempe residents to gather. I've read every word of this proposal, and I see the line that says no fiscal impact. Yet there's a real cost, a cost to trust, a cost to rights, and a cost to compassion. So I ask you, is it too late to put this on pause? Will Tempe criminalize connection on short notice, or will you choose another path, one of local democracy. Let us not become a place where the right to gather, something sacred enough to be enshrined in the First Amendment, is reduced to red tape. Look around. There's about 100 people waiting for hours to see what happens tonight. Let's postpone the vote and bring them into the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is virtual. It's Diane Melrose.
Hello?
Yes, please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Diane Melrose, Tempe. I was surprised to hear that this ordinance change didn't require a public info session like the nuisance ordinance because staff worked on it instead of council. It's still the government making changes to an ordinance, right? There was no mention of this on social media or in the water bill newsletter. I'm having trouble finding a justification for why these proposed changes were not delivered to the public with more transparency. The perspective I'm left with, and the perspective that many people have, is that you wanted this to fly under the radar. And that's very icky. Are you guys trying to rile up the citizenry? Because if you did, good job. Seriously, golf clap. Or sorry, no clapping. But if you're not, y'all need to take some time over summer break and give serious thought and consideration to what your goals are as council members. For some reason, it's important to you to present a united front, even though anyone well-versed in civic discourse knows that disagreements are what propel us in a forward direction. If you guys are always going to vote the same on hot-button agenda items, it's time for new faces on city council. A united front is a good tactic when you're trying to overcome a common enemy, but that's definitely not who we, the people, are. This ordinance is poorly written in its vagueness and needs more work with collaborative input from residents and neighborhoods. I hope to see some of you voting against passing this ordinance tonight. It's obvious you've received ample pushback from multiple community groups, but typically you all vote the same, like a family of septuplets all wearing matching dinosaur onesies. A septuplet is the term given to a group of 7 children born at the same time. Very rare. And no, council, I'm not using that term to refer to you as children, only to illustrate your boring uniformity when a motion is called for a vote. It's becoming pretty tiresome. Just as a septuplet birth has low viability, so too does a council that never varies in how it represents its constituency. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Merrick Alam. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Merrick Alam. I apologize in advance if I over-project. I have a theater background, so I promise it's not me trying to yell or anything like that. I technically live in Chandler, but since I moved to Arizona, Tempe has been like a second home to me. I work here, I relax here, I spend a lot of my time here, and today I'm here to urge all of you to vote no on this ordinance. I don't think it's very controversial to say that I'm pro-birthday party, I'm pro-family reunion, pro-open house, and this ordinance is a clear and fundamental walled garden on not just the concept of going to a park with your friends and family, but on birthday parties, open houses, reunions, and more troubling than that, whether intentional or not, an erosion of the First Amendment rights of Tempe residents. All the examples listed in any social gathering over 30 people could fall under this new definition of special event with this ordinance because that definition has been edited to be extremely broad. Even tonight, when trying to provide clarification on this, I heard the terms gray area, probably, multiple times. Additionally, the wording of this ordinance would not only lead room for vast gulfs of interpretation in how it's applied, allowing law enforcement of the city to unilaterally decide when, for instance, a family's 4th of July cookout in a public park is suddenly a dangerous, unlawful gathering of kids playing in splash pads and people cooking hot dogs. But moreover, this ordinance turns access to our public parks into a pay-to-play institution, only giving space to those who can already afford it. The idea that some of these events will be subject to different rules, different tiers of pricing, or even the wholesale rejection of an application based off of ephemeral, vague, feelings-based criteria only adds insult to injury. Tempe residents seemingly have no recourse in this space or even assurance that their application is being seen under this new ordinance. Not that that should necessarily be required in the first place. And simultaneously, by broadening this definition, it creates an incentive to put limits on the number of these newly defined events, again, barring access from the public to make use of public space. And I don't think, for example, a really popular weekly chess club in the park or a candlelight vigil should have to pay anything or require months of advance notice to use a space meant for anyone. Not only is the wording on this ordinance overly broad, allowing the city law enforcement to effectively pick and choose how, when, and who they enforce it against, it is also my belief that it violates the First Amendment rights of the citizens of Tempe and is patently unconstitutional decimation of the right to assembly. This is a textbook example of overreach, and I urge you to vote no on this ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Leah Davis. Is Leah Davis here? Okay. All right, then I'll move to the next person. Alex Schofield. Is Alex Schofield here? Okay. I'm going to move next to Andrew Hudson. Is Andrew Hudson here? Okay. Let's go next to Tina Jabilian. Tina Jabilian. Okay. Next up, Arnab Kabir. Okay, thank you. Next up, Sarah Covey. Yes, please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Sarah Covey. I am a Tempe resident and the mutual aid chair in Phoenix. I'll start over. My name is Sarah. I'm a Tempe resident, and I'm one of the co-chairs for mutual aid in DSA. I spoke to the city council last time about this ordinance, and it is still my belief that the council should vote no on it because I believe it harms the public, charity, and the freedom of speech. In 2018, an 11th Circuit Court ruled that sharing food is an expression protected by the First Amendment as a form of protest against poverty and hunger. As you can tell from the crowded hall and those sound in behind me, the people of Tempe are opposed to this ordinance, especially those who have served the unhoused and the housing insecure for years like I have. I am a working class person. I make maybe $20 an hour. Permits are expensive at $150 per event per day. Charity and mutual aid groups typically operate on a shoestring budget because they are made up of people like me who take money out of our limited income to help people on the street. How are folks who want to hand out water once a week supposed to afford $150 every single time? Also, a cap of 30 people is the same number of beds that I saw Tempe had available for the unhoused. And even if there are more beds, the people I've served have told me that their waiting lists are months long to get into shelter. And I do not think that as great as 68 beds sounds, it's going to exactly cut it. The same with rental assistance, as when I was looking online, it ran out early this year, I think in March. In short, I think that Tempe should welcome the help of Good Samaritans. One event I do to help those in need is the Really, Really Free Market held at Daly Park, or it was held at Daly Park until March of this year. It began in 2021 from sustainability students at ASU, but in March, police were waiting for us, saying that we needed a special events permit. And to give clarity for what the Really, Really Free Market is, it is a bunch of neighbors coming together with items that they no longer need to give others for free. There is no money exchanged at this event. And it took until May this year to get it going again and get it going inside, and the insurance for it is very expensive for someone like me and other people that volunteer there. To give a perspective of the community that it serves, I can speak about volunteering at ARIS. Today, 130 people showed up for ARIS's assistance. It's a mutual aid event that happens up the street from Daly Park. They typically serve 150 to 200 people that had to move locations. And I'm thinking that given all those people out there that need help, even people that are on the verge of becoming homeless when it's blisteringly hot outside and it's going to get worse, no rental assistance, and shutdown of events like ours, rent at an all-time high. What are we going to do with these people? In short, parks are for people, not permits.
Thank you. Okay, quick thing. Can I have, if you have numbers 20 through 25, can you begin to kind of make your way forward? So those are the next folks. If you have numbers 20 through 25, which means that person number 20 here is Haley Brown. Please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Haley Brown, and I am a resident of North Tempe, and I am here today to urge you to vote no on this ordinance. This proposal is a sweeping expansion of city power that threatens free assembly, charity work, and the basic right to exist in public space together. The ordinance targets people helping people who need help. It subjects charity groups offering support to unhoused neighbors, the same neighbors who've already been displaced or criminalized under previous sitting actions, to a burdensome permit process. The ordinance also sets an arbitrary threshold. Any event with more than 30 people, even if it's informal or posted online, now requires a permit. That includes vigils, protests, and community gatherings. Organizers face vague standards about what constitutes an adverse impact or a duplication of services, giving the city broad discretion to deny or revoke permits based on subjective judgments. Despite assertions to the contrary, there's also no meaningful protection in the ordinance itself for spontaneous protests or responses to breaking events, cases where it would be impossible to both give, quote, adequate notice and to meet the moment. Violations of the proposed ordinance can lead to misdemeanor charges, bans on future applications, and financial liability. That's a huge burden, especially for working class organizers and volunteers simply trying to care for their communities. All of this rests on the idea that public space should be tightly controlled, that it belongs to the city first and the people second. But our parks are not just places for corporate festivals or city-sponsored events, and they're not just places for after-school activities that are carefully planned. They're where we come together to grieve, to organize, and to care for one another. That's not a nuisance, but it's a sign of a thriving community. Please stop doubling down on bad policy because you were rightfully sued. I urge you to vote no on this ordinance and instead work with the people who actually use public space to craft policies rooted in justice, compassion, and true public access. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Dylan Wild. Please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, council. My name is Dylan Wild. I'm here to urge you all to vote no on this bad ordinance. I am the co-chair of the local chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America. Whereas some DSA organizations across the country have been working hard to elect people to city office like Zoran Mamdani, Phoenix DSA has been quietly but effectively at work in Tempe feeding, watering, and clothing the unhoused population. The woman who's been leading those efforts in our chapter is the beautiful Sarah Covey, my girlfriend, who spoke before you a moment ago. And let me tell you a little bit about the stress that she goes through when she comes back home at night after spending time with the unhoused population. More than once, she has broken down into tears, wondering what will become of these people if there are not folks like her to take care of them. She has cried because there are not enough beds for the homeless in the city of Tempe. And she is frustrated that she is no longer able to put on events like the Really, Really Free Market in public parks because the police came and told them that it is not legal. Besides the moral cost, besides the emotional cost of an ordinance like this and pushing care for the homeless out of public parks, I agree with what people have said before me that this appears to be unconstitutional. The Arizona State Constitution says that the people of Arizona's right to come together in peaceful assembly to pursue the common good shall not be abridged. An expensive $150 to $500 a pop ordinance absolutely abridges that right. Look, those of us in DSA are not here tonight because we want to fight the city. We're here because we want to feed the homeless. We're here because we're working with organizations, the organizations that stand behind me, that have been doing this work since before we were here and have reached out an arm to us to show us how to do it too, to show us how to be effective and to show us how to care. Our organization is largely young. We're not exclusively an organization for young people, but that is how it turns out. And we have shown up in numbers because an issue has come before the council that resonates with us, that we care about. I see incredible diversity on this council, but I don't see diversity of opinion. It has been shocking to me to see the council lean on the opinions of paid staff who work directly for this government and act as if the opinions of that paid staff is the same thing as public opinion. It is not public opinion. Public opinion is standing behind me and urging this council to vote no on this bad ordinance. Finally, I would say that if something like this must come to pass in Tempe, that there should clearly be a carve-out for organizations like Phoenix DSA and others who provide the services to our unhoused population that the city should be providing. I think it's possible. I think it could be good that there might be $25 small event permits for large organizations, but when somebody like Sarah Covey steps up into this community to feed the unhoused, then there should be no excessive fee. She should be congratulated. Vote no.
Okay, the next speaker I have is Daniel Iori. Is Daniel Iori here? Okay. Next up, Adrian Munoz. Oh, he's coming? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, please come forward. I'm sorry. To state your name and city of residence, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, yeah, my name is Daniel Erie. I'm currently a resident of Gilbert, but I have family and friends in Tempe. I'm often in Tempe doing work and patronizing the businesses and all that. I'm just here standing in solidarity with the Phoenix DSA chapter and to urge you to vote no on this ordinance. I too have looked over it. The language does not increase clarity in any sense that I can understand. I'm not a lawyer, but it seems like a more or less blank check to loosely interpret things as needed, as many people have said, to arbitrarily decide when and where certain things should apply. And given the track record that the city of Tempe has had with specifically targeting groups that are doing things like mutual aid, trying to help out the less fortunate people, because there aren't services that have enough resources to deliver that, at the point that it's needed. Again, like many other people have said, there is an opportunity to work with these people to increase the service that is rendered to the people who need it. There should not be, a conflict here. It doesn't make any sense. These people are using their own money, their own time, coming out here to make a difference, to help people, and to penalize that, and to try to dress it up as if you're not doing that. It's disingenuous, it's in bad faith, and it should be voted no on.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Munoz, you are next. State your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Adrian Munoz, resident of Mesa, but I work here in Tempe, commute to Tempe every day. And I do a lot of community outreach, a lot of volunteer work with a lot of the unhoused population here in Tempe as well. I'm here to urge the mayor, vice mayor, and other members of the council to vote no on this ordinance because we originally talked about the secondary effects of these gatherings being, trash being left at the parks, traffic buildup, congestion. Something we haven't discussed, though, is the secondary effect of this ordinance getting passed, which would be the asymmetric damaging of a very unfortunate population here in Tempe, the unhoused population. This ordinance causes undue roadblocks, more red tape that limits our ability to my ability in the DSA with mutual aid and my friends behind me and other community outreach programs here tonight as well. Our ability to be able to be out here to help these people who desperately need it, especially in these summer months where it's just going to keep getting hotter. Sorry. Secondly, I would also like to discuss. I am so nervous.
It's okay. Take your time. You're good.
What was it? Okay. This might seem like a bit of a crazy hypothetical, but we were talking about earlier the deviation of use, the example being used like a parking lot carnival. This might be like out there, but considering the advancement of President 47's big beautiful bill, we're seeing that ICE might become one of the most well-funded law enforcement agencies in the country. I would sure love to see if this 30-person limit and deviation of use would also apply if there just happen to be, I don't know, 30, 40 ICE agents in a parking lot of a restaurant conducting a raid. That's, I think, all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker I have is Nathan Landis. Please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi all, my name is Nathan Landis. I am a resident of Scottsdale. However, I spend much of my time and money here in Tempe. As a member of Phoenix Metro DSA, I also volunteer frequently with groups providing aid to those who need some help here in Tempe. I've seen firsthand how important access to parks is for building communities and how difficult it is to simply help those who need some help when access to parks or apparently private property is removed or restricted, which this ordinance clearly can do. This ordinance will make it significantly more expensive in time, planning, and resources to provide aid that the city is simply not providing, and which they can choose to outright deny us the ability to provide. Meanwhile, it will also restrict park access from other gatherings, such as family reunions, birthday parties, sporting events that might be 15 versus 15, birthday parties, and forcing them to go through expensive permitting processes that could take a couple days or weeks or months. It kind of depends on how long you're all able to process that. We don't know. So for those reasons and many others, I and everyone who has spoken here so far today strongly urge this council to vote no on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Quick thing, just if you're, I'm going to go to speaker number 25, but if you are speakers 26 through 30, if you could please make your way down as well. And yep, I'm sorry, so Mr. Dugan. Yes, please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, I am Dylan Dugan. I am a resident of the unincorporated county lands outside of Maricopa, Arizona, but I am a former resident of Tempe and an ASU graduate, and I spend a lot of time up here with my friends helping out the unhoused folks. I'm also one of the original organizers involved with the Really Really Free Market. All that to say, I want to agree with all of the things that my friends have said so far, but more importantly, I want to take this opportunity to view this from a lens of somebody who is running for election or is currently holding a elected position. Is this the optics that you want, right? So far, we have a bill or an ordinance that is pretty poorly crafted, or at least is perceived as such. It looks like it's being jammed down our necks by the rushed fashion of this. It's being pushed along in a fashion that doesn't seem to include anybody's opinion who's actually in the community doing the work. And if this is the way that you want to approach this, then I would just say, maybe look for other employment soon, because I think that the wave of politics that's moving forward is, as evidenced by the recent Democratic primary win by Zoran Mandani, is that listening to the constituents is the way that we need to move forward in order to win elections. And I think that is becoming something that is relevant now more than ever. And so with that, I'll yield the rest of my time, but just consider that.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joseph Amezcua. Please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Joseph Amezcua from town of Gilbert. So I've lived in Arizona for almost 20 years now, and most of my good time was in Tempe and Phoenix. It breaks my heart to see that the city council wants to move in with this resolution to demonize the homeless and those who can't help afford it. Find housing. Mutual aid is trying to help everybody out right now, but this resolution is disgusting. And you want to do this in the summertime where people do not have the luxury, as most of us, to find shelter and get any water. And you're trying to tell people they cannot bathe or drink. Are you guys this lost right now? Like, come on. Are you going to let Freak 1 and Freak 2 over here say it's okay to pass a resolution to demonize people?
Please, don't, no, we don't need any personal. Please stick to the policy, please.
But ridiculous how this policy is. Do not pass this because it's going to find its way to Mesa, Chandler, and Gilbert. And I hate to have this conversation with the city councils there as well. I'll take my leave. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Morningstar Bloom. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Morningstar Bloom, a resident of Phoenix, Arizona, and I'm the Secretary of the Phoenix Metro Chapter of DSA. Tempe's parks aren't just places for recreation. They're where we build community. Whether it's neighborhood potlucks, mutual aid distributions, or public forums, these spaces allow residents to come together in ways that are informal, spontaneous, and deeply meaningful. For our chapter in particular, the Really Free Market at Daly Park served that, and it has helped us develop our organization, but it has also been an important way for people to feel that they can give back to those. What exactly counts as an event in this has been hotly debated over the course of this evening, and I understand at the previous meeting as well. The reason that we are particularly opposed is the concern that we may be denied a permit, and then we may then be faced with not getting another permit for another year. The cost is also a significant contributing concern for us. As an org, we are able to do a lot, but we do it on a tiny, tiny budget. We used to donate a portion of our funds as a chapter to formula and diapers that would be given out at Really Free Market. And now we spend a significant chunk of our funds, money that otherwise would be going to more that kind of activity, to just pay for the insurance, since we had to move our event to a church. We would like to be able to return to Daly Park and to be able to serve the community. I know that your intentions with this were to provide clarity on the Parks and Recreation Ordinance as it is. I am unclear why there's such urgency to shove this through now without the public engagement, since you are democratically elected officials. And I know that listening to constituents is at the heart of your job. I urge you to vote no on this ordinance. I think it is time to bring the community in to discuss this in a more serious and intentional way. And we are so excited to step up should you give us the opportunity to engage. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Samuel Teitelbaum. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Samuel Teitelbaum. I'm a resident of North Tempe, and I'm also employed at Arizona State University. I love the city parks here and what Tempe has done with your civic spaces. I think that parks and public spaces are what can transform a collection of people into a community. And I understand that being a local elected official is tough. You know, the budget is tight. You spend a lot of time at 10 p.m. Getting yelled at by a lot of people. But I'm here to say that I think that passing this ordinance is going to make your lives more difficult, not less difficult. A vague and poorly structured ordinance is right for situations like not just, it doesn't matter sometimes what your lawyers understand the ordinance to mean. It's about what the neighbors who might call the police on a gathering in the park to mean, and what those law enforcement officers think the ordinance means. At every stage in this sort of process, if you don't have absolute clarity, that leads to a breakdown in civic engagement. It leads to law enforcement officers who might have better things to do with their time than breaking up a basketball game among a bunch of teenagers trying to just play and engage with themselves in the park. I say this because I want to appreciate the questions by Councilmember Hodge about a basketball game, because while I received assurances from the city that this ordinance would not apply to such an event, that's not what it says in the handout that I was handed at the beginning of this event here, and it's also not what it says in the ordinance. So I'm not really sure what to believe, and that means I'm not really sure what anyone else is going to believe if this ordinance passes. And so for that reason, I would urge you all to vote no on this ordinance and come up with at least clarifying language that can help us understand what exactly will enforcement look like. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Really quickly here too, I'm going to go to speaker 29, but I need to bring up speakers 30 to 35. Next speaker I have is Amanda Everett. Please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Hi, my name is Mandy Everett. I was born and raised here in the Valley, and I'm a Tempe resident. I'm here to oppose these new restrictions on special events. I've lived in Tempe for 8 years, and I hope to spend many more years here in the city I've grown to love. I spend my weekdays working here, and when the sun isn't trying to turn me into a crisp, I enjoy my evenings strolling through Kiwanis. It's one of my favorite parks of all time. Or along the canal path to get some groceries or something, you know? I like to spend my mornings at Brick Road or Tuesdays at Darkside. Some weeks you'll find me at the library. And sometimes you'll even find me busking in the street. Others, you'll find me joining my fellow Democratic Socialists of America members at a mutual aid event, one of which was sadly shut down by the city. I say this all to make it clear that I'm deeply invested in the city and its future, as I'm sure all of you are. And as your handout explains, this was all sort of kicked off by what I see as the unnecessary crackdown on mutual aid events and the lawsuit that resulted from this crackdown. I personally tend to agree with the 11th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals decision, which ruled that feeding the homeless is expressive conduct protected by the First Amendment. The Arizona Constitution also guarantees me the right to assemble for the public good, and I can think of nothing more beneficial to the public good than mutual aid. But what happens when the city manager or their designee disagrees and infringes on that right, as it has shown it's willing to do with the previously mentioned instances? What if that overreach continues to go unchecked and an unelected city official designated by the city manager arbitrarily decides the protest I'm at is a threat to public safety? I feel we should be passing ordinances to strengthen our right to peacefully assemble and support each other, especially when ICE agents are invading our city and kidnapping our neighbors, and everything is becoming less and less affordable. It's a dangerous precedent to set, and I'm honestly disappointed that leaders of what I know to be a beautiful and diverse city are even considering this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Meredith Stamper. Please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Meredith Stamper. I live in Phoenix. I am not in Democratic Socialists of America, but I have had the pleasure of organizing with a good chunk of them. And I can say that they do great work and are very passionate about just helping other people. Based on that, I understand that there is a concern for public safety, a concern for clean parks. But what I'm asking you is look around. Who here isn't willing to pick up some extra trash? Who here isn't willing to go those lengths to make sure that our neighbors are fed? And when we talk about community, I ask, who are we including in that community? Are we including everybody? Or are we just including those that are able to pay? Community to me is not just our paid neighbors that have housing, but community is also those who are just looking for a free place to go in an economy in which, as a 26-year-old, 27-year-old, I can't really go to very many free spaces, and I don't have a lot of money, so doing fun things is hard. I do find it ironic that a city council that just declared Pride Month for disability, or for a Disability Pride Month, that you could potentially block a group of people who are most disadvantaged, and that is disabled unhoused people. And many of the unhoused are disabled. So I ask that you also consider that moving forward and making sure that you are listening to all disabled voices. And while I do appreciate the $2 million contribution that the man gave earlier, I think that is wonderful. I don't have $2 million. Everyone in this room doesn't have $2 million, most likely. I could be speaking for someone. But I do have 2 hands, and I know how to make bread, and I know how to clean up trash, and I know how to feed my neighbors. I know how to have conversations with them. So I cannot give money, I can give my time. And so I'm asking you to vote no on this so I can continue to give my time. That is my right to do so. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker I have is Ben Abercrombie. State your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ben Abercrombie. I am a Phoenix resident, but I recently graduated with my undergrad from ASU, and I'm working on my graduate degree currently. Just want to say that our parks are spaces for everyone, and to pass this legislation would mean that unelected officials get to exclude people at their discretion. In other words, if this law is passed, everyone becomes conditional, and if this law is passed, freedom of speech and assembly become conditional. I want to emphasize that when Councilmember Adams asked for clarity on what defines spontaneous events, no definitive answer was given. The constitutional right to speech cannot be handed over to the whims of unelected bureaucrats. I also want to emphasize that what the DSA and these groups are doing is helping people who desperately need it. Please let us continue helping these people. So I would say, if you value human rights to free speech and assembly, and you value helping people who need it, vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Holly Robertson. Please state your name and city residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Holly Robertson. I live in Mesa, Arizona. I own a small business in Tempe, and I'm here representing local run groups like Soul Sports, Aravaipa, Latinas Run, and many other running groups. For the past 2 years, my local run group has vastly improved my physical and mental health. I love using Tempe's beautiful parks and appreciate the new bridge running path that was recently approved. Good job. In my group, I have made over 31 new friends. I have successfully helped manage my mental health and trained to run my first 2 marathons. None of this would have been possible without support from my free local running group. Your presentation that you gave to me today claims that only charity runs would require a permit. However, the language in your ordinance in section 1B clearly states walks, runs, or bicycle rides that are open to the public. This ordinance is incredibly vague and open to interpretation. Your presentation also claimed that this ordinance is to promote health and public safety. With the rising obesity rate in the US, access to free places to exercise is incredibly important. If this ordinance passes as it's currently written, my group could be required to pay $6,000 a month to continue to meet, and the group would likely have to disband. We meet 3 times a week, thank you. Furthermore, our run group leader was assured by a city council member that this would only be selectively enforced. Who will determine that? Which groups will be this used to be enforced against? How will it be enforced? Will it only be used to hurt homeless people? Because it sure seems that way. This ordinance threatens our community and the physical and mental health of myself and countless other people in Tempe. This ordinance is also a violation of our right to assembly granted to us by the First Amendment, or at worst, that's at worst, or a blatant cash grab by the city of Tempe at best. Furthermore, it's essentially unenforceable, as you would have to prove that the people were meeting as a group and not individually choosing to run or walk at the same time. Also, you will have to catch us all, okay? Earlier tonight, we celebrated designating July as Disability Pride Month. I find this very unfortunate, as this ordinance would make it more difficult for the charity event hosted by Together We Live, a local run group used in Tempe that supports children with cerebral palsy. We can't push them around Tempe Town Lake anymore without getting a permit, so that would be really cool. It seems as if someone, that's mean, I'll leave it out. It seems as if someone typed in, make a cartoonishly evil set of ordinances into ChatGPT and just ran with it. But don't worry, if this ordinance passes, I promise you that I will dutifully fulfill request permits for every single run I walk or do, and I'll be sure to submit it for the coming year. Doing some math, that will roughly be 156 permit requests just from my run group alone. I hope you are ready to do some paperwork, council members. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andrea Luna Cervantes. Please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Andrea Luna Cervantes. I'm a Tempe resident. I'm an organizer with Organized Power in Numbers. We've been organizing for housing justice and have successfully worked with this council in the past to pass good housing policy. And I'm here today to strongly oppose this proposed ordinance. This policy is not about public safety. It's about control. Requiring permits and fees for any gathering of over 30 people, including things like mutual aid, events, bikes, or neighborhood parties, only creates an unnecessary barriers for working class communities trying to care for one another. Let's be honest, this will disproportionately impact efforts to support unhoused people, whether it's distributing water, food, or basic survival supplies, as we've heard. We are in the middle of a housing and heat crisis. And instead of helping people most at risk, the city is choosing to punish those trying to meet basic needs. Worse, this ordinance would hand broad powers to unelected city staff to decide what kinds of speech and gatherings are allowed. That opens the door to discrimination, censorship, and selective enforcement. This is a direct attack on our right to assemble and build community. We should be making it easier, not harder, for people to gather, organize, and care for each other in spaces. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, actually, let me just I'll make a quick note too. If you are numbers 36 through 40, can you please begin to come forward? The next speaker I have is John Bush. Please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is John Bush. I live in West Mesa and I work in Tempe on Novus Place. And sure. I live in West Mesa and I work in Tempe on Novus Place. In my spare time, I help with homeless outreach programs and advocating for more tenant protections in Tempe. I've been disappointed over the last few years reading news stories of ugly fights with the city of Tempe, going after Good Samaritans, providing for those left underserved by official outreach programs. I've been disappointed by what seems to be the city capitulating to the extreme views of those that think drug addicts are less deserving of shelter and food. And I'm disappointed in their city's ability to keep people from ending up homeless in the first place. At a time when funding is drying up, our community should be partnering with those who are able to do more with less, not fining and arresting them. At a time when we see more attacks on working people, we should be implementing more protections to keep people in their homes. And this further restriction on our parks with ridiculous permitting limitations is not the way to build resilient communities. Drop these proposed changes to the city code and come back with plans to build better relationships with the compassionate people of Tempe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, the next speaker I have is Jesse Dwyer. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Council. My name is Jessie Dwyer. I'm a resident of Scottsdale, but I have been in the Valley for my entire life, born and raised, and spent a lot of work and time and recreation in the city of Tempe, as well as an undergraduate and graduate degree from ASU. So I really care about this city and this community that we're building. And really, I'll keep it very simple today. I'm urging you to vote no on this ordinance. I think it is infringement on people's right to exist in public spaces and our right to help unhoused folks or gather for whatever kind of thing we need to gather for. So that's really all I want to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Paulina Milligan. Is Paulina Milligan here? Okay, the next speaker I then have is Stevie Cohn. Left, okay, thank you. No, should be here in person. Okay, so Stevie Cohn's gone? Okay, then let me just also note that I need 2 speakers 40 through 45 to also begin to come forward as well, 40 through 45. The next speaker I have is Nancy Baker. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Woods, Vice Mayor Garland, council members, and city manager Inkowski. My name is Nancy Baker. I'm a North Tempe resident. I'm also a City of Tempe Town Lake rower. And I am here to articulate my point of view for you to consider a yes vote on the code changes to safeguard our neighborhoods and our community. I want to share a little bit of background. Our Hope 7 team has done an incredible amount of impact in our community, and by your support have increased the size of the team for community outreach. Our TCAA has served our community for years, and I was thrilled to meet ever briefly Jerry Brock. His contribution of $2 million is heartening. Our 1 in 10 team, Eris Foundation, have been huge partners in support of our community efforts. Having said that, I am here as a resident and not as a corporate community member. I think broadening the definition allows and permits for community goodwill. I believe there are opportunities to share execution considerations in our resident and vendor community in terms of communication strategy. I would be happy to follow up with Chris on that specifically. I'd like to share just 2 points. I think it's critical to call out that in the code, it specifically articulates that 501c3s may qualify and do qualify for fee reimbursement. That's a huge opportunity for our 501c3s, many of whom I have heard speak this evening. I also think that posting hours in each of the parks is really critical. I think the city's done a really good job doing that. However, with the park versus parking versus grassy areas, that may be an area of opportunity. I also think that consideration on denials, that a time frame window prior to a new application could be useful. And finally, I think a time frame for activation on the changes proposed and city readiness to implement would take some consideration given the amount of work that it may take, even though the fees are already in place. So with that, again, I urge you to vote yes, and I appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kim Gaffney-Loza. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm speaking for myself and my experience. I'm speaking in support of the event regulations. Hopefully this will help the damage and violations that are occurring in our parks and preserves. I was taken aback last council meeting when a gentleman spoke in favor of feedings in Moore Park. He stated that it was a good location because it was just surrounded by desert. Obviously, he does not understand how fragile the desert ecosystem is. Our small part of the desert was valued enough by the majority of Tempe citizens that they overwhelmingly voted our part of Papago Park a preserve. I happened to clean up around Moore Park, Ramadas, a couple of times after large feedings. Water bottles, plastic cutlery, styrofoam plates were strewn everywhere in the surrounding area. Hundreds of cigarette butts littered the ground. I called in graffiti that was on tables, posts, concrete slabs, and surrounding walls. Keep in mind, these Ramadas were just renovated a couple of years ago. I do not see the proper respect being shown for our park assets, which include the ecosystems we are trying to protect. Throughout the preserves, we have had fires, tons of trash, including human excrement, drug paraphernalia, discarded personal items, broken off tree branches, and spider trails that destroy the desert crust and help in the spread of damaging invasive plant seeds. You've heard me speak about this topic often. When the service resistant are enabled to stay camping out on the streets, in the parks, and preserves, I can imagine it can be difficult for our HOPE team to convince them to use the services that our city provides and we pay for. I would love to know how much we contribute per capita for homeless services compared to other Maricopa County cities. I would also want to know how many feedings are done in other cities surrounding us that stage the same sort of gatherings. I believe if you feed them, they will come, no matter where it's taking place. And that is my point. There has to be better places to feed people in need and offer them real help. No one wants to see people go hungry. But there has to be better solutions than giving service-resistant people a way to stay living in unhealthy and destructive ways on our streets, in our parks, and in our preserves. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Celia Wager. Hope I got that right. Wager, you got it. Please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Hi, I am Celia Wager. I live here in Tempe, and I am here representing Arizona Trans Together. We host meetups twice a week with the transgender population of Tempe and the surrounding area, and we always have more than 30 people in attendance. Our organization has upwards of 600 members, and there's an incredibly large transgender population in the Phoenix metro area, and especially Tempe. As a community, we do not want our First Amendment right to assemble infringed on in any way. The language of the ordinance grants incredibly broad discretion to break up almost any kind of public meeting, even those on private property, which the ordinance ordinance explicitly mentions. The First Amendment grants us the freedom of assembly. This ordinance allows the city of Tempe to arbitrarily restrict this right. If your plan was to specifically limit limit this code specifically to specific types of public gatherings, the language proposed in the ordinance should have been much more specific and restrictive instead of granting the city broad discretion to disperse any public gathering that takes place in public or which may require city resources in some vague, undefined way. The handout that I and everyone else here were handed when we walked in downplays the impact of this ordinance and does not match the actual legal language used in the ordinance itself. It claims that the ordinance will be lax and restrained in its application, while the ordinance itself has no such carve-outs for spontaneous protest or special events, only a broad mandate to shut down any gathering in excess of 30 people. I object to all attempts to limit freedom of speech and assembly, especially in the current political climate where many of us already feel threatened and unsafe. This ordinance does not make anyone more safe. It is just creating more grounds to charge people with civil and criminal penalties. Police should not have the ability to determine what is a lawful or unlawful gathering. There is an incredible potential for abuse of this ordinance to disrupt and arrest whatever groups the city or police don't like. We should not have to pay fees and submit notice in 60 days advance to maybe assemble at some point in the future. Whatever language is being offered about spontaneous First Amendment protests is spurious and ultimately defined at the discretion of those enforcing this ordinance. There is no legal definition of spontaneous, and it is absurd that the legality of a protest should be determined by how much planning went into it, like whether it was planned a few days ahead or a month or whatever. We have a First Amendment right to peacefully assemble, and this right should not be subject to the whims of unelected officials. Remember your oath to protect the Constitution. Do not pass this ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tony Powell. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Tony Powell, and I live in Tempe. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. We all care about the well-being of everyone in our community, especially those that are unsheltered. However, summer temperatures in the park can quickly become dangerous, and large gatherings without proper resources can unintentionally put those that are already vulnerable at greater risk. For everyone's safety, I recommend connecting with local shelters and support organizations that can provide nourishment and care in a safer and more controlled environment, specifically those that provide cooling options. I'm in support of the city working with all of these groups that have spoken here today to help find a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Dave Powell. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Dave Powell. I live in North Tempe. I've been a resident of Tempe over 30 years. I'm not opposed to programs or activities that help those in need. What I am opposed to is the impact that these activities can have on my neighborhood in North Tempe. I've seen firsthand the increased volume of people in the neighborhood following large group feedings. I've seen the human waste and garbage left behind by those individuals while in my neighborhood. I've observed drug use in the alley behind my house, as well as dumpster diving and the trash that's left in the alley. And because of this, I would ask that the City Council impose higher controls, regulations, and alternate options for these events. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a note too, can we make sure to have speakers 45 to 50 begin to come down to the front? And with that said, next speaker is Kathy Brand. Kathy Brand left, okay. All right, the next speaker is Georgia Kohler. Please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, good evening. My name is Georgia Kohler, and I am in North Tempe, been there for 40+ years. And I've had the privilege of participating in many events and organized events within various locations in the city that have been well-run events under the city's ordinances and expectations. However, times change. The city's population has increased and changed as well. So with that, I've reviewed the proposed revisions for this ordinance. I am in support of the proposed changes and would like to provide the following feedback. The scale of the events at 30 before a permit is required, I totally agree with. I don't think we can go any lower than that. And it could speak to an event that happened spontaneously in, I believe it was Surprise or Glendale, I can't remember, where all of a sudden 50 kids just descended upon an area. And that becomes a problem. So 30 is a pretty good limit for a spontaneous event, allowing assembly, free speech in that. One of my concerns with more than 30 people in a gathering without having the proper permitting and the proper steps taken is definitely public safety and welfare. I worked in inner cities and inner city hospitals for many years, and I've seen some of the things that can happen when things are not managed well. And I think this ordinance really helps provide some of that management that's needed for these events. I appreciate the good hearts of the people that want to feed, but with that, I think duplication of services is something that's very, very important to look at. I think there's too many duplications of services, and we in Tempe, I think, have some admirable programs. I really do. And I know there's never enough to go around for everybody. But with that, I think if we could quit duplicating services and get together, we could quit diluting those services and really strengthen everything that's being offered and that people want to offer to the homeless. And with that said, people offered to pick up trash so they can bake bread. I appreciate that. However, to Powell's point, come into my neighborhood and see what's left in the alleys and see what's left on the streets sometimes after these events. Because once they leave those parks, they're coming into our neighborhoods. And it becomes a trash heap sometimes. And it becomes too many people in one area. And these are not unhoused. These are folks that are on drugs. I've seen them. Saw a gentleman, use that loosely, walking across Scottsdale Road, kitty corner, not in the crosswalk, and just totally walked across. Bus almost hit him. And I'd seen him in the neighborhood with 2 other people. I kept an eye on him. And they left the neighborhood. They weren't doing anything but walking, so I couldn't say anything. But these are the people that end up in our neighborhood after feeding in the park. You can laugh all you want, but if you don't live there, you don't know.
Let's show respect to all the speakers, please.
So, spontaneous events, you have an ordinance, a section in the ordinance for spontaneous events, which I think is admirable. It allows assembly, it allows you to articulate and vocalize your thoughts and your feelings, which does protect your freedom of speech right. So there is an allowance in there for that. So with that, please, I ask that you pass this ordinance.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker I have is Lane Caraway. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Lane Caraway. I've been a 33-year resident of North Tempe, north of the lake. I have been part of feedings in the park at Tempe Beach Park a few years back. I encouraged G4S, the police department, to be there because every time we had an issue. But over the last several years, Papago Park became and I'm going to say it, a shithole. Nobody could go there. And they're not homeless. That's what needs to be driven home here. These are drug addicts. They are service resistant. Some of these people have probably been encountered by the police hundreds of times and refuse services. You feed them in the park. You say you clean them up. But 30 minutes later, you're in your air-conditioned car or you're in your air-conditioned home. These people are still there in the parks, and they are continuing where they're doing drugs, having sex, trashing the place out. Then they get bored. Then they come over to our neighborhood. They do whatever. I just had to clean up shit on my sidewalk for the 2nd time in less than a week and a half. These individuals come in, they make encampments, they throw stuff, they steal stuff, but yet I hear nothing but from these people, we left it better than what we found it. That's a lie. You're not around till every one of those individuals leaves. That is the problem with feeding in the parks. Nobody can use the parks afterwards. Morier Park is never used. Oh, really? Go there, see the feedings. You people pack up, They're still there. Guess what happens? They come over the hill, go to Q2, do a little grocery shopping, or go to Circle K, little grocery shopping, then come in our neighborhoods and trash it out, leave the garbage. I would like these individuals to come to my house on a daily basis and clean my neighborhood, and the businesses would appreciate it too. It is nonstop with these individuals, and we wouldn't have this problem if there wasn't feeding. Most of these people that have spoken tonight don't even live in Tempe, which I'm amazed. You live in Phoenix, Mesa, South Scottsdale, wherever. How about feeding your own neighborhoods if they would allow it? But they don't. My problem that I see is this ordinance would help control some of that, and we need to do that. Otherwise, we're going to have more of the same stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Robert Thornton. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Robert Thornton, Phoenix. Thank you, Council. I'm the Executive Director of Cloud Covered Streets. We are a 501c3 nonprofit since 2016, focused on helping those experiencing homelessness. We do this with our mobile laundry and shower trailers. Since our inception in 2020 with Taking Trailers, we've had a really hard time finding a good place in Tempe to bring our trailers. About a month and a half, 2 months ago, we began teaming up with the Native Action Project, and they are located in Kings Plaza, right there on 1300 McClintock. Our last trip there was June 13th, and we provided services to over 50 people, 50 individuals experiencing homelessness. We were supposed to be there again this last Monday, but on Friday we were contacted by the Native Action Project saying that the city of Tempe told them that if we were there providing services, they would receive a $1,500 fine because we do not have a special event permit. I wish that the person that contacted them had done a little bit of due diligence and come down and look at the services we provide, because nothing that we do is listed on the special event permit. Like I said, we saw 50 people, but since we are at the respite center, they're all inside, so they're not gathering outside. The only people outside in the heat are myself and my team. Our trailer is parked in the far northwest corner of Kings Plaza. Anybody that drives into Kings Plaza is not affected by our services. We're completely out of the way. When we leave Kings Plaza, it's cleaner than when we arrived. So our next time we're supposed to be there is July 14th. But I'm just trying to get some sort of justification from the council exactly what we're doing that requires a special event permit, since we're not doing anything on your list.
Mr. City Attorney, just a quick thing. I know this is under item 8C7, but I know it might be a different issue. Am I allowed to comment on this, or I want to make sure before I start talking?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, that is a separate issue to the extent it relates to the special events ordinance. I can clarify that it sounds like there's a deviation of use that we discussed, trailers parked and services being offered in a parking lot rather than that. So I think that's about as far as we can go.
Rather than where?
I think that's about as fair.
I was going to ask Mr. Thornton if it's possible. Jeff Tamiulevich is the director of the Community Development Department, and also his division oversees code enforcement. If it's possible that you could talk to him, because he's the person who oversees that entire division. That's probably the best I could do tonight, but I know I earlier talked to Dr. McIntosh before as well, so we had some conversation. But if you could speak to Jeff, that would actually be the best thing. You right there? Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
you
much.
coming. Thank you. The next speaker I have is Michelle Brown. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Thank
absolutely.
you, because I'm
Thank you.
deaf. So, good evening. My name is Michelle Brown. I'm a resident of North Tempe for 55 years. Like other residents, I too am very distressed over the ordinance as it applies to city parks. But I've been hearing and have read that many people complain about safety in the parks and state that the homeless population is the cause. I would like to address the safety issue tonight. I am a frequent user of many parks in this city and have been for years. I frequent Indian Bend, Papago, Muir, Tempe Women's Club, Evelyn Hallman, the Tempe Preserve, Tempe Town Lake, and occasionally Kiwanis and Daly. I walk, I hike, I bicycle, and I kayak. I applaud the city parks. They are clean, well-maintained, well-lit, and safe. City employees in the parks are always courteous, and I want you to know, I usually exercise, I'm out alone, I always feel safe in our parks. Sometimes I'm alone in the dark in the parks, and I still feel safe. I think it's important the council hears that, because I think they hear things from other people about them being very unsafe.
Please.
I can't help but believe that the homeless are being discriminated against in Tempe, and that this ordinance targets them and other groups that serve vulnerable populations, the nonprofits, the interfaith community, and others. I have many more points to make. I know our time is very limited. I won't go over them. They've been stated well before. But I will ask that you vote no on this ordinance tonight. Don't punish the homeless anymore. And let's go back to the drawing board as a community and work on it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker, I've got, actually, if I can bring up the next block of people, that would be folks 50 through 55. So 50 through 55 could begin to make their way forward. That brings me to my next speaker, which is Hillary Folk. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Hillary. I am a resident of Tempe, and I have been for the last 7 years. And I'm also a proud member of Thursday Papago Jam, and also a facilitator and jam ambassador. Thursday Papago Jam is a 10-year standing free community-based gathering that happens every Thursday, where community members share movements like yoga, circus, acro, slacklining, juggling, and other offerings such as meditation, ceremony, art, music, and other various flow arts. Thursday Papago Jam is a free outdoor community held at Papago Park, where turnouts can range anywhere between 7 up to 80 people. I, like many others, have found Papago to be a place that I am guaranteed to make and meet a new friend or neighbor. I personally found my love for the community and yoga at Papago Jam. I was amazed at the group of community members that volunteered on a weekly basis to hold space for free. This anomaly of a group has brought me so much inspiration that I myself became a yoga instructor, to be able to give back to my community just as others have done before me. The word yoga means to union or yoke. I consider Papago to be the perfect place to yoke community. The Jam is a space where anyone can join without judgment of age, size, color, financial status, or skill level. Papago has always been a place for me to step out of my comfort zone, meet new people, and try new things. I've been able to network with like-minded people and continue friendships that go beyond the park and have lasted me through various chapters in my life. Because Papago is a community-based space, the jams are also donation-based. There is never an expectation to give money to the facilitator. The best donation for me as a facilitator is just getting people to show up and to be a part of the community outside. Sharing space is a priceless donation in itself. Just getting outside and grounding in nature isn't something that most people do on a regular basis. But Papago Park gives the people an opportunity to do it for free, rather than doom scrolling and brain rotting at home. I invite the city council members to take a cleansing breath with me now. I ask you to set your intentions before voting on what the community of Tempe really needs in their parks. People or permits. Namaste.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is, I believe it's Stephen Schaefer. Yes. Please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Stephen Schaefer, PhD. I've been a resident of Scottsdale in the Tempe area since 2006. For the last 10 years, I've been attending Papago Park, Thursday Papago Jam, and the last 7 years, I've been helping facilitate and organize, put together the Facebook and Instagram accounts for it. They have, about 3,000 to 2,000 followers on Instagram over the last couple of years, and this community has impacted many thousands of people in the Phoenix metropolitan area, but also globally. the recurrence of having it weekly at the same location allows for predictive attendance so that people that travel can, by word of mouth, spread about what is taking place here. And frankly, I feel that the city should be sponsoring this activity. And in a way, you've appropriated it, because in February of 22, we had a special event where Vo Vera, for his MFA graduation, organized a special permit to use the east lawn of the Tempe Center for the Arts, the only time that we've changed location, and we expanded into a mini yoga festival for an all-day afternoon event before his performance to draw in more people. We had about 300 in attendance. And since then, you've taken the language that I provided for that event and you've formulated Tempe Jam, you've probably heard of it, and you've increased the production quality of it because you have resources to do so. But basically, it's a stripped down, everybody come with a carload of whatever you want to provide for the community for the evening. We can't predict in advance how many people are going to show up. We just put out who's going to be leading a movement class at the beginning of it. It's not always yoga. And we encourage people to stay and skill share afterwards. You can do and share whatever you want with community afterwards. I'd like to point out that the park is open until midnight, but you have sprinklers that come on at 10 and 11 and douse the grills. So anybody that is having a barbecue in the park, paying for your $25 permit, they're gonna have a sorry night of it. We have a good leave no trace ethic where we leave it cleaner than we found it, including debris from previous users of the space. I'd like to mention that in terms of the permitting addressing homelessness and some of these other things, you're not addressing root cause of what's going on. A lot of the homeless people I've observed over the years came to the Papago Park after the zone in Phoenix was cleared.
I'm sorry, that's time.
I'll submit email comments.
Got it. Thank you, appreciate that. Okay, the next speaker I have is Darlene Justice. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes. And once again, I just should note too, if you are, let's say now, speakers 52 through 57, please begin to come forward, 52 through 57. Yes, Ms. Justice.
My name is Darlene Justice. I've lived in Tempe since 1965. And Mr. Mayor, Assistant Mayor, Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, and all the council members. Over the years, we've had a lot of events in Papago Park. We've had picnic in the park. We've had small groups to giant groups. We always got permits. We always knew we had to do that. It lets the city know what's coming along. The police know what's happening and that. And I think the permitting is really important. I don't remember there being the 30 people in that, but you're trying to set a goal at some point that people know that the city needs to know what's happening so that if they need special help, they can do that. One of the problems, we're talking about feeding people that really need to be fed. But one of the things that happened is when there are recurring feedings in the same place with no regulation, our grassy Papago Park became inundated with people. We had a large ramada that people were living in 24 hours a day, the whole ramada. People were around the lake. They were camping. There's even an inlet where the water came in and it wasn't coming in, but people were sleeping in there. But there were lots of people. The alleys were full of people that were hanging around. And there were lots of issues. So there has to be some guidance with it. And Tempe, the rangers and the police and the Tempe Care and Hope, you guys do a really good job. Look at the money that Tempe has put into TCAA over the years to help with homeless. You have so many people in the HOPE program that have helped with homeless. We have places where people can go for transitional housing. We have more and more investments that are being made, and so Tempe is not turning their back. But there are people that when they have a feeding and people just hang around and go up and down the alleys and we have other problems, it's a hard thing to manage. And I know that in some cases that there have been groups that come out and offered services and that, and most people just deny it. I think you're doing a good job. We have to have order, and North Tempe is a lot better than it used to be in our parks. You couldn't even take children there for a while. But I thank you for all you're doing. Hang in there. It's a tough situation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really quickly, too, is Paulina Milligan still here? Yes, okay, I think I called you, but if you're still here, you can come forward now. I think you were earlier, but someone noted that you were still in the audience. Sure, please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Paulina Milligan. I'm a resident of Tempe, and I've lived most of my life in Tempe. And I've also been an avid user of public spaces like Tempe parks for most of my life. I hosted community meetups in the past and still attend others till this day. I believe the specifications regarding permits will have an overall negative effect on Tempe's residents, including the dozen different activity-based groups that utilize Tempe parks and public spaces on a weekly basis. These groups are autonomous and host meetups in currently established public spaces with no extra cost to the city. They provide meaningful ways for Tempe residents and tourists to connect with other like-minded individuals and keep up healthy habits on a weekly basis. They are valuable to the city as they don't require infrastructure like pickleball or volleyball courts and provide a larger sense of community for residents, newcomers, and even tourists. I believe this type of communal leadership is a signifier of a thriving city and should be supported by Tempe City Code. If we want an engaged and supportive community, then we need city code that reflects that. I do believe that if this ordinance goes through as it is, then we will not only see a decrease in these free opportunities, but the very essence of them will change. Now this is talking on activity-based groups. This isn't even talking about the communal efforts that a lot of people have spoken on. So I agree that I believe those should be supported as well, but I really urge the council to just take a pause. Work with the community leaders that are here. I started, when Stephen spoke on that yoga event, me and my friends started that back in 2014. I took a lot of time to make sure that the park was cleaned up at the end of the night, that people were acting appropriately, that we were really serving the community, and it's for the community, by the community. So if we could do that, if we could really support these groups, take the burden off of the city budget, and if you could work with the community leaders that are here today, and maybe just set aside some time so we could figure out a better way to go about this. It's not that I'm against permitting, I just think that the language is a little loose, and I would really love the time to just take a seat with you guys, because I've been tracking these groups for the past decade. These are, you know about the different clubs that are out there, but it is a resource and very valuable to Tempe that we support that and support these communal leadership efforts. So I think that is it. Wait, give me 1 second. Yeah, if we could just take some time, sit together, that's really all that I want. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker I have is Chloe Kansas. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Chloe Kansas. I'm an ASU alum and now child care worker. I read and watch the news every day, and I sit and wish how I had more power to change this country and help it, which is why it makes me so fucking angry to watch you guys who have been gifted these seats by the people of Tempe, who not only have the responsibility, but also the power to help the citizens of Tempe, almost 200,000 people to help them stay safe from the increasing pressures of fascist forces on this country. And you squander and waste that power on something absurd and frankly evil, like privatizing our public parks. This ordinance not only states it will cite groups of 30 or more people for gathering in public parks, but charge someone among them $1,500 for, or cite them and charge them $1,500, with their only recourse at the mercy of the city manager, an unelected official, instead of going through our judicial system. Seriously, that alone should just disqualify this from passing, and that's ridiculous. On top of that, though, the maintenance and upkeep of our parks are paid by our taxes, and the public should be allowed to use them without an application fee or fear of a $1,500 charge. As an example, for a group like New Meal Deal, each of their weekly meetings would cost them $25 for the application fee. But over the course of a year, that would add up to $1,300 just on administrative fees. A group like that made of volunteers and people just giving out of their goodness of their hearts for the community does not have $1,300 for administrative fees a year. That's money better spent on resources and food for their membership. Find another way to cover your operating costs. I'll put this another way. Imagine if I took a class of 32 kids on a field trip to the Tempe library, and when we went to go check out our books, the city kicked us out and fined me $1,500. That would be ridiculous. And that's what we're doing with our parks with this ordinance. If you care about this city, you will vote against this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker I have is Dom Carter. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Dominic Carter, and I'm a resident of Tempe. These changes to, first of all, I summarily reject the changes to these ordinances that you guys are proposing that you make. These changes to the ordinance are specifically designed to be ambiguous. The ambiguity allows this ordinance to be applied selectively. The language of this ordinance was specifically engineered to target mutual aid associations in Tempe. The city council wants to criminalize feeding the homeless. This is not compassion. This is not how I was raised. I was taught that we should help those less fortunate. Instead, the council wants to punish those who help. You should all be ashamed of your attempts to ram through these ordinance changes. I staunchly oppose the changes to this ordinance for all the reasons that many people have said tonight. The ordinance as a whole, and the free speech exception in particular, clearly violate the Arizona State Constitution, which says in Article 2, Section 5, the right of petition and of the people peacefully to assemble for the common good shall never be abridged. And just to be very clear here, never be abridged means to never be shortened, reduced, or made more concise. The exemptions proposed attempt to make our right to assembly more concise, which is therefore in direct violation of that definition, which means that this ordinance is in direct violation of the Arizona State Constitution. Arizonans should be ashamed and appalled that this Tempe City Council is ignoring the right guaranteed by our own state constitution. In fact, we had a state senator earlier call. They took time out of their own day to call and make sure that this city council knew that this particular ordinance and the language that is in the ordinance is a constitutional landmine. That's what they said. Their words exactly. A constitutional landmine. Let that sink in. This is serious what we're talking about here. The language in this ordinance is so ambiguous that it gives the Tempe City Council and its city manager the ability to enforce whatever they deem appropriate according to what is in the language in the ordinance. This is wrong. Additionally, the council plans to introduce a new type of permit, a limited park use activity permit. If this has been added to the ordinance, I would argue that we should restart the public hearing process, because as far as I can see, that was not in the original language of the ordinance, and I don't think the public's had enough time to actually really consider these changes. You should not be able to vote on this tonight, and I believe that you guys will be violating our rights as constituents and as citizens of this country if you decide to pass this ordinance. And furthermore, as hard as I try, I cannot find the change in language that these two updates I mentioned before would require.
Thank you. Okay, next up, okay, once again, please stop clapping, please. Please stop clapping. It's not funny. It's really not. All right, now let me bring up folks 55 through 60. 55 through 60. But next up, Madison Lord is the next person. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Mayor Woods and other council people. My name is Madison Lord, and I'm a resident of South Tempe. I've lived in Tempe for over a year now. I am not a public speaker, so I'm going to try my best here. I believe having more permits, like more processes, is arduous and will waste a lot of your time. I believe that people crave community, and having like these weird, arduous rules in place will discourage and even like cause people to have fear of gathering in a community, and it would look bad. It's a bad look for Tempe, really. It's a place that we want to be proud of, and encouraging people to gather and use these beautiful parks like Papago. I was there recently. It's so gorgeous. The ducks are adorable, and you know, it's not a cesspool. It's gorgeous. We don't want to discourage people from getting together and using what our tax dollars have been used for, you know. And then as for people who are unhoused, yes, there are things in place to help them out that the council has created and our local government has created. However, like, there are people that fall through the cracks, and there's like just I don't know, I just see that like these people are going out and like spending their own time, their own money to like fill in the gaps that exist, because there are plenty of people out there that like they're on their last leg, they have mental health issues, disabilities, and they need help right now. And so like sometimes you can't just wait like a long time to get a permit, to get a large gathering of people to help out these people, you know? It's a situation that needs help right now, and it seems like there's a lot of lovely people that are willing to go out and feed these people and then give them help, maybe offer Narcan or whatever, you know? And to say that like these people are drug addicts disqualifies them as like human or in need of help is so wrong, you know? And it's not fair, and addiction is a disease. We shouldn't discount that at all. And then I guess what else should I say? Yeah, and I believe it's a little weird that there is a mysterious staff that'll be deciding whether or not people can be like whether or not people of groups of 30 or more can join together. You know, who are these people? It seems they weren't elected, and yeah, like they can decide anything. But yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up here, let's go to Julie Tang. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Oh, that just moved my PDF all the way down. I'm Julie Tang, and I am a resident of North Tempe. Thank you. I'm Julie Tang, and I'm a resident of North Tempe, much like some other folks who have spoken here. I'm also a Tempe Town Lake volleyball player. I walk around Popco Park almost every day for the last 9 years. I literally live right there. Please vote no on this ordinance. Papago Park has been beautiful this whole time. I enjoy the amazing yoga in the park community that is there. The report from the ground is that it is not ugly. I actually haven't seen that man pick up any trash, by the way, while I've been walking around. By day, I'm a Medicaid actuary. I care deeply about our vulnerable populations from my work with state governments and communications. When laws are vague and when data is not transparent and the public has not had a chance to feel heard and they're have been able to collaborate with their elected officials, that can erode their trust, and that breaks down relationships with, I don't know, there are folks of the city council who are going up for re-election that should be considered in your vote tonight. The language of the ordinance is apparently a public secret. There is nothing online. We had to rely on bootleg PDFs, and nothing that I read, and I read that thing, is consistent with some of the assuaging comments spoken here tonight. And you have to understand, many of us in this room do not just want to take the words at face value of some older white men in business suits with smirks. A lot of what was spoken wasn't in the flyer that was handed out to us. A lot of what's in the emails that were provided for folks who emailed city council members ahead of this meeting is also inconsistent with the flyer, inconsistent with each other, and we're supposed to just trust that these exemptions for meetup and walkaways, all of that will be equitably upheld for all community members when the language in the ordinance is very, very cut and clear. Anything over 30, sound, amplified sound, food truck, all of that would need like the full $400 and up type of special events ordinance. Mayor Woods, your 2024 pledge that Tempe would measure success by resident trust rings hollow when this ordinance has not been posted online. We've been betrayed on Tempe's strategic priorities of strong community connections, quality of life, safe and secure communities. And y'all know that there will be people very trigger happy to call the cops on people.
Okay. That's time, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker is Hypatia Mira Nelia. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
I'm Hypatia Meravia. I'm a transgender resident of Tempe for years and a proud member of United Campus Workers CWA Local 7065. This city council profited from a seat of honor at our Pride celebration last month, boasting about how much y'all love and how much you want to support Tempe's queer residents. And now, when it comes to the wire, y'all propose a policy to make it substantially harder to get mutual aid and food to our neighbors and friends. 28% of queer youth have experienced homelessness or housing insecurity at some time in their lives, including me. Nearly a third of queer youth. We're talking about public spaces paid for by public taxes. I'm a graduate student worker at ASU. ASU pays us $10,000 below the cost of living for Tempe. $25 might seem trivial to some of y'all, but to me that's groceries. Groceries, mind you, that I pay taxes on. So do I have less of a right to use these public spaces than you who can afford the fees? Do queer folks not deserve the dignity of potlucks, of necessities, of aid? Why are you abandoning us now? Why make events in public places accessible only for those who can afford the steep fees for every event? Shame on you. Vote no.
Okay, the next, I should note too, the next group of people, I need speakers 58 through 63 to come forward, so 58 through 63. And the next speaker I have is Philip Yates. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I guess I would have to first ask the city manager Why weren't the people that are leading or trying to lead our neighborhoods, neighborhood associations, why weren't they informed that these discussions were going on? Because there's no way if we can get out that kind of information to our residents, our neighbors, our friends, our families. We can't. We have to be involved. Shame on you for not reaching out to me or any of the other people that are the advocating members of our communities. We need more action from everybody that is involved with anything to do with this big of a change. We are talking here about violating our rights. And once we start doing that, we are putting ourselves in really big jeopardy of being sued on multiple levels. And I think you have heard that from a lot of different attorneys. We need to seriously consider what it is that we would like to see happening in our city. What direction can we take that is going to better our city? I am a fifth-generation Tempean. I can't believe that I am the second person that has said that tonight. I have never even met one that's a fifth-generation Tempean. But and in any case, I think that please listen to everyone that is talking today. You are our elected officials. You do have the opportunity to make a change, and you should think about what it is that you are going to do if you do approve this. And it isn't going to be a good change for our city. It is definitely going to be a bad change for our city. And I think that, you know, people that volunteer their time and their efforts, their monies in our public areas don't have to be jeopardizing their own way of living. They have to be happy. I want to be happy to live here in this city. I want to be seeing everybody happy that I live with, my family, my friends.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, appreciate it. The next speaker I have is Chad Sundin. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is the Reverend Chad Sundin. I am a Tempe resident, and I am one of the priests at St. Augustine's Episcopal Parish in Tempe. We, here represent the whole church community and the Episcopal Campus Ministry and the people who are a part of that. We have, for the last 2 decades, since it began, partnered with TCAA with iHelp, the iHelp program. We maintain a small mutual aid food closet out of our parish for those who come by. Our community volunteers a lot of time staffing the ad hoc cooling centers because of the reduced number of cooling centers that have popped up, hosted at churches and staffed by volunteers. It would be really nice if the community that I represent and that I'm a part of were invited into a conversation about these changes. And I encourage you to please bring this to a period of review, of public comment, that is not just handed from the staff to the council for a vote, but that actually gets input from the community on these changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend, appreciate it. The next speaker I have is Noah Spencer. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Noah Spencer. I'm a resident of Tempe, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself as an individual. I sort of came into speaking in the situation somewhat organically, just as a person interested in mutual aid and in community engagement generally, including broadly events that are open to the public. And part of that comes from the fact that sort of in my exploration of the topic of mutual aid and opportunities for mutual aid, I have gotten the sense, even prior to learning about this ordinance, which I found out about very recently, is that there is a perception, and I think maybe an atmosphere, that there is hostility towards these types of activities, and perhaps even some other types of community-based activities in our public spaces, in the city of Tempe specifically. There was a question earlier about whether, for example, events centered around sharing meals with the community exist in other cities in the valley. I can tell you that they do, and I've been to some of them. I can also say that we haven't, from what I've heard, actually touched on a lot of what this, when people talk about the concept of mutual aid and what that means, and I think it probably means different things to different people, but on a broad level, I think, because I think maybe there's been some conflation between mutual aid with community service or charity, as we often see those things defined. But I think a big part of mutual aid is the idea that we can build networks of aid and interdependence within our own communities that can help us be more resistant to really difficult conditions, including dangerous heat, food insecurity, lots of things that people in Tempe and throughout the valley experience, which obviously the city of Tempe is taking steps to do things about. But I think it's really powerful for us as a community to be able to build a resistance to those things, especially when we're facing lots of challenges, for example, at the federal level. And so, of course, it's less meaningful in that way for me to go and engage with some other community in the valley, because, of course, my desire and in being involved in mutual aid is in community building in the community where I live, and that is in Tempe. And unfortunately, the perception that I have gotten is that the atmosphere here is not welcoming to that sort of activity and to the building of that sort of community, and rather sort of more perhaps tailored to the interests of large institutions that might be present here, and sort of maintaining a perception that's sort of consistent with that. So I would just like to emphasize that I believe that you should vote no on this ordinance, and that I would like to see, something that I have been hoping to see more of, I think, in my time living here, is community, which I think is often something that's difficult in a dispersed sort of community like we have here out west. And I think that opportunities for that, whether it's through mutual aid or other activities open to the public, are really important. And when it comes to the matter of public safety, I think heat and food insecurity are public safety issues.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker I have is Cass Urias. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes. Sorry, it's been a while. I'm stumbling a little. I apologize.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and city staff. I apologize if I'm a little shaky. I came here off of work and haven't had dinner. I want to encourage you all I implore you to vote no on this ordinance. The language of it is too broad. It is too far-reaching, and it is poorly structured to give guidance to Tempe residents. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but I do work in contract compliance, so I can give a bit of my perspective on the way this reads. First off, we've been talking a lot about parks, but in Chapter 5, the language does not specify just parks. For example, if someone is having a yard sale and their merchandise gets too close to the sidewalk, that could be vending on public property. That would be a special event. There's no other permit that can pass that off. If there is a group of hobbyist bird watchers in the park who don't think that they need a permit to watch birds in the park, and they solicit or they speak to the public and say, anyone's free to join, come on, join us. That then makes it a public event. That makes it a special event, and that is liable for a permit. If there is a group of students who decide to kick off summer break by going to the public pool, and they have an amount of chaperones with them, and their group goes over 30, that's a special event that requires a permit by the language of this contract. Moreover, the language in the parks section regarding unsanitary events or unsafe events, the language there is towards a specific purpose, and it is biased towards the activities that people might perform in the park. For example, I have a community garden bed. I have an abundance of produce sometimes, and I offer them to families who are playing in the park nearby. If I leave that produce unattended on a table nearby for them to pick up and I leave, that is then leaving unattended food for distribution and donation. That makes me liable for at least a $100 fee and any other civil penalties that come along with breaking a non-prohibited act in the park. Now, the examples that I've given here are kind of extreme to see them actually enforced in these situations. However, if these are exceptions, if these are ways that they would not be enforced, then that is unequal application of the rule as it is written.
Thank you, appreciate it. The next speaker I have is Rebecca Sperry. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, and thank you for taking your time to hear everyone speak. And thank you, Mayor, for coming to SheDeck as well.
Thank you.
My name is Rebecca Sperry. I'm from Tempe. I wear a lot of hats. K-12 teacher with ASU, facilitator with nonprofit, urban planner, Army National Guard truck driver, and artist. Keep in mind, my experience comes from a year with the yoga community, 5 years volunteering at Urban Gardens, 4 years in the military, 3 years teaching, and 2 years volunteering for the Phoenix Crisis Response. Also, thank you. I'm here today to speak on the parks. I'm not here with a fiery speeches or a list of laws, which for the record is more than okay. I won't ask you to fight or to feel a certain way. I just want to share some perspective and a bit of data and to trust that you're here because you care about the city. I know you do. This job is hard. I'm speaking because community gatherings in our parks are a force for good. That ripple matters. In my last statement, I mentioned how the focus on negative yield only activates logic in the brain, while the focus on positive activates the brain in ways that allow for connection. Beyond facts and numbers, I want to ask, what does your ideal city look like? Are there gardens along Mill Avenue? Are the businesses busy and joyful? Do families gather under big leafy trees? Shade, laughter, connection, these things don't happen by accident. They need all of us, including you. I started learning about cities before I ever got a degree, just by getting involved with other people. In 2020, I decided to dive headfirst into understanding what makes a city thrive, and I do my work now. That's the work I do now, right? But I realized I was searching for answers to why the little communities I've been a part of, especially Tempe, a Tempe apartment complex back in 2019 worked so well. Why did that complex come together, right? That place ticked every box of my favorite urban planner's playbook. It was dense, it had places where multiple things were happening, walkable blocks, and old buildings with character. We also had sidewalks and shared spaces. I went to 14 apartments platonically. I'd help neighbors move, meet new babies, hear kids playing at dusk. We looked out for each other, and it felt natural, not forced or planned, but real. When I shifted my focus to what was broken in the city, some of that magic faded. I think the lesson is this: the best communities don't just fix problems, they create spaces where people can be their truest selves, where everyone gets to connect. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, the next speaker I have here, I don't have a last name, I just have an Alexander. So I don't know who to call. Is there an Alexander from Scottsdale? I'll just put that there. Okay, then I will move to the next speaker. And actually, let me just be very clear, some of the next speakers I know left, so if I can get speakers 68 to 73. 68 to 73. And then I will bring up John Escobar.
I was just about to ask.
Sorry. Please, name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Woods, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. Thank you for spending a long evening with us, and I appreciate the opportunity to address you tonight. My name is John Escobar. I have previously served the city and this council as a member of the Neighborhood Advisory Commission, and I've lived in Tempe for 20 years before moving to Gilbert to care for my dad who has terminal cancer, and I intend to return to Tempe because Tempe is my home. Like all of you, I am deeply invested in the ideals of public service, dedicating time and energy to improving our community for all of its citizens. Like you, I take seriously our society's obligation to provide basic necessities to families, children, and the unhoused. Like you, I strongly believe in the freedom of personal property, including the right of private citizens to volunteer their time and money to aid their neighbors. This ordinance before you today must fail. You should vote no on it. I'm here on my own behalf. I also happen to be a member of the Religious Society of Friends, who you may know as the Quakers. I believe in helping others as part of my calling from God, and as my right as an American to freely practice my religious beliefs. We all agree that the City of Tempe and the Council are bound to honor the United States and the Arizona Constitutions, and you've heard about its provisions today. You know very well that you must answer in court for any violations of those basic rights that are guaranteed by those charters. But more than that, we all know as a matter of basic, simple humanity that helping people is a good and decent thing to do. You all have had cause in your lives to lend a helping hand to a stranger, maybe even without getting a permit, maybe without giving 60 days of notice that you're going to do it. Lending that helping hand to a stranger by sharing communal meals with them, it's not a feeding. A feeding is something you do to pigeons or to zoo animals. That's not what these folks here gathered today are doing in our community. It's not how we're using the land that belongs to the public in our public parks. I'm here tonight to tell you that parks are for people. They belong to the people. They are beloved gathering areas, and in many ways, they are the heart of our city. The ordinance under consideration gives unelected bureaucrats enormous power to deny permits to constitutionally protected activities. It stops you from following my beliefs, and it stops my neighbors from spending their time and money to help their fellow neighbors. I'll leave you with this. The people who are gathered here today, and there are a number of them, have managed on our own to suss out some kind of animus behind what the council intends to do today. If these are the questions you're getting from us, imagine the kind of questions you're going to be getting from a judge. As others have pointed out, election season is coming. I imagine that some of you like the chairs that you're sitting in. I suggest we all get to work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, the next speaker I have is Julie Salas. Is Julie, I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, Julie Salas? Okay. The next speaker I then have is Ori Brown. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Ori Brown and I live here in Tempe. I have just recently graduated from Marcos Deniza High School and I'm supposed to be worrying about work and affording college, not whether or not my fundamental rights are being taken away. This ordinance is a violation of both the U.S. Constitution and the Arizona State Constitution. Furthermore, this is a limitation on when, where, and how people exist in a space that they have already paid for. This blatant attack on our First Amendment rights is additionally an attack on the Arizona State Constitution, which goes even further. In Article 2, Section 5, where it states, "It is the right of the petition and the people to peacefully assemble for the common good, shall never be abridged." This ordinance is a textbook example of what abridged means. In this case, freedom of speech still exists if you are absurdly wealthy, you get it approved by the government, and you work with the police. The government is who we have historically had to protest against. In what world would the government give the go-ahead for more attention to be drawn to the system's flaws or their mistakes? It has only ever been through peaceful protests of the people demanding to be heard that any positive movement has been successful, and amplified sound is a huge part of that. I'm not going to stand here and list them for you, as I know that we are all well aware. However, I would like to point out that this ordinance makes us extremely vulnerable for those who are already talking about taking away gay marriage. The only way to defend this right is how we got it in the first place. Large, peaceful protests, which are usually more than 30 people. After this, how can you answer to the people that you are supposed to be serving, which, if I may remind you, includes the homeless individuals who benefit from mutual aid organizations that are already being targeted by using a community space to serve the people?
Can we stop so she can actually speak, please? It's distracting.
Vice Mayor, you are involved in Local Solutions to Ending Homelessness Advisory Committee, which wrote Ending Homelessness, a guide for local governments, in which nowhere does it recommend violating people's rights, taking away aid, or shutting down community support systems. It advocates for the opposite. The center provides assistance, education, and critical resources and creative solutions to help local leaders improve quality of life for their communities, and I will give it to you. This ordinance is certainly creative, a creative way to hurt our communities, a creative way to take away our rights to freedom of speech and freedom of assembly, a creative way to violate the U.S. Constitution and the Arizona State Constitution. However, it surely does not help anyone, and you, of all people, know that. All of you, however, are aware of how this is an attack on your people's rights, so why are we still here entertaining this unconstitutional ordinance? You say free speech is exempt, but that is not in the ordinance, which means it does not matter in our legal process. If it is just for parks, then keep it to parks. This ordinance includes private and public property, which means people's homes.
Thank you. The next speaker is Theo Malloy. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Matthew. I'm a Tempe resident and recent graduate of Marcos Niza High School. The First Amendment protects our right to assembly and right to petition. Arizona takes it a step further in Article 2, Section 5, where it claims the right of petition and to peacefully assemble shall never be abridged. Our state constitution emphasizes this fundamental right of the people with powerful wording. It shall never be abridged. This ordinance is an attack on our First Amendment rights and violates the Arizona state constitution. Placing a limit on the amount of people allowed to gather prohibits peaceful protest and community events. Any attempt to limit or suppress peaceful protest is an attack on our First Amendment rights. The vague wording of the ordinance also targets basic usage of parks. As a member of the community, I have participated in many activities in our public parks that were well over 30 people. From birthday parties at Kiwanis Park, local sports competitions at Salea and Clark Park, to community events at Papago and Tempe Beach Park. We already pay for our parks, so why are we being charged additional fees on top of our taxes? This ordinance will limit free speech to only those who can afford the fees and manage the complicated process of getting a permit. Why does the city need to be involved in how we use our parks? Our parks are central to our community, and this is an unconstitutional limit to how we may use them. The language used in this ordinance is left intentionally vague and gives the city manager the power to control the use of the parks. The ordinance states that any event expected to require a degree of city services above those already provided must get a permit. This gives the city manager sole power to determine what needs a permit. It grants too much power to an unelected city employee. The city also sponsors events on city property, like the annual Geeks Night Out, which I know Councilmember Hodge attends. Would they be charged fees as well? The city could prohibit the local yoga group from meeting, but any city-sponsored event could easily dodge the fees with a special permit from the city manager. This ordinance will be used to target any groups or movements that the city doesn't agree with. If a protest was being organized against police brutality, do you expect the police chief to be willing to cooperate with the organizers? This ordinance, along with the business permits approved earlier tonight, show exactly how the city prioritizes profits over their citizens. There's no input from citizens on this ordinance. This is suppression. All arguments I've seen that support this ordinance talk about unhoused people as if they were stray dogs. As someone who has been homeless and is part of the Tempe Union High School District's McKinney-Vento program, it's horrifying that members of our community view each other that way. This ordinance goes far beyond attacking mutual aid organizations trying to help the homeless. It will lead to selective enforcement and discrimination. This ordinance violates the state constitution and attacks citizens' First Amendment rights. Say no.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Vince Mendez. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Vince Mendez. I am a resident here in the city of Tempe. Let's see. I'm here today because I found out that you want to change, or you want to charge people to gather in parks, which last I checked were supposed to be public, as in paid by the taxpayers, as in everyone gets to use them. This ordinance is just another way of saying if you're not rich, you don't get to exist comfortably in public space. Let's be honest, this isn't about crowd control. This isn't about safety. This is about turning the idea of community into a transaction, and we see right through it. Who do you really think this is going to affect? because I promise you, I'm going to be, it's not going to be the well-connected folks holding fundraisers. It's not going to be corporations hosting brand events. It's going to be families who gather to celebrate a birthday, students who organize for a change, or unhoused people who simply exist in a space you already make hard to access. This is not a neutral policy. This is gatekeeping, this is privatization, this is soft banning the public from public land. And if this city can afford endless police overtime and patrol those same parks, if you've got money to subsidize corporations and developers, then you absolutely have the money to let people gather on a patch of grass without sending them a bill. I can only imagine the police brutality this is going to cause for those who don't know about this and refuse to be ticketed, especially to the Black and brown communities. What you're doing here is creating a system where community is punished and isolation is rewarded. And in 2025, in the middle of an affordability crisis, that's what you chose to go off after? Not corporate landlords, not developers backing up rents or jacking them up. You chose people trying to gather in peace. Don't pretend that this is about fairness or maintenance fees. If this passes, it sends one message. Tempe is only open to those who can pay for it. This is how fascism creeps in, not with boots, but with permit applications and late fees, and we see it clearly. So I'm asking you, do you really want your legacy to be recharged people to exist together? Because the people will remember, especially the ones you're trying to price out of public life. So no, I'm not gonna ask you politely, I'm not gonna politely urge you to reconsider. I'm gonna say this loud and clear, this is cowardly, it's exploitative, and if you vote yes on this, you don't serve the public, you serve the pockets of power trying to silence them, genuinely. I hope you guys really vote no on this, because this is completely unacceptable for so many lives out there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, really quickly here too, I'm gonna need speakers, let's do 74 to 80. And, but 74 to 80, but the next up is Jasmine Hernandez. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jasmine Hernandez, and I am a resident in Tempe. First, I want to thank the council and the mayor for allowing me to speak today, or tonight. On June 11, 2025, on Instagram, Mayor Woods made a public statement regarding a homeland security operation in Tempe. He emphasized that our city is a place of inclusion where immigrants, communities shouldn't live in fear, and that Tempe stands for dignity, safe, and basic human rights. So, let me ask, if we truly stand by those words, why are you pushing a park ordinance that restricts community gathering and access to public space? I read the update, and let me be clear, I strongly disapprove. Vote no for this ordinance. Not only was this passed without meaningful community input, but it goes against the very values the mayor just stood behind. Do we just forget about the First Amendment, about freedom of assembly? These parks are not just green spaces. They're where families celebrate birthdays, where neighbors connect, where healing happens. You don't get to regulate the soul of the community from behind a desk. You don't get to regulate the soul of the community from behind a desk if you haven't actually spent time in these spaces. When's the last time any of you sat on those ramadas or picked up trash after a busy weekend? Now, let's talk about the real impact of this ordinance. Are we doing this to reduce homelessness? Because if that's the intent, shame on us. Homelessness isn't a nuisance. It's a policy failure. This city should be protecting its people, not hiding them. It's expensive out here. Wages haven't kept up, and now you're charging working families to reserve a gazebo that could be broken and not even built right. That's not governance, that's gatekeeping. What this ordinance does is put up walls in a place meant for connection. It punishes people for simply existing in public. And it tells low-income families, immigrants, and vulnerable people that Tempe doesn't want them unless they can pay for the privilege. So I ask you to reconsider. Talk to the community before passing policies that directly affect them. Walk through our parks. Listen to the people who rely on the parks. Because if we're serious about dignity, justice, and inclusion, then it's time for our policies to reflect those values too. Thank you.
Thank you. Quick question, Mr. City Attorney, just as a note and this is unrelated to this item, for folks who are here who still have items that need to be approved, we can go beyond midnight and still all of those things will be valid, correct?
That's correct, Mayor. I do believe, though, the finance director would like the budget meeting to occur today. So
Okay.
What I recommend is we adjourn this meeting and then reconvene it 15 minutes later. And we'll announce the time to restart this regular meeting to allow the council to convene the budget meeting, hold the budget meeting, and then.
So let's do this. Let's go for another till about 11:50 for the folks who are standing here, and then we have to get that budget meeting in before midnight. But then so we'll adjourn and then come back. But in the meantime, number 73 is Victor Jimenez. Please come forward. State your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, council members, Mayor Woods. I just want to let you guys know about my experience. I'm a resident of Tempe, been there for 65 years, and I'm a retired park ranger for the city of Phoenix. As a ranger, we had to enforce a similar code that Phoenix has, and theirs is called a special usage permit. And theirs has been in effect since before 1989. That's when I started as a ranger. I retired 32 years in 2021. And then during that time, in that enforcement, we would have to get a sheet at the beginning of every work week, and they would give us a list of special usage permits throughout all the parks in Phoenix. And we would have to go there and enforce, make sure they would have their permits in order, any insurance in order, whatever they had. If they had a beer permit, we had to make sure they followed the rules on the beer permit, make sure it was contained between their group, not in the parking lot, not in the bathrooms, and the permit only was good for City of Phoenix property, parks, preserves, and libraries. As a ranger, we were also responsible for checking the group periodically throughout their permits, making sure that they were abiding by the permit. We'd offer them assistance in bags, cleaning up the area. And if they had their permit on site, we would record the name. That way, in case there was any damage to the area, we knew who to contact about the damage. There was also parks that we had to shut down events because they didn't have their permits. And that was not something that I look forward to. We had to shut down a couple baseball games, and we got surrounded by baseball players. We had to shut down some soccer games because they didn't have their permits. We got surrounded by a couple soccer players. But after we explained to them what the permit was for, who was responsible for the permit, they would start making phone calls right away and going back to the people that they paid money for the events that they were having. So it's just, the city had us do all that as rangers, and that was pretty much what we did according to this special usage permit that they had since before 1989, similar to what this one is. I don't know what the legal verbiage is compared to Tempe and Phoenix, but it's been in effect since I was a ranger. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Appreciate it. The next speaker I have is Catherine Mancini. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Kathy Mancini. I live in Tempe, Arizona. I'm going to have to arm wrestle some people in the audience to see how long we've lived here, but I was born and raised in downtown Tempe. Then I moved, when I was 1, to the north side of town, where my neighbors Lane and Darlene, I grew up with Darlene's kids. So I understand their plight, I understand their concerns, but I will also say that the parks, with all of the work we've done and all of the work that the city has done, the parks are way better condition, way safer than they were when I was a kid in the 70s, and I can tell you that for sure because I was here. So we had, chronic hippie love-ins in the parks that would go on for days. We had nudity. I saw so many streakers, I can't even tell you how many. So when we talk about, the parks are trashed or that sort of thing, I cannot believe that myself. I do use the parks myself as well. So a little story about, when we're in our bubbles and we look outside. I live in downtown Tempe now, and, I can tell you what happens after a Boots in the Park event, and I go downtown and there's drunk people and there's drugs and there's, all kinds of nonsense and shenanigans that go on. So I guess if we look for it, we're going to find it, no matter where we go. I'll give a couple little tidbits in my last minute or so here. I worked in the field of parks and recreation, much like the gentleman who just spoke after me, or before me. I worked in a small municipality. I actually helped to write a grant to create a first park in a small municipality here in the valley. And the thing that I learned in my short tenure in working in parks and recreation was that we want to encourage people to use our parks. I mean, I would never even think of putting anything in place that's going to discourage the broad use of a park. And so, again, just speaking from my professional experience. Safety, that's another key word that I've heard thrown around a lot of. So safety is based on what we call risk assessment, and we also need to understand what risks the people that are engaging in these activities are willing to take. It's not a broad-based, this is safe or this is unsafe, because a community decides for themselves. The users decide for themselves. And we haven't engaged any of the community in this. I maybe heard about this maybe a month ago, and I like to think that, being in the neighborhood, that I pay attention. So using safety as a word to sort of a buzzword, I think is inaccurate and disingenuous, and I think that when we talk safety, we have to involve the users. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. All right, we're gonna have to, Jack, you will be the first person up right afterwards. I thank you for being patient. Let me, can I get a motion to adjourn this meeting? Second. It's been moved by Councilmember Hodge and seconded by Vice Mayor Garland. All those in favor?
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
We should move to adjourn the meeting
Recess.
and recess the meeting and reconvene at a time specific, so.
Okay, so if those motions can be withdrawn from everyone?
Yes.
Okay, and can you restate that language again?
So, Mayor, I anticipate roughly 20 minutes for the, the recommended motion is to recess this meeting, and it will reconvene at 12:10 a.m. or soon thereafter as the budget meeting may conclude. So.
Okay, can someone please make that motion then, or?
Mayor, may I interrupt? I don't think it's going to take 20 minutes for the budget meeting.
Okay.
Can we?
Yes, Councilmember Keating?
I motion we recess this meeting until the time in which the budget meeting is finished.
Is that okay?
I'm sorry, to be this specific, I think we need to state a time. So we can, how about we state this, that we recess this meeting and it'll reconvene at 12:01 a.m. or as soon thereafter as the budget meeting may conclude. Is that?
Yeah, someone else.
Okay, so that motion was by Councilmember Keating, as the motion was read by our city attorney and seconded by Councilmember Hodge. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Okay, so this motion, that motion passes. We're going to move into Jason, I guess you need a minute to turn the room around, I'm assuming, for the budget meeting, or? Okay. All right, good morning, everyone. We're gonna reconvene the Tempe City Council regular council meeting at 12:01 a.m. We're gonna go back to item 8C7. Once again, the next, go back to the public comment portion. So the next speaker that I have is Jack Maverick. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. My name is Jack Maverick. I live in the city of Tempe, and I am an internet troll. So before I get started, I'm going to use an acronym that might sound like a curse word, but it is not. It stands for Friendly Unfettered Government, FUG, FUG. So in the past, I have fought against some of the moves that this council and the city manager has made, but I am happy to report that I have seen the light. I've listened to your arguments. I've read your ordinance. I saw the PowerPoint slides from the Trust Me Bro Law Office, and I've done some deep soul searching, and I stand converted. You see, I know that I have the body of an athlete, but I don't go do yoga in the park with a bunch of people. So I agree with you guys. Fuck them. I'm not out here organizing bike rides with friends in the park, so fuck them. I'm not a 15-year-old Latinx girl on stolen Mexican land, so I'm never gonna have a quinceañera, so fuck them. I own a house. I'm not homeless. I own 7 streaming services, and I pay for them to not have ads. And as you can tell, I don't miss a lot of meals. So the homeless that are hungry in the parks, fuck them, guys. I'm a white, upper middle class professional who doesn't use the parks in these ways, and anyone who's different than me must be criminalized. I don't need to protest anything because the rules that you guys make benefit me directly. So I don't need to speak up. I trust that you guys have my interests at heart. So since our last meeting, I've sat in my air-conditioned house, I've watched a lot of Fox News and Newsmax, and I'm terrified to go outside. So anyone who wants to use the parks should pass a means test, they should pay money, or they should crawl off and die. Fuck them. There is only one change that I want to make to this ordinance, and that is, I think we should give Rosa another raise. You're doing a wonderful job.
We're going to move on to 76. That's Daniel Taylor. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you for having me. I'm Daniel Taylor, born and raised in Scottsdale. I lived in Tempe for a little bit as an ASU student. Sorry. My name is Daniel Taylor. I was born and raised in Scottsdale, Arizona, a former Tempe resident and Future of Innovation and Society alumni at ASU. I'm representing 2 weekly family-friendly community events, the Acro Yoga Meetups at Tempe Beach Park and Yoga and More in the Park at Papago Park, a Skillshare space for yoga, dance, flow arts, music, and more. Our international community reaches thousands through social media. We gather in reasonable numbers, utilizing tax-funded public spaces responsibly to support wellness, creativity, and connection. These events are inclusive, not exclusive, free to join and open to anyone walking by, creating vibrant, welcoming spaces where communities grow. Yoga is a source of spirituality and stress relief for many, while dance and flow arts offer joy and creative expression. These gatherings help people heal, grow, and connect, and that positive energy reaches everyone at the park, including visitors and staff. In many cities, people pay to watch acro yoga and fire performances in Tempe. People strolling down Tempe Town Lake can enjoy free community-led practice sessions, and there's no fire, don't worry about that. These events help locals hone their skills and often lead to paid performances at restaurants, festivals, and beyond, supporting local talent and enriching Tempe's cultural scene. At Papago Park, we fully complied with all noise ordinances, ending amplified sound before 10 p.m., and the overhead airplane noise is often louder than our music. We also promote leave no trace habits and positive reinforcement of recycling, making sure the spaces we use stay cleaner than we found them. We're committed to being respectful, sustainable stewards of a shared space. Even park staff have referred to us as disco yoga at Yoga and More in the Park. a lighthearted sign that we're bringing joy and energy there. These kinds of gatherings show that Tempe is alive, connected, and worth investing in, both culturally and economically. That's why concerns over increased surveillance like camera enforcement and AI facial recognition are troubling. These tools may unintentionally undermine the open, trusting spirit of community events. If people don't feel safe to simply show up, we may be forced to relocate, and which is a loss not just for us, but for the broader community. So I ask, how can Tempe ensure that tax-funded public spaces remain accessible, welcoming, and protected for grassroots gatherings that serve the public good? Thank you for considering our perspective.
Thank you, appreciate it. The next speaker I have is Sebastian Del Portillo. Portillo, excuse me. My bad, it's after midnight, I apologize. Is Sebastian still here? Okay. The next speaker I have is Tom Brown.
Okay.
Oh, there you are.
You guys are doing great.
Thank you. Please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Tom Brown, Tempe, Arizona.
Thank you.
First of all, good evening, and I want to thank several council members and a lot of the staff have met with me in the last 2 weeks, and I've learned a lot. I've drank a lot of coffee. I want to thank you for all of this. I'm going to ask the council members to courageously agree the proposed ordinance could be better written. There are some terms that are problematic and some that perhaps have legal impacts, which we don't want to mess with. Others have spoken about the details of the ordinance, so I don't need to speak to that so much. They've spoken eloquently. I'd rather speak more on the future and how we're going to communicate, how we can improve the communication between both sides of this desk. We speakers are not looking for perfection, nor will we find it in any room. This issue is complex, and we can only ask that the ordinance be improved to make it easier for people to do the right thing, to help others with a minimum of fuss and fees. If a continuance is possible, I think we said we'll recommend that to gather more public input. Now, I don't know if I can spin this whole thing, so I'll try this. My fellow black shirt wearers, black shirt clad speakers, please read today's article in the Republic. I believe the journalists are here in the audience, and I met one of them, Lauren. It's really well written. It's printed on a newspaper. This is real paper, not launched in the noisy internet where good ideas go to die. The article is well, thoughtfully researched and really well balanced in describing the issues. It's called news, it's not shouting. Too many of us get a shameful bit of pleasure at speaking aggressively toward our elected officials and the hired staff. That does not move us to a solution. It may make our officials less inclined to consider this issue from other perspectives, because it is human nature to close our minds when we are criticized. Maybe some minds are closing right now. We need to avoid stirring up that reptilian response because it's a dead end, it kills thoughtful discussion, and possibly leads to this ordinance being approved tonight as is, flaws and all. Everyone in this chamber is a human with emotions that can motivate us, but can also derail us. So let's, all of us, channel that mojo in a good way towards the solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Next, I want to make sure I call speakers 79 through 83. 79 through 83. The next speaker is Robert Decker. Is Robert Decker here? Okay, the next speaker then is Gretchen Reinhardt. Is Gretchen still here? Oh, there she is. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Gretchen Reinhardt and Tempe for over 30 years in the Escalante neighborhood. And having worked with these 2 fine gentlemen over those years, they know that in our neighborhood, we struggled with a lot of the things we've heard described in North Tempe. I want to tell you, as someone who's been involved with neighborhood associations all that time, this is not a solution. We did a lot of things that look very much like this. And with the benefit of hindsight, I can tell you that what we managed to do, we've heard selective enforcement. It's morally wrong. It didn't feel morally wrong at the time. 30 years ago, we were a different place. 30 years ago, then I came to the people who were coming from other cities and feeding in Escalante Park because we had a lot of people who needed food. We had a new program called I Help. And there was room in that program. And so my pitch, I felt completely fine making, that please feed someplace, feed in your own home instead of our community home, because our kids were not being able to use the park at the time. That didn't go over very well, I'll tell you, with those people I tried to convince, but we did make changes, and many of them have grown over the years. But what I've now come to see is we push people out. I will say 30 people for family. A lot of the families in my neighborhood, 75 is a family gathering. My husband has 10 plus 2 more siblings and many generations. You don't get to 30 that way. We, at least at the time we were doing these things, we said, no, as a neighborhood association, we want to make sure there's room for people in the neighborhood. Well, that's a cultural thing. That's selective enforcement. We were supporting it through neighborhood associations. That can be pretty selective. We were pretty clear that we care about the diversity in our neighborhood. We care that people that don't have enough money to pay for the park get to use the park. My point is, it's complicated stuff. The person who spoke before me speaks my mind. There's a lot of work to be done. This is far more complicated. And what we've done is push people further and further, and now we're in a more dangerous world. And so I see a lot of problems with feeding, sharing food, helping people in one of the most dangerous places in the heat of the summer. We need covered places. We need really different solutions than what we've come up with so far, because we are not caring about our most vulnerable. And we must work together to solve this. This problem is getting worse even as we are doing more as a community. The problem is getting worse. And yes, you still need to eat if you're addicted. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Danya Urena. Yes, please come forward. State your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. Hello, my name is Danya Urena. I'm from South Scottsdale, but for the past 3 years of my undergrad here at ASU, I've been living in Tempe, and I've really fallen in love with the city. I would like to say thank you so much for your time tonight. I come to you today to voice my concern about some changes in our city's ordinances and how it affects our community's events and activities. I'm currently a student at ASU, heavily involved in exploring the local arts and music community in and out of ASU. And many of the student organizations I am a part of, our activities involve putting on music shows and art events on ASU campus and around Tempe. We do this in order to connect students with the local Tempe music and arts scene and vice versa. I am deeply passionate about the work that we do with these student organizations because I have seen the incredibly talented creatives of Tempe, and I believe it's important to continue to foster the creative community here. If the changes in this new ordinance go into effect, it can make it very difficult for the community to host events and activities in fear that we may be shut down if the city or the city police deem it quote-unquote unlawful or unfavorable. Additionally, the permit fees and penalty fees proposed in the ordinance may make it harder for smaller organizations and members of the community to put on events in general due to their smaller budgets and resources. As someone who has seen how beautiful it is when this community comes together, I urge you to reconsider the contents of this ordinance and protect our ability to spread the arts and culture in our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Ken Jacobson. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm Ken Jacobson. I've lived in North Tempe for 22 years. I recall speaking with this mayor several years ago. He told me he saw himself as a, quote, public servant, and I voted for him because of that statement. It wasn't long before the college deal proved just how incorrect that statement was. I also saw personally that this mayor had no problem voting to throw myself and hundreds of others out of our homes in order to serve not the public, but the greed of a California developer. Since then, I've been involved with helping the destitute at Moore Park. And now I'm seeing personally how this mayor has made himself the enemy of these people. This is not someone who serves the public. I've lived in North Tempe for over 22 years. I use the parks there constantly. I have never seen any of these things that this little group of so-called community leaders complain about. I've had the great privilege of helping serve the destitute in Moore Park since last August. These people come to us because we don't represent a mayor and city council that wants to fine them $2,500 and throw them in jail for 6 months for being destitute like you do. We are not spending other people's money like you are, and then claiming credit for being generous like you do. We are spending our own money and our own time and our own effort, despite the fact that you are doing all you can to stop us. These people that we serve have never been a threat to us. The only threat we face is you. These people do not bring drugs and crime. They are the victims of drugs and crime. They need to be helped and not scapegoated. We are asking nothing but to be allowed to gather in a public place in order to help others who are called by our consciences. No, we are called by our consciences, by our sense of care for others, and by our religion to do so. In my religion, feeding the hungry is feeding Jesus. On Judgment Day, Jesus tells the condemned, I was hungry and you didn't feed me. How much worse will it be for people on Judgment Day who not only don't feed the hungry, but who are doing all they can to stop others from doing the same thing. You can make a 180-degree change in your behavior. I hope not just for the sake of these destitute people that we serve, but for your sake that you do. If you don't, you will be remembered, all of you, forever, as a mayor and a city council that loved the greedy and hated the needy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker I have is Tamara Jo Schofferter. Hope I got that right. Oh, good. Excellent. Thank you. All right. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Tamara Jo Schofferter, or TJ, and I'm a resident of Tempe. I just moved here a year ago, and working with the, and helping out at the New Deal meals has been like my first sense of community here in Tempe, my first feeling of having friends, feeling love, feeling acceptance, and it has been a wonderful experience for me. And I heard a lot of blame going to our unhoused residents for how the parks look. And it's scapegoating of people. And I just wanted to share some of my most wonderful memories at the New Deal meals. Because I talk with people every week about Frog and Toad, about like their favorite childhood books. And there's this little girl who comes and she only wants the pink donuts with the sprinkles on them. And there's this man whose like favorite Christmas present ever was a bike, and he remembers it so fondly. And these people are like, they're wonderful. They're your community, and they protect me, they welcome me, and they make me feel very loved. And there's no way to like return that love, you know? And this is just it's just making it really hard. Anyways, I care about this community. They're our community. They are fiercely protective of one another. And driving home from the New Deal meals at the end and looking over into the shade at the trees and seeing people resting with one and another and laughing and just loving each other and their company is wonderful. It is the fullest moments I have ever seen Mower Park, and I smile every single time. Whenever I drive past it otherwise, it's often empty and I don't see people there. And I can't imagine a Tempe with an ordinance in place that would stop that from happening. I think it is wonderful. Trying to think if I had anything else to say. Yes, one more thing. Coming from Iowa, your guys' parks are beautiful. They are stunning. I am gobsmacked every single time. They are clean, they are safe, and I love attending them. Iowa's beautiful too, but it's flat and it's not stunning. And I think would there be one park in Iowa that looked like your guys's, it would be a tourist attraction for the whole state. And I just think that there's no problem that needs solving. And I urge you to vote no on the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Point for Tempe parks, negative point for Iowa parks, apparently. Okay, the next speaker I have is, I think in the virtual, Jim Bannon. Is Mr. Bannon there?
Yes, his mic is enabled, so
Okay.
he should be able to unmute.
Mr. Bannon, can you hear me? Mr. Bannon, if you can hear me, can you unmute your microphone? Okay. All right, then I will go to the next one. So I only have one more card here, but the only issue I need to ask our city attorney, the last card I have, though, is from Alex Monti, but I know, Ms. Monti, I know you spoke during item 6, which was public appearances about this item, and so we can't allow speak. I'll ask the city attorney just for a judgment to make sure. So.
Mayor, I think that's your judgment. I thought I heard her discuss this ordinance and during her, and I think she has had her opportunity to speak to the ordinance, and you can deny any further public comment. I think that would be appropriate.
You know what? Here, let's do this. What's one more? Thank you, Ms. Monti. Come on up. And it's already 12:23.
Alex, Tempe, and is the goal of this to be more clear and fair, or is it to respond to a lawsuit you're in for already weaponizing the permit code to selectively enforce and criminalize AZ hugs and New Deal meal? You can't have it both ways. We don't have to wonder if this will be used to criminalize mutual aid orgs. You're already doing it. So we already know that this is going to be used against cloud-covered streets and other mutual aid organizations. We don't need you to explain any further. Every lawyer that looks at this ordinance says it's disastrous. There's no clear criteria imposed on the city manager for issuing permits. The path to this park permit, the limited use, is based solely on the trust me bro principle. Permits are required for any activity that may require a degree more services than ordinary. That's what it says. So if Kim Gaffrey calls the cops on my group because she sees a homeless person 100 yards away, now is my next permit going to be denied because the police were called to my event? Also, this ordinance is authoritarian. We know that. It's also unconstitutional, which we have covered. And I guess I also just want to point out that some of you on this council don't know your own people's history, because you obviously don't know how discretionary government permission laws were used against Black people and people of color, and your ancestors should be ashamed of you.
Okay, excuse me, please don't go there. I've been a Black man for 46 years, and I don't need that lecture. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address the city council at this time? I'm going to go here, and then I'll go here. So, and then I have one more. Yes, sir. Hi, please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi there. My name is Nicholas Mink. I am a resident of South Scottsdale.
and I'm a community organizer and activist. I came here with Phoenix DSA in opposition to this ordinance. I'm not just a member of Phoenix DSA, though. I'm a member of the Arizona Democratic Party. I'm a vice chair for the Arizona Democratic Party. And I find the whole situation that we find ourselves here today remarkably frustrating. I despise the fact that this ordinance was placed near the end of the agenda, so we are now, it is 12:26 as I'm speaking, still here, when this was going to be controversial, could have been done earlier. I'm frustrated by the blatant unconstitutionality of this ordinance, both with state and federal constitution. As an organizer, the premise of this seems ridiculous to me because I don't know of any organization in which they plan their events 2 months ahead of time that isn't corporate. Or remarkably large. Most of the time, just as an example, were I to try to pull together some kind of an event, I explicitly set it for 20 people, said people can join, and half of those 20 people bring a guest, which frequently happens. That's violation, right there. That's over 30 people. So I find that remarkably ridiculous. And yeah, I think it's no surprise why people are so disillusioned with local leaders, with current leaders that we have, with our democracy as a whole. I think anyone that stands in surprise of that, I mean, I have not seen a single young person come up here in support of this ordinance. And I have to say, it's, with the point we are in history, the rise of authoritarianism, a dictatorship forming as we speak in America, to be cracking down on the very measures that we need to stand up to fight against this is insanity. And I would plead with the mayor, vice mayor, and members of the council to look at the flags behind you, think of the moment that you're in, and what side of history you want to be remembered on. And with that, I'll pass. Thank you. Mr. Davis, please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi there. My name is Austin Davis, and I'm the founder of AZ Hugs here in Tempe. This is a poem to the city, but really, it's a poem for Levi, Chucky, Krista, Trevor, Alley Cat, Christopher, and all the people on the streets who've died this year with nothing left behind but the fingerprints of fentanyl. We'll know it's grief if the sadness ever settles. And we'll know it's love when we never stop loving them. But when we lose them, we'll know it's lost because we don't ever stop losing them either. Tonight, I invite our mayor to walk Mill Avenue after the bars are all closed down. I ask, will he say hello to the people of his city who have nowhere else to go but bus stop benches and the dark corners between buildings? Mayor, I hope you'll look down at the sidewalk, paved red with bricks, and see that we have enough here to build a roof with 4 walls somewhere safe for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, can you please come forward, state your name and city of residence? You have 3 minutes.
Hi, John Farrell. I live in Tempe. This ordinance caught my eye mainly, and I'm just going to go straight to the point because I want to go home and go to sleep, is the feeding of the homeless in the parks, specifically Papago Park. I live in North Tempe. And what does happen, it's been touched on, is after the feedings, these people leave trash. I have gone to Papago with my kids, and I have seen drug paraphernalia laying around, knives, razor blades, needles. I've seen people sleeping in the slides on the playground. I've seen discarded clothing that is soaked in human waste. And it's just been getting worse over the years. I don't like to take my 2 kids to Papago Park or the Women's Park right there near to it for the same reason. In the last few years, we've had an uptick of homeless in our neighborhood. They take packages off my porch. They take items out of my front yard. I had one night someone kicking on my back gate, and when I went to confront them, they said they knew the owner of the house and wanted to say hello. I've had our dumpsters in our backyard ransacked. They don't put the trash back in. I've had to clean human waste out of my yard. Had to clean the back alley up from human waste because it starts smelling. And yes, I hope this ordinance puts an end to the feeding. I do hope there's a way to find out a better way to find out, a better way to, there has to be a better solution for the homeless for feeding. But what we got going now, it's not it. And that needs to change. And that's why I support this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any, no, please, no, stop. Yes, please, come forward.
Okay. Am I audible? Okay.
Yes, please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Nathan Charlton. I now live in Mesa because after 6 years of living in Tempe, it became too unaffordable for me to live here. But fortunately, I'm in a situation where I can afford to move to a different apartment where I can then afford rent. That is a privilege that not a lot of people get, not a lot of people can afford. But that's not specifically what we're talking about tonight. What we're talking about tonight is this ordinance, which I'm very much opposed to. If you can't tell by the t-shirt, less of a t-shirt now than it was originally. I'm a volunteer at the Eris Foundation, and I can say that because of the work that Eris Foundation does, that there are children in this city tonight who went to bed with a full and warm belly that would not have if not for the work that we do. And I am sure that this has been very, I don't know, maybe your butts are a little sore at this point because you've been sitting for so long, but a lot of people's butts are a lot more sore because they have to sit on the sidewalk. And frankly, I care a lot less about the troubles that you guys have had to go through than I do about them. And I'd also like to remind you a little bit about some recent Tempe history. Some people brought it up tonight, but the Coyote Stadium proposal. That was something that this council apparently thought they had an understanding of the city's support for until they actually asked the residents of said city, and then they learned that actually the city of Tempe had no interest in that proposal whatsoever. And I think if you were to do the same thing with this ordinance tonight, the results are clear, I think. And I think also that many people have mentioned as well the potential political consequences. I'm sure even though your butts are sore, you enjoy those seats. And if you think that the energy that you've gotten from a meeting like this has been at all intimidating, the energy that you will get if you vote this in and you support this ordinance will be much more drastic. I promise you. There will be very, very serious political consequences. But again, I want to bring it back to the people that this matters to and the people that I care about, which are the people that are forced to live on our streets when it is ungodly hot outside. I can't even imagine, but I don't know. Speaking from personal experience, the work that I do with Eris, the amount of kids and parents that I've had come up to me and say, you know, what I would really like is a blank pad and some crayons, maybe some colored pencils, you know what I mean, a hot meal, something like that. It's very basic requests. It's very easy stuff to figure out. And I don't know, I'm rambling. But I guess I would say that if the consequence to filling that child's belly is some trash in a park, I will take 1,000 piles of trash before I take an empty kid's stomach. That would be my opinion. Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address? Yes, please, come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi there, my name is Philip and I am a resident of South Phoenix. My background is in performing and recording music. One thing I want to bring to light is that with the permits and restrictions placed on a lot of parks and facilities around Tempe, we are setting a really good amount of restriction on building fantastic communities. And I would like to add to this by saying that Tempe for a very long time has been a fantastic trendsetter when it comes to fueling and funding the arts all across the board in the Phoenix area. When it comes to a lot of other places in the valley currently, restrictions are constantly getting tighter. I don't know if I'm alone in this, but I see touring acts, live bands, musicals, all sorts of mediums of art just skipping over Arizona entirely. And it was not always this way. For a very long time, Arizona across the board used to curate really, really amazing work. So to have this sort of movement happening across not only the Phoenix area, but you know, for people to even consider taking initiatives towards restricting public places that could potentially help create these performance opportunities, it's really terrifying to me. I think one of the best things about attending any of these performances, and for me personally, performing in these events, is that there is a really, really fantastic harmonization that that supersedes any sort of you know, background, whether that be cultural, lingual, class, wealth class, anything of that sort. Every single time I've ever attended or been a part of a performance, I feel like these things, for at least this small period of time, get set aside and we can all just kind of form a very nice unity with one another. So I would like to thank all of you for taking all of this time to be here for countless hours, and for all the people who are working this event. But I would like to really encourage you to vote no on this, because I think that if anything, we need to be moving in the other direction. We really do need to be opening up more spaces for people to you know, fruitfully enjoy however they want to enjoy things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address the council? If so, please get my attention. Yes, please come forward. State your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Gilbert, but I live in Tempe. I think everyone already knows what your vote is going to be tonight, but instead you're here wasting our time when this is likely going to be a 7-0 vote in favor. We know this because we're sick of your backhanded tactics, like putting a controversial issue like this at the very end of a meeting so anyone who doesn't have 8 hours to dedicate pleading with you will be unable to speak. If you even had an ounce of humility, decency, or respect for anyone here that isn't a developer or a big business, you, at the bare minimum, you would table this tonight for more community input. Focusing on ordinances like this at a time like this shows how short-sighted, petty, and fascist enabling this entire city council and manager are. You're exemplifying what one might imagine Blue MAGA to look like. I know your elected positions are supposed to be nonpartisan, but I also know the council pretty much is a complete Democrat majority, which makes these attempts to quell voluntary efforts to do the work you refuse to do even more pathetic. You represent a party with no future, no morals, no direction, and with absolutely no solutions in the face of growing fascism and an ever-expanding police state. You welcome it with a smile, and you're too cowardly to even be honest about your intentions, which to me makes you just as dangerous as some jackboot ICE agent. Between Red MAGA trying to sell off our national lands and Blue MAGA here at home trying to privatize our local parks, I see no difference. You blame Ron Tapscott and Austin Davis's lawsuit on the reason you're rushing these ordinances through, yet that was the last thing they had to resort to after repeated attempts to work with the city. At least take ownership for your actions. We see through you and your efforts to beat down on the least fortunate among us. We know these ordinances are going to who these ordinances are going to target because we know the people and groups you've already targeted with the existing ones. I think it's disgusting you have the audacity to hide behind identity politics such as having a native land proclamation on the front of today's written agenda. And yet, under your leadership, just a few days ago, Cloud-Covered Streets was unable to provide vital and humanizing services because the private organization, the Native Action Program, who dared invite them to their space in Kings Plaza in Tempe, was threatening with a $1,500 fine if they returned. This has nothing to do with public safety and everything to do with an overreaching and unconstitutional government control. It's cruel and shameful to threaten an indigenous organization and then turn around and use our people as some sort of political cover for your never-ending charades and disrespect for the residents you're meant to serve. It's atrocious and laughable to threaten, fine, and arrest people like us and Ron, Food Not Bombs, AOS Foundation, Meal Deal.
Thank you.
DSA.
All right, is there anyone else in the audience wish to address the council? If so, yes, please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm James Kwan. I am a resident of the Tempe area. So first off, I'd like to state that DSA unequivocally condemns any racist remarks made against Mayor Woods, and we're very sorry you had to experience that. And I'd also like to go on about this entire thing, and it's the fact that if we're trying to solve homelessness, right, this isn't the way to do it. What we're really doing is kind of just pushing them around and not really solving the problem. You're kind of just pushing it under the carpet, and it's only going to fester, and it's only going to grow, and it's only going to turn into something unmanageable, you know? So if we are to tackle homelessness, which I think is kind of the reason why this is all happening, right? We need to, you know, not make the resources that the homeless people have more unaccounted for. We can't remove those resources that they have, that they rely on. And it is something incredibly important to them, because if we need to kind of remove the homeless situation, or at least try and help absolve this situation, we need to get them off the streets. And this isn't getting them off the streets. If we want to get them off the streets, we need to, you know, get them jobs, get them housing, all of that stuff. And what I see from this is that you're removing resources that allows them to do these things. And those things are incredibly important to them, because those are basically the only things that they have. And if we remove them, then, well, what else do they have? I mean, they'll probably just turn back to drugs, turn back to something that'll make them happy, because removing everything, that kind of gives them the opportunity to get a better life, you know, to make themselves happy, to become a better person. And that is just incredibly worrying to me, because these resources, they have helped so many people. And when you make it harder for these resources to be accessible by them, it just exacerbates the problem, you know? You're not really solving anything by this other than really just kind of ruining all the other activities that have 30 or more people, you know? Like these resources, I think I'm just repeating myself at this point, but they are incredibly important, and I'm really trying to enunciate that. That is all I have.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience? Yes, please come forward. State your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Megan. I'm a resident of Mesa. My name is Megan. I'm a resident of Mesa. I have a sister who's homeless. I'm raising her son. Oftentimes, these parks are places where their family members seek them out. These events are those type of places. That's the point on that. I'll leave that one there. My second point is I've volunteered through soccer.
Could you come a little closer to the microphone?
I've volunteered my time as a mom with soccer.
Please move closer to the microphone.
And these facilities are, so we're paying for not only for soccer, and we're paying taxes, but a lot of these sports facilities or sports organizations don't pay for your practice. So I've taken kids to Mesa, Red Mountain, actually, specifically, where the lights are on all the time, and we were kicked out, told we couldn't play soccer there. But the lights were already on, there was plenty of space, plenty of fields to use, but we had to leave, and we couldn't play soccer that night. Paid for it and everything, so I think that's an interesting imbalance there. And another imbalance I see is fear in the streets. I fear more so at my corner in Mesa, where day laborers stand more than 30 more often, more days when I pass by. And I think those opportunities should be given to homeless. Cooling centers should be resource centers for jobs, and they should be sent out for day labor and not have loitering at Circle K's and whatnot on the streets. And I'm also a single mom struggling for work, so there's a lot of overhead on all of that. And I think if you're shutting down the camps and you're shutting things down, you need to have places for them to go. Cooling centers should have food, jobs. So yeah, don't cut the resources. Please. My sister needs them, and I may need them someday.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else in the audience wishing? Yes, please. Did you spoke because another
For the
business license? Yes. Okay. Yes. Please come forward. State your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi again, Amanda Reef, resident of North Tempe. I have a lot of overlap in some of these different community meetup groups for one, but that's not what I'm going to dwell on the most here. But I also have a membership with the Acro Yoga and some other different communities that we do use the parks because we don't have anywhere else to go for some of these community things that are just little community efforts. Hey, I have this skill, I want to share it, let's bring people together. People always are just like, hey, tell me when and where to show up and I will be there. But if we don't have a place of when and where to show up, we can't form community in this ever-growing isolationist society. But what I really want to get on here is if we are focused on this as a supposed measure to clean up the parks and make homelessness less visible, the way to go about getting people off the streets, quote unquote, ending homelessness, is not ever going to be band-aiding the issue and just moving them somewhere else. I've seen that in Scottsdale, I've seen that in Phoenix, I've seen that in Tempe, and it always has the same cycle where you just push the problem off on someone else, and then that becomes the same problem, and then they get pushed somewhere else, and pushed somewhere else, and pushed somewhere else, and there's nowhere for them to ever end up going. So it just ends up seeming like you want them to just disappear off the face of the earth in the end. The real solution to homelessness in Arizona and in this country is the overbloating of commercial real estate and not having regulations on actual rent limits, because the rents that we have, especially around Tempe, that say they're affordable housing are not actually affordable housing. They're still extremely expensive, to the point that college students who are working multiple jobs to pay for their education cannot afford apartments in the city of Tempe anymore. And the people who are alumni cannot afford to stay where they've lived for years and years. The solution to homelessness is curbing corporate greed and not letting so many developers come in and just want luxury high rises that are affordable or unaffordable to any everyday masses. What we really need is to use these vacant real estate properties that are sitting vacant, corporate real estate, office buildings. Those need to be turned and repurposed into transitional housing and affordable housing, not new buildings that are so fancy that people who are on the streets can't even afford to live in them in the first place. So we just need to kind of actually refocus on how we could ever actually solve homelessness, and that's by, one, giving them housing, because that's been proven in other states and cities and municipalities that when you just give unhoused people homes, the rest becomes solved. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address the council? If so, please get my attention. All right, sir, please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes. You're getting there.
Thank you. I know, I'm tired too. But thank you all for being here and just being here out this late at night. I know you guys are exhausted. I know I am too. My name's Andrew Hinkle. I'm from Gilbert, Arizona originally, and I'm coming to ASU to live here and learn business law. I am relatively young, obviously, looking at me, and I'm new to the field here, but the work that I've done, Gilbert, where I grew up, has been a fairly sheltered bubble. I didn't really see a lot of issues around where I grew up. Green grass, white fences, well-maintained lawns everywhere, HOAs controlling it all. It was relatively peaceful. And recently I went on a road trip all around the country alone in my car. And I saw some absolutely deplorable sights. And thankfully, when I came back, I knew that this is where I needed to be doing something about it. Maybe Gilbert has its problems too, like anywhere else. But in Tempe, where I'm going to be attending school for the next 4 years, the homeless situation here is noticeable. And yes, as we've heard, there are issues and homeless people in other communities, Scottsdale, Mesa, Chandler. They exist everywhere. My focus is here right now, but I care about them everywhere. And this ordinance that we have suggested tonight cannot pass. It does not help this cause. Please, vote no. Otherwise, I'm a young college student. I got plenty of time to canvass. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address the council? If so, please get yes, sir. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Jim Sterry from Scottsdale, and I would just like to remind this council of the recent election of Zoran Mamdani in New York. When you see something like that, where a bunch of young people can go out and elect a very progressive leader who wants to see through change, we can do that. And when we see people like Andrew Cuomo in office who don't do what he was elected to do, or people like Mayor Eric Adams in office who don't do things that they were elected to do, we go and vote them out. And that is exactly what happened to this city council, because most of you ran on housing affordability. Most of you have run on housing issues, and yet you've done nothing to help the homeless population. You've done nothing to help the least housed people in our communities. Instead, you're actively trying to criminalize people who are trying to help them instead of doing anything about the situation itself.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address the council? If so, please get my attention. Oh, yes, please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Jules De La Hoz. I live in Tempe. Wasn't planning on speaking. I'm not the best at speaking. But yeah, I just wish you'd just vote no on this ordinance. I only recently learned about it, I'll be honest, because of a lot of events kind of going on across the country. And in my personal life, I've kind of been politically burnt out. So I learned about this only recently, and just appalled by it. I mean, just the frequent statements, not to reiterate everything there, but it is a clear attack on the homeless. It's unconstitutional, and I don't know. There's just so much fear. Like for me at least, it's another thing. And I'm thankful in my life that I've had privilege, that I've had meals, I've had a home to go to. Ultimately, I do have family, and if you take time to actually talk to someone, who's struggling, who's on the streets, there's a few statements earlier that just, it's completely dehumanizing, like these are people we're talking about in the end of the day. You just can't reduce someone to just be an addict and throw it and kick them down the street. And, like half the time for half of the people who are talking on this, they won't even look them in the eyes when they're driving by. And it's just, it's painful, like every day I wish I could do something more than I am. And, I want to look into our officials, right? Like I grew up believing, oh, hey, our government has the best for us, our local representatives do. And in these instances, it is a breach on that. It's a breach of trust. It creates fear. And in a time where it's hard to trust people, it's hard to feel good about things in the future, I don't know, like, it just, I don't see where this goes. At best, it's just kicking the can down for homeless. It's just painful. And so I just really wish you'd take time and vote no, and at the very least have more people involved and not just behind closed doors. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please come forward. State your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Christy Dargis. I temporarily live in Ahwatukee, but I've been a resident of Tempe for about the last 10, 15 years before that. I grew up in North Phoenix, and I have moved to Tempe because I love the community and soul of Tempe that is not existent in North Phoenix. And I apologize, my phone with my notes died long ago. But I was previously involved in many, many organizations that have utilized the parks, and I'm currently working or getting involved more with Tempe Indivisible, and I'm very concerned with the unclear nature of the First Amendment possibilities within this, or the enforcement of this ordinance. That was even unclear when Councilmember Adams was asking whether it was going to be like Nancy's bridge protests was going to be able to continue as it's been considered spontaneous, and then it was stated possibly no because it's happening every week. She had to leave because she was at the bridge this morning at 5. But I believe that we must pause the passing of this ordinance in order to get actual community engagement and support and an actual clear forward plan that supports the entire community, because this is just being ramrodded through in the middle of the night while we are trying to actually declare that we all feel that there is a much better way moving forward, that everyone's rights to access the parks is vital to the support and the soul of this community. So please, I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address the council? If so, please get my attention. All right, seeing none, I will close that portion, the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Let me see exactly where I'm at. Does staff have any follow-up on this? Sean, anyone, Mr. Anderson, anything, or?
Mayor, I'm happy to answer any additional questions that the council might have. If there's any questions, Sean and I can come.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you. Anyone on council? Any comments or discussion? I don't have any questions, so. All right, any comments or discussion for anyone? If you want to. Oh, okay. Well, so I guess I'll start. I think what is, first of all, I appreciate everyone who came out this evening to speak. I mean, I know it's definitely been the longest meeting I've been a part of in 13 years here. I think the thing for me that's so challenging here is that there were conversations that were had a while back that talked about how there were folks who were concerned that they were being asked to go through sort of a one-size-fits-all process for special events, that you were sort of applying and things all sort of went to the special events task force, which is sort of an internal group of staff, something that the council isn't even involved in, and that was sort of the process for how things were actually done. And I know in the work that Mr. Anderson started almost a year ago, frankly, meeting with many members of our staff from community services, and I'm sure many other departments that actually took part in this work, the thought process here was trying to find a way to create a process that actually simplified this, that made it so that if you were simply applying to rent a ramada in a park or rent a space where previously there wasn't any real rentable space there, that you could actually do so in such a way where you weren't going through the special events task force, that it wasn't taking 60 days, but that you could probably get the permit turned around and probably in roughly a week, or even frankly even shorter. And also that, you know, when Mr. Wagner was up here earlier and he was giving his presentation, and one of the questions I asked was, when you're talking about renting a ramada at any of our parks and having the ability to rent a ramada, would that apply to any and all groups that want to actually rent a ramada in a city park? And his answer was yes, to the point that this is not about discrimination. It's about the ability to create a different process with multiple tiers to clearly separate people who are doing large-scale events like an arts festival, an Oktoberfest, a 4th of July event at Tempe Beach Park, a Fantasy of Lights parade the day after Thanksgiving, and so on and so forth. Events of that nature that clearly constitute closing streets and rerouting people and amplified sound and extra security and all of that, from just someone who wants to rent a ramada for a couple of hours, or frankly to what Mr. Wagner said, the entire day, for the purpose of having a smaller event of 30, 40, or 50 people. And that was the purpose of doing this, was not to in any way, shape, or form try to make things more complicated, but was frankly to try to make things simpler and provide a path forward for those who are wanting to access the parks, and not to create such an expensive ordinance or such an expensive fee in some way that would burden anyone in our community from being able to access it. I also, when I think, and I'm not gonna go long here because it's been late, when I think about a lot of the public buildings in the city of Tempe, the Tempe Public Library, where there are a couple of meeting rooms in the basement, along with other meeting rooms on the second floor, the Pyle Center, the Tempe History Museum that has that beautiful room that many groups rent for many events, the Tempe Center for the Arts. All of these are taxpayer-funded facilities that were built with taxpayer money and frankly maintained by the staff here at the city of Tempe. Those rooms and all of those places, just like our parks or public buildings, and we rent those rooms out to people. When I think the majority of the council, if not all of the council, was there for the new I can't think of the name, recreation center that was actually created at Clark Park just within the last year, we talked a lot about that, about how this is a wonderful amenity for the people, not only in this neighborhood, but frankly throughout the city of Tempe. And that a lot of the programming we're providing, but also the room rentals here at this building, are not here to make money. But they're frankly, charging people somewhere between $10 and $25 for Tempe residents to be able to rent rooms or rent space at that facility in the Clark Park neighborhood. And everyone celebrated that and thought it was a wonderful amenity that was being added to that park to truly bring back the Clark Park pool, along with amenities for those residents in that neighborhood and frankly in other neighborhoods to really congregate and hold neighborhood meetings and so on and so forth. And so from my perspective, when I look at this and I look at the $25 fee, which is frankly what really is what would be what most people would pay, unless people are putting on an event where literally you're having an Oktoberfest and having 10,000 people, or the 4th of July and having 10,000 people, that is what the overwhelming majority of people in this community would actually be doing. I know I couldn't personally put on an event that would require that kind of street closure and that kind of additional security and things of that nature. And so when I look at this and the form I pulled that earlier tonight about all of these fees, of these $25 fees, are frankly things that date back well over 10, 15 years from previously approved ordinances from the city of Tempe. And over the years, we have never raised those fees. We haven't attempted to say, well, there's been inflation, so therefore we're gonna bump all the fees up to $35, $40, $50 to get more cost recovery. We've tried, like a lot of public universities, like they say in the Arizona Constitution, to keep things as close to free as actually humanly possible, to make sure that we're actually recovering some of the fees, whatever, for heating and cooling buildings and replacing sod in parks and just replacing all of the public amenities for the people, for the parks that people have talked about are so beautiful. It's not to make money, it's simply just to get some bit of resources back to actually take care of the assets that we are trying to maintain for the nearly 200,000 people that live in this city. And so when I made the comment that this ordinance, from my perspective, and asked Mr. Wagner, would these ramadas and would these public spaces be available to any and all groups? I asked that question because that's truly what I meant. I hear what people are saying about, you know, some of their concerns, but the fact of the matter is that is not what the ordinance is crafted to do, and that's why there's no place in the ordinance that specifically speaks to that, because that is not what Mr. Anderson and his staff and the other members of our City of Tempe Community Services team and other departments that took part in this, that is not what they intended in any way, shape, or form. And that is definitely not what I have intended in any way, shape, or form by reviewing this, and I know that's not what the other 6 people up here frankly think either. And so from my perspective, this is not discriminatory. This is not an attempt to only support the wealthy. This is an attempt to actually create a more simplified process with multiple different paths to actually getting a ramada, reserving space in our, and for any and all groups to be able to use these spaces. And so with that, I'm going to yield. Vice Mayor Grohl.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for what you were saying and the questions that were asked earlier. I'm sorry I'm losing my voice. You know, I appreciate everybody who came out and spoke today that have already gone home. And I appreciate that the mayor moved this to the front of our agenda, because when this vote is taken, we still have a whole 3-4 pages left to go that we still need to vote on and work on for our meeting. So I appreciate that it was moved up for us. You know, the shirts, I keep seeing the black shirts, very, very cute. You know, just looking at the parks for people. Parks are for people. I think that's just trying to read it. I'm sorry, my eyes are so, oh yeah, that's it, park. But parks are for people. They're for all the people in our community. 196,000 residents that live in the city of Tempe. 196,000 that live here in the Tempe. The parks are for them. They're for all of us to be able to use. And we on council represent all of them. And I know that the speakers that came tonight, some of them were from Tempe, some were from other places, but we represent everybody here that is in our community. And I think we work really hard to try to do that. And we want to hear the voices of all the people that want to be able to make a comment on the things that we are going to be voting on at our council meeting. And I think it's hard for me, some of this stuff, some of the notes that I wrote down here, I'm going to go through some of them, so I'm trying to get myself organized here, but I wrote down, somebody said you guys don't care. That's absolutely ridiculous. We wouldn't run for office and stick our neck out there for people to try to chop it off or throw darts at our back if we didn't care about the city. If we didn't care about our residents, if we didn't care about our unsheltered people in our community. This council has done so much, and I'm not saying we've done enough, and I'm not saying there isn't more to do, but we have done so much in our community for our unsheltered and our residents in the city of Tempe. We've continue to working on things for that community also, and to get our seniors to age in place. We wouldn't take this job, we wouldn't put ourselves out there if we didn't care. So when people get up here and say, you guys just don't care, first of all, I don't know how many people in this room has reached out to any of us and said, hey, can you come and have a coffee? I want to get to know you a little bit better so that I can understand why you might be voting or not voting on something. I would love to be able to do that.
Please let her speak.
So please do that, because I would love to sit down and talk to somebody, because it's hard to judge somebody if you don't really know them. And I think I would like to get to know our residents better, and I want them to get to know me and understand how I make my judgments. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this criteria that you're setting up to try to make these adjustments, because I believe that at the bottom line, all of this we are working on the quality of life and the public safety in our parks. This is what we're doing, and this is why we are doing this. And I want people to understand that and that understand how much work has gone into this. Is it perfect? It may not be perfect, but you know what? We are working on this ordinance and we have produced something that we think is quality work that we can vote on and make a decision on. Again, we appreciate the comments that people have made to us, but have to also understand that all the comments that were made to me were not made in this room tonight. There were a lot of residents. I was stopped at the grocery store, once at the Costco. People are calling us individually. People are talking to us on the street. The voices that are in our community that are talking to us about this proposal that we're looking at doing, and we're not just the voices that were only in this room. There were some friends that wanted to come here and speak, and I have to be perfectly honest, they were nervous about coming here because they didn't want to get catcalled. They didn't want to get approached in the parking lot. And just like what's happening right now, I'm trying to be honest. This is really difficult. It's hard for people to come up and speak. Bless the hearts of people came up here and got up here to speak for the first time and said that tonight. That is not an easy thing to do. Even if you're really passionate about something, it's hard to do. But it's even harder when you try to make a comment on something on social media and you get bashed by people that you don't even know. It's hard for those things, and it's hard like that when people are laughing about it. It's not funny. We want people to be able to take part in this process. So again, I appreciate that everybody was here, that they voiced their opinions. I appreciate the people who were not here tonight that voiced their opinions. And I don't have anything else to say. I'm just done. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Hodge?
You know, I wasn't going to say much, but I want to, first off, thank you for all the comments. But one thing I've learned in my life, we sit and we talk about we want everybody to be equal, we want to do that. But when you bring in race, that is a very hurtful and hurtful thing. There's been things said today that should not have been said. It should not. If we want to work together, we have to work together. We can't come and attack each other. That was I thank you guys for your passion, but doesn't mean that we don't have passion. We care. And for somebody to come in and say that you don't understand how it is to be Black, that is one of the hardest things to hear. And I had people, we heard people clapping and doing that after the fact. That is not Tempe. That is not Tempe. I wanted to address that. Because as Vice Mayor said, you represent part of it. But I got overwhelming people coming to me and saying how they felt about it. Those people are not going to come. When they feel that they've been heard, they don't walk into the chambers, but doesn't mean that their voices aren't heard by us. We heard from hundreds and hundreds of people. You do not represent the majority. You represent the minority of people that we heard from in this situation. So if you asked us to talk about who we represent all. No. And you know what? Just saying money. I came from nothing. So don't tell me what money is about. No, I'm just saying, no, we're not, this is my conversation. Allow us to speak. We allowed you to speak for hours. No, this is about what we are commenting on what we're saying. We make decisions for our whole city, not just part of it. So at that point, I just want to say how I felt, how as I'm going to say our council, we care, all 7 of us care, our city manager cares, all of our employees care. They've been working on this they've taken time and effort to make sure people's questions were asked. I'm not going to sit here and allow people to call our employees names. That is disrespectful. You would not want somebody to do that to you. No. This is my time. We have allowed you to speak. I just want to put out there that we have the right to say, don't disrespect our staff, our employees. And as I said, we take everybody in consideration. Every age, every person. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, any comments? Councilor Keating?
Thank you, Mayor. Just because things are kind of devolving here, I'll just quickly say, everyone out here is doing what they think is right with the information that they have available. Everyone up here and our staff is doing what they think is right, no matter how the vote goes, with the information they have available. No one runs for office to ruin the city that they live in. And I think we would all do well to give each other, especially now, as was pointed out repeatedly tonight, and you're not wrong, we would all do well to give each other a little bit of grace. With that, Mayor, I move we approve.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Keating. Do I have a second? Second. Seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Sorry, give me 1 second here. Okay, with that, please vote. Councilmember Hodge?
Yeah, I'm trying to, sorry.
And that item passes 7-0.
We shall
All right, so let's see. All right, so let's see. Let's go to where are we? Let's see. Let me go to item 8B1 next, which is to introduce and hold the first public hearing to adopt an ordinance for an amended planned area development overlay for Revelry located at 955 East University Drive to modify development standards related to parking for a new mixed-use development. The applicant is Sender Associates. Are they here? Oh, Darren, yes. Actually, yeah, any comments from city staff regarding item 8B1? Okay. Is there any presentation from the applicant this evening? No? Okay, I will also then open the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Is anyone in the audience wishing to address the council on this item? If so, please get my attention. All right, seeing that, I'll close the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Council members, any comments or discussion? Okay, the second and final public hearing on this item is scheduled for August 28th, 2025. All right, let's see here. Let's make sure I can get my place. The next item of this section is 8A2, which is to hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution to approve design and placemaking principles for Diablo Double Butte Character Area 2 Plan dated June 2025, which encompasses generally the land east of 48th Street, north of the Highline Branch Canal, west of Priest Drive, and south of the Salt River. The applicant is the city of Tempe. Jacob, good to see you.
Good to see you. I'll get my presentation up. Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Jacob Payne, Principal Planner with the City of Tempe Community Development Department. I'm here before you with a resolution to adopt a character area plan for the Diablo Double Butte area. So I'll go over kind of the highlights of character area planning as a refresher, but we've got 8 of them in the city. This one is actually the final one to be written, so after tonight we could possibly have a character area for every portion of the city, which is fantastic that we would have those placemaking and design guidelines for every property within Tempe. This particular area is number 2, shown there in purple on the west side of town, generally between 48th Street and Priest, and from the Salt River down to Baseline. We've decided that we're not finished with this project yet, though. It's been 10 years in the making, but we will actually start endeavoring and updating some of the older ones. So we've actually already commenced this project with the Apache area. So you can expect to see me sometime in the future with an update on that plan. As a refresher, these documents are high level. They are just vision and policy. They're non-regulatory. What they contain are principles and guidelines relating to placemaking and design. These are things that we've come up with that are consistent with overall city goals, but also objectives that align with the vision that the community holds for their area, things they want to see encouraged and promoted in new development. So the purpose of the plan, of these kind of plans, is to have something that's got ownership of the community, something that they can point out and say they agree with the things that we're looking to try and promote through new development. Particularly for us in the planning department, we do use this as a reference for development when we get proposals to point at things that we want them to do that help us better feel that it's compatible and appropriate for us to support those projects. And then we also use them looking forward to just kind of lay out some decision making, whether that be for master planning efforts or things that we do into code amendments later, things that are a little bit more regulatory than what the document of this scope can do. So a document of this scope isn't going to be able to change anything regulatory, as I mentioned. So any type of projected land use or density can't be changed through this. We can't do anything that affects zoning or private property rights, anything that relates to regulation, as well as handling individual instances of code compliance. Can't do that through a policy document like this. So I'm going to do a quick recap of the process that we endeavored through for this project. We began in January of this year, where we held 2 meetings, one virtually and one in person. That'll be a pattern that we do throughout this process to try and make sure that we reach all the audiences that we can. And then we also opened a survey at that time, which I'll show you some highlights of the results that we received. In March, we had our second public meeting with a little dotocracy activity, which is what's seen in that picture. You might remember, I think I talked about it the last time I was here with the character area plan, but I'll give a refresher on that activity as well. Also in March, we held a mixer with the business community. So that was in collaboration with the city's economic development department, as well as the Tempe Chamber of Commerce. And they were even gracious enough to host us for that meeting over at Max 6 on Broadway and Priest, which is conveniently within the area. So that was fantastic. In March and April, we went around to some relevant boards and commissions in the city, make them aware and get some feedback from their perspectives, all culminating in May when the first draft of this document was released, after which we held another public meeting to get more input, as well as opened up an online comment period right up until we needed to include a final plan for public hearing. Some highlights of the first survey, things that float to the top of the list as priorities: heat mitigation, in addition and improvement of sidewalks and streetscapes. So a lot of focus on making pedestrian areas more comfortable. Again, pedestrian-oriented design floating up there. Having an overall contiguous plant palette is something that came up as important through this particular question. And then again, promoting those canal-oriented, pedestrian-oriented type principles. Our second activity, doing that dotocracy, that's where we give the participants a certain number of dots that they can allocate to their project or to their themes as they see fit. They could do all to one, or they can spread them out. But there were 16 of them, of those categories, and we brought those boards to 3 in-person meetings, as well as had an online version of it. So what you see here is the cumulative responses of those boards and the online survey. So up top, some of the things that we saw in the earlier public feedback, looking at managing extreme heat, promoting shade, as well as public health and safety was a topic that came up a lot through verbal conversations we had with the community members, showed itself up high on the list through this activity as well. So the plan itself, that's the cover of the document, which you'll see in your packet. It opens up with an introduction and some history of the area before getting into the details about the plan development through the public process, kind of what I've just highlighted earlier, before getting into those individual planning, design, and placemaking goals and principles, which is kind of the meat and gears of how this document works. There ended up being 12 of those, which I'll show you on the next slide. But also included in these documents are some appendixes that go into a little bit more detail and certain aspects. So one of those things is a recommended plant palette based on historic, but also desert adaptive and native plants that we want to promote.
new in this character area that wasn't in previous ones is an implementation rubric, which is designed to help us as city staff be able to make determinations that a project is in general compliance with these documents. So looking forward to seeing how that works out for us, since it's kind of a pilot on this one, but I'm excited. Then there's some demographic and employment data, as well as input summaries and a project timeline. And then there's one more appendix that I didn't get to add on this, but there's a catalog of some images that city staff took of the area as well. These are the 12 themes that ended up in the document. So you'll see some familiar topics, things that popped up during our public engagement, extreme heat management, that connectivity, shade and walkable environment, public health and safety, making sure that we emphasize those areas that we heard from the community that they wanted to see in this document. Just an example of what they look like, these documents. This is an example from the open space section. So it starts out with kind of like a preamble that sets the tone and an overall objective of what we're trying to accomplish with this theme before getting into individual principles that go to further that objective. And this is a look at a spread of the document where you can see one theme will start and there will be some background about what we're looking to accomplish before getting into those individual principles to get there. As I mentioned earlier, we started this project back in January, and we are right now at that purple star, the very last stop on the project timeline for this one. So I'm looking to get the resolution approved and have this plan adopted, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I'm excited for this plan. It's been long overdue, and I think it will be really, really good. And I just like how you presented all the photos and explanations. So thank you.
Thank you.
And good job. And thanks for being awake this hour in the morning.
I have one thing that I want to say. Great document. I love, actually, when I was going through the pages, the little mountainscape that you have on the page. Very cool. At one time, there was discussion about changing the names of the buttes to the tribal communities, what the tribal communities were interested in. And I think the Bell Buttes, earlier in the evening I could have said it, but I can't remember it now. Was there any discussion about looking at that name change now before you print the document that would have all that on there?
Vice Mayor Garland, we didn't have that conversation explicitly. Mentioned in the history of the document, they go way back. Our historic preservation officer has written a really in-depth history.
It's a very good history. I read that too.
So I'm sure that it's mentioned in there, the indigenous and traditional names for those features of the landscape. Mm-hmm. The name Diablo Double Butte has been a placeholder for the character area for some time now, even before the beginning of the development of this process. Mm-hmm. It wasn't directly considered for us to change, but that's something that can happen when we update it later, but it wasn't part of the conversation at this round, no.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. We don't have, we lost our group. We're back. No, you're back just in time. You just finished it. Do you had any questions?
I just think Jacob is amazing, so.
That's what I said too.
No, I don't have any questions.
I'm just proud he stayed awake this
All right, so thank you, Vice Mayor, appreciate it. This also is a public hearing item too, so if there's any public testimony on item 882, please get my attention now.
You're crazy enough to come up now.
Okay. Hearing none, I'll close the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Councilmember City, comments or discussion? All right. Then I will look for a motion on item 882. Moved by Councilmember Adams, seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Please vote.
Yes.
Okay.
I can't get it to work, but I'll get it.
And okay, sounds good. Then that item passes 6-0 with Councilmember Keating temporarily absent. All right. The next item under the section is 8A4, which is to award a one-year contract with 4 one-year renewal options to Pronovo Radiology for MRI body screening services for qualified employees and their dependents. Councilmembers, any comments or discussion?
Motion to approve.
Been moved by Councilmember Adams. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Chin. Please vote. And that item passes 6-0 with Councilmember Keating absent. The next item of the section is 8A5, which is to approve the utilization of a one-year National Association of State Procurement Officials Value Point Cooperative Contracts with Verizon, AT&T Corporation, and T-Mobile USA for the purchase of a variety of wireless services, wireless devices, and airtime services.
Motion to approve.
It's been moved by Councilmember Adams. Do I have a second? Second. Seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Please vote.
Yes.
And that item passes 7-0.
Right on time.
Oops.
Sorry, my throat was just dry. Really quickly here, Darren, what was your second item? Where is it here? I'm sorry. I meant to cover that. I'm so sorry, Doug. 8C5. Let's go to 8C5. Hold the second and final public hearing to adopt an ordinance approving a development agreement for developer-owned real property located at 108 East 7th Street and authorizing the mayor to execute a development agreement, one or more deeds, leases, and related documents with Core Tempe 6th LLC to effect such transaction. Council members, anyone want a presentation? No. Shocking. This is also a public hearing item. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to address the City Council on item 8C5? If so, please get my attention. All right, seeing none, I will close the public testimony portion of the public hearing. It has been moved by Vice Mayor Garland. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Keating. Please vote. And that item passes 7-0. Once again, sorry, I meant to do both of your items and I forgot, so thank you. Congratulations. All right, so let me go back to item 8A6, which is to award a 5-year contract with 5 one-year renewal options to EUSI LLC for the furnishing of operational consultant services to manage the production activities of the Kyrene Water Reclamation Facility. Council members, any comments or discussion?
Motion to approve.
Been moved by Councilmember Adams, seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Please vote. And that item passes 7-0. The next item under the section is 8A7, which is to approve one-year contract renewals with American Equipment Services LLC, Ballar Holding Corporation doing business as Ballar Equipment, Bingham Equipment Company, Bridgestone Hose Power, BTE Body Incorporated, Colby Welding and Radiator Incorporated, Courtesy Auto of Mesa LLC, Courtesy Chevrolet, Cummins Incorporated doing business as Cummins Sales and Service, Earnhardt Ford Sales Company doing business as Earnhardt Ford, Empire Southwest LLC, Fleetline Truck and Fire Equipment Repair, Freightliner of Arizona doing business as Velocity Truck Centers, Larry H. Miller Ford, LZ Delta LLC doing business as Go AZ Motorcycles, Southern Tire Mart, and Tech Chevrolet Incorporated doing business as Earnhardt Chevrolet for repair services and parts for city vehicles and equipment. Council members, any comments or discussion?
Motion to approve.
It's been moved by Councilmember Adams, seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Please vote. Sure was, and that item passes 7-0. Next item under the section is 8A8, which is to approve a one-year contract renewal with Rebel Oil Company Incorporated doing business as ROC, Saratoga Rack Marketing LLC, and Supreme Oil Company for the purchase of vehicle and equipment fuels. Council members, any comments or discussion? It's been moved by Councilmember Hodge and seconded by Councilmember Adams. Please vote. And that item passes 7-0. Next item under the section is 8A9, which is to award a construction contract to FPS Civil LLC for project number 5810911, storm drain improvements, Roosevelt Street. Just as a note, my apologies to, I know Darlene Justice, who was here earlier to speak on this item, but I understand why she couldn't stay. Is there any comments or discussion, or do I have a motion?
Can I just say that I'm really happy that we're finally getting this project done?
Yeah.
They've been having trouble for a long time, so motion to approve.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Adams, for that motion, and seconded by Councilmember Chin. Please vote. And that item passes 7-0. The next item under the section is 8A10, which is to award a construction contract to Felix Construction Company for project number 3224017A, Recharge Wells GMP1, long lead material procurement at Ken McDonald Golf Course.
Motion to approve.
Been moved by Councilmember Adams, seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Please vote.
You tell
That
who-
item passes 7-0.
You can tell who the night owl is.
You are totally the night owl. The next item in the section is 8A11, which is to award a professional services contract to Concert North America for project number 3205025D, Well Improvements Phase 2, South Tempe Water Treatment Plant. Any comments or discussion? Been moved by Councilmember Amberg and seconded by Councilmember Chin. Councilmember Amberg getting on the board tonight. Please vote. And Councilmember Adams, and that item passes 7-0. The last item under the section is 8A12, which is to award a professional services, he caught me off guard, contract to Matrix New World Engineering, Land Surveying, and Landscape Architecture Incorporated for project number 3224017A, recharge wells at Ken McDonald Golf Course. Any comments or discussion?
As a golfer, I move this forward.
Okay, it's been moved then by Councilmember Chin and seconded by Councilmember Adams. Please vote. And that item passes 7-0. The next section on the non-consent agenda is ordinances and items for introduction and first hearing. The items under this section will be read and introduced tonight, but no substantive votes will be taken. The second hearing and votes are scheduled for August 28th, 2025. Let's see, next item under the section is 8B2, which is to introduce and hold the first public hearing to adopt an ordinance for a code text amendment within the Tempe Zoning and Development Code, amending section 6-315 related to adaptive reuse of commercial, office, and mixed-use buildings for multifamily development. The amendment intends to comply with mandates and provisions of Arizona House Bill HB 2110. Council members, any comments or questions? As a note too, this is also a public hearing item, so if there's any public testimony on item 8B2, please get my attention now. Seeing none, I'll close the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Council members, any comments?
We're not.
Okay, no worries. Withdrawn, perfect, no worries. Second and final public hearing on this item is scheduled for August 28th, 2025. The last item under the section is 8B3, which is to introduce and hold the first public hearing to adopt an ordinance authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a lease agreement for a lease of city-owned real property located at 34th East 7th Street in Tempe, Arizona, subject to approval of the lease terms by the city attorney, otherwise known as the favorite item of Councilmember Chin this evening. Does anyone have any comments or questions? All right, seeing none, this is also a public hearing item, so if anyone has any public testimony on item 8B3, please get my attention now. Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Reiterate, the second and final public hearing on this item is scheduled for August 28th, 2025. The last section on the non-consent agenda is ordinance and items scheduled for second hearing and final adoption, so votes on these items will be taken tonight. The next item under the section is 8C2, which is continued to the August 28th, 2025 regular council meeting at the request of the applicant. So just want to note, yes, the applicant has requested a continuance of their application to a date certain, which is going to be this coming August 28th of 2025. Council members, any discussion on the request to continue? No. All right, if we would like to continue this item, I would look for a motion in a second. Moved by Councilmember Keating and seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Please vote.
Yes.
And that item passes 7-0. Let's see, next up 8C3, which is to hold the second and final public hearing to adopt an ordinance amending the Zoning and Development Code consisting of new land uses for agritainment, data centers, and extreme water uses, and within the MUED zoning, and clarification to smoking establishments and tobacco retail land uses, tattoo establishments, updates to security plans and definitions. The applicant is the City of Tempe. This is also a public hearing item, so if there's any public testimony on this item, 8C3, please get my attention now. Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Council members, any comments or discussion? It's been moved by Vice Mayor Garland, seconded by Councilmember Adams. Please vote. And that item passes 7-0. Next item under the section is 8C4, which is to hold the second and final public hearing to adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 33, Article 7, Tempe City Code relating to water conservation by amending sections 33-140, 33-141, and 33-142. Council members, let's see, let me go to the public hearing portion. Actually, this is a public hearing, so if there's any public testimony on item 8C4, please get my attention at this time. Okay, seeing none, I will close the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Council members, any comments or discussion? It's been moved by Councilmember Keating and seconded by Vice Mayor Garland. Please vote.
Aye.
And that item passes 7-0. Next up, item 8C6, which is to hold the second and final public hearing to adopt an ordinance authorizing the partial abandonment of the public utility easements located on the west side of Rural Road and the north side of Warner Road.
Second.
A quick thing, though, before we withdraw those really quickly. This also is a public hearing item, so if there's any public testimony from anyone in the audience on item 8C6, please get my attention now. Okay, seeing that, I'll close the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Council members, do I have a motion? Moved by Councilmember Keating and seconded by Councilmember Adams. Please vote.
I'm very excited about this.
Excellent.
All right, thank you.
Okay, let's see the vote screen come up here.
No.
I vote yes.
Yes.
Oh, there we go. And that item passes 7-0. Next thing, last item under the section 8C8, which is to hold the second and final public hearing to adopt an ordinance setting a salary rate for the mayor and city council. This is also a public hearing item, so if there's any public testimony on this item, can you please get my attention at this time? All right, seeing none. Keith, I thought you were raising your hand for a second. I was a little concerned. I was like, I'm in real trouble if Keith is. I will close the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Council members, any comments or discussion? Moved by Councilmember Hodge.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Adams. Please vote. And that item passes 7-0, which brings me to item number 9, current events, council announcements, and future agenda items. Council members may request that an agenda item be added to a future council meeting during their allotted time, but in accordance with the open meeting law, there should be no discussion on the item other than to clarify the request. I will now call upon council members for their comments and or requests to add an agenda item to a future council meeting, and this evening I will start with Councilmember Hodge.
I have none.
Okay. Next up, Councilmember Amberg. Vice Mayor Garland. Councilmember Keating.
Oh, don't you dare.
I have to be at the surgery center in 4 hours.
Oh, that's right.
That's it. I just want you guys to know.
You're gonna sleep easy. Councilmember Adams.
No announcements this evening for once.
Thank you. Councilmember Chin. And I don't have any announcements either. Item number 10, that is public appearances. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to address the council? If so, please come forward and state your name and city of residence for the record.
We got our eye on you.
Seeing none, I will close item number 10 and move to item number 11, which is adjournment. The next scheduled regular city council meeting is August 28th, 2025. We are adjourned at 1:43 a.m. Good night, everyone.